Chapter 435. Sword Saint, Great Hong Dao Sky. After much hesitation, Guan still chose to agree. After all, it was Yang Xian's life, and considering the affection between Yang Xian and Feng Meng, even in the absence of love and with old acquaintances departing, a farewell was appropriate. You chose to agree to meet Feng Meng. You packed up and left that same day. In the same year, you arrived in Blood Deer City and saw Feng Meng. She lay on her bed, her face devoid of any color, and you noticed an energy within her similar to sword intent but more complex and eerie. Upon investigation, you learned that Feng Meng had never married. The masked woman was a descendant of the Feng family. With her impending death, Feng Meng sought to test your feelings for her. Understanding the truth, you felt a mix of emotions. At the age of 509, no matter how much you helped, Feng Meng still succumbed to her illness. You stood before her grave in contemplation, standing for months as your hair turned from black to white. Suddenly, you felt a faint energy emanating from Feng Meng's grave, moving towards the distance. Believing this related to her death, you decided to investigate. Before leaving, you engraved wife of Yang Xian on her tombstone. Seeing this, Guan suddenly felt ashamed. Had he originally agreed to marry Feng Meng, would the outcome have been different? The reminder for reincarnation continued. The mysterious energy moved slowly, and along the way, Yang Xian avenged evil and promoted good. His reputation as a virtuous swordman began to spread. He also gradually realized that the people of the world were suffering under the oppression of the dynasty while the immortal cultivation sects sat idly on their pedestals, not helping the people in misery but only extracting benefits from the secular world. Thus, Yang Xian continued his charitable journey. Though his enemies grew more numerous, his mastery of the sword Dao was unmatched and unstoppable. Years later, following the mysterious force, he reached the outskirts of the imperial city, discovering bodies of commoners and cultivators piled up outside the city walls, discarded haphazardly into mountains of corpses, a horrifying sight. Seeing that the energy had entered the imperial palace, Yang Xian faced another moment of decision. As the imperial city was closed for a ritual, forbidding entry, Guan chose to forcefully enter. This was not a moment in Yang Xian's life to shrink back. The reminder continued. Forced entry into the imperial city put Yang Xian in a difficult position, but wielding the heavens and the earth as his sword, he managed to enter the palace unharmed. He discovered the source of that energy, the national master of the dynasty, who devoured others' life energy with a miracle skill, including that of Feng Meng, whom he had met briefly. This life energy was then pumped into the emperor to prolong his longevity. Yang Xian slew the national master, avenging countless victims, but discovered that the emperor was even more terrifying. A heart-stopping battle erupted. In the end, with no one to aid him, Yang Xian killed the emperor, sustaining severe injuries himself. As he departed, the city's populace knelt to thank him. A young girl asked his name, and he did not hide it, choosing to bear the greatest hatred for this matter. Murderer of the emperor, Yang Xian. The following year, Yang Pingon returned to a small island in the mountains to recover and continue his understanding of the sword Dao. But every few years, people would seek his help, and if their suffering was indeed irredeemable, he would intervene. Time reached Yang Xian's 1000th year, and Guan still could not discern Yang Xian's realm, as the prompts did not specify. However, between the lines, it appeared that Yang Xian had reached the immortal path realm. Yang Xian's opportunities were not many, far less than other reincarnation bodies, and he had never resorted to usurping others' lifespan. His understanding of the Tao came entirely from his own revelations of nature. Guan felt an even stronger sense of enlightenment from him. Of course, his greatest asset was still his talent for combat, as if born solely for warfare. At the age of 1234, a cultivator came to your mountain island, claiming to be a disciple of the sword god, delivering an invitation. Opening the letter, you discovered that the sword god turned out to be your disciple, Yang Pingon, who was about to become the sword master of the heavenly sword sanctuary, and was inviting you to a festival. Do you choose to go? What's the point in going? After so many years of not coming back to see him, now that he is flourishing, he wants to show off his power? Guan directly refused on behalf of Yang Xian. After Yang Xian refused, the cultivator had no choice but to leave. Afterward, another long period of cultivation years ensued. Although there were hardships, Yang Xian always managed to handle them with ease. More and more place names and power names appeared in the hints, which also indicated that Yang Xian's fame was constantly rising. During this period, There were also women who admired Yang Xian, all of whom were refused by Guan. 5,000 years later, someone came to visit Yang Xian, pronouncing his current title, Sword Saint. This title not only praised his strength but also celebrated his deeds and spirit. No matter how high his cultivation level, Yang Xian preserved his original intentions. When those in suffering sought him out, he would help without asking for anything in return. He had slain a great demon that shocked the world, exposed the evil plans of a reputable sect, and even stopped the demon path from massacring the people of the dynasty. His deeds were widely known and had become legendary. At the age of 9,999, after meditating for 10 years, you finally attained enlightenment, transformed your golden core into a primordial elixir, and achieved the carefree Taoist skill. Wah! A carefree primordial immortal not even 1,000 years old? What kind of talent is this? Yang Xian didn't possess vast immortal cultivation resources and didn't even have a great power often giving him guidance, yet he cultivated so quickly? After becoming a carefree primordial immortal, Yang Xian could do even more. He even came into contact with the greatest evil of the Dahong realm. Dahong Dao Heaven. This was the strongest force in the Dahong realm, located above heaven and earth, like an immortal overseeing all living beings. They took mortal spirits as food, indiscriminately plundered the Dao level of cultivators, all while remaining excellently concealed. Even if someone knew, those with knowledge dared not speak out. Yang Xian was approached by a cultivator, whose family had been slaughtered by the Dahong Dao Heaven for help. Thus, he learned of their heinous acts. Although Dahong Dao Heaven possessed a power surpassing the 9 heavens of the immortal path and he could not shake them, he still chose to help the seeker of revenge and executed the carefree primordial immortal of Dahong Dao Heaven. Decades later, the Dahong Dao Heaven sent people to recruit him. Knowing his character, Guan helped him decline the invitation from the Dahong Dao Heaven. After that, great cultivators occasionally attacked Yang Xian. He repelled them one by one, until he finally faced suppression by a mysterious great power. Due to the vast difference in cultivation levels, Yang Xian was struck into the mountains by a single hand of his opponent. At the critical moment, a sword light cut through heaven and earth and saved Yang Xian. It was none other than his first mentor, the sword ancestor of 10,000 swords. The sword ancestor of 10,000 swords rescued Yang Xian and took him out of the Dahong realm, to hide in a secluded minor heaven and earth. The sword ancestor of 10,000 swords warned Yang Xian never to oppose the Dahong Dao Heaven again, as he could not protect Yang Xian if he truly angered the Dahong Dao Heaven. Faced with the choice, Guan decided to endure in silence for the time being. Once Yang Xian's injuries healed, the sword ancestor of 10,000 swords began to instruct him in cultivation, and after 10 years of personal teaching, the sword ancestor left. Yang Xian resumed his cultivation and leveling up. He no longer sought to rescue individuals from suffering. He wanted to help all the living beings of the Dahong realm. This cultivation lasted tens of thousands of years. At the age of 70,000, Yang Xian reached the free immortal realm of the 9 heavens of the immortal path. Chapter 436. Achieving Sword Dao Saint Ancestor, a free immortal of 70,000 years, achieved his realm through meditation and cultivation. Impressive indeed. Guan was even more excited about Yang Xian's future, wondering if he could surpass the free immortal realm and overcome the death tribulation that awaited according to past experiences. After reaching the free immortal realm, Yang Xian returned to the Dahong realm. Along his journey, he met several cultivators from the Dahong realm and learned about the situation there. For thousands of years, every millennium, the Dahong Dao Heaven would cleanse a region with blood. There were less than 100 regions in the Dahong realm, and now, its cultivators were wary of the Dahong Dao Heaven and started to establish their dojos in outer heaven. After parting ways with those cultivators, Yang Xian returned to the Dahong realm alone. He first visited his birthplace, the Ziwei Immortal Mansion, only to find it annihilated by the Dahong Dao Heaven long ago. The once familiar land was desolate, with just a few broken walls remaining of the immortal mansion. Hatred for all living beings combined with personal vengeance. Even Guan was concerned for the Dahong Dao Heaven, questioning whether Yang Xian would embark on a slaughter. Although the Dahong Dao Heaven had beings that transcended the 9 heavens of immortal path, Yang Xian also had the ability to evolve his lifespan, yet he chose not to use it. The following year, Yang Xian went to the site of the former Blood Deer City. He could no longer find Feng Meng's bones, and the city had vanished over time, leaving no trace behind, as though that memory was a figment of his imagination. Yang Xian decided to draw his sword against the Dahong Dao heaven. 2 years later, Yang Xian descended upon the Hongtian realm of the Dahong Dao heaven, intending to destroy its chi fortune and dissolve it. For this, he faced an ambush by the Dahong Dao heaven. During the fierce battle, Yang Xian continuously improved his sword Dao achievement, making Guan suspect that he had used his lifespan evolution ability. The free immortals of the Dahong Dao heaven were alarmed. 10 free immortals besieged Yang Xian, but he held his ground, wielding the world's essence as his sword, casting a brilliance that shook the ancient and modern world, even harnessing the power of the Sword Dao River. The Sword Dao River, like the River of Destiny and the River of Time, was a manifestation of the Dao. Mortal spirits could not fathom it. It represented the condensed power of the Sword Dao. Boosted by the Sword Dao River, Yang Xian eliminated the physical bodies of the 10 free immortals in one strike, forcing their divine souls to flee in disarray. Just as Yang Xian was about to destroy the foundation of the Dahong Dao heaven, an ancient being from it descended, a being who surpassed the free immortals, leaving Yang Xian to fend off the attacks as best as he could. When Yang Xian was nearly overwhelmed, the Sword Saint ancestor arrived to aid him and ultimately fell. Yang Xian, in utter fury, awakened his sword heart to a divine level, making heaven and earth tremble. Guan, looking at the prompt before him, could already imagine how dire the situation had been. A battle of free immortals against a Taoist hidden immortal. Without the protection of the Sword Dao River, Yang Xian, no matter how strong, would have met his demise. But this time was different from the past. Yang Xian had an ally. After tens of thousands of years, his disciple Yang Pingon appeared to help. Remarkably, Yang Pingon had also become a free immortal. Together, teacher and student united in their Sword Dao, critically wounded the old ancestor of the Dahong Dao heaven, and forced him to flee beyond the heavens. In the end, Yang Xian and Yang Pingon together destroyed the foundation of the Dahong Dao heaven. The heavenly Dao sensed their action, and grand heavenly Dao merit fell upon them. Their cultivation levels skyrocketed, and they both condensed Tao fruits. Taoist hidden immortal. A Taoist hidden immortal of less than 100,000 years, and moreover, a teacher and student duo. Guan was deeply moved. If he had not taken Yang Pingon as his disciple back then, Yang Xian would likely have died at the hands of the Dahong Dao heaven. The chi fortune of the Dahong Dao heaven dissipated. Its followers scattered and fled. The news spread far and wide. The names of the Sword Saint and Sword God resonated across the world, becoming legends of the Dahong realm. Afterward, Yang Xian chose to leave the Dahong realm. Yang Pingon declared his intention to create a new world order, pledging to protect all living beings personally. Yang Xian gave him a deep, meaningful look, then set out to roam the cosmos beyond the heavens alone. Yang Xian arrived at a fragmented world beyond the heavens to engage in path enlightenment. His battle with the Dahong Dao heaven had given him much insight. Guan saw multiple prompts of him comprehending the Karma Dao, Chi Fortune Dao, Fate Dao, and Creation Dao. At the age of 100,034, a mysterious figure invaded your dojo, claiming to be the Black Profound Emperor and challenging you to a combat. Do you choose to accept? Black Profound Emperor. Guan's spirits lifted at the sight of these 3 words. However, he was unsure whether Yang Xian's time was in the past or future, thus unable to judge the Black Profound Emperor's cultivation level. For now, better refuse. I'll take care of him myself later. Such were Guan's thoughts. You choose to refuse the Black Profound Emperor's request for a combat. However, he unexpectedly made a move. You countered with a single sword strike, annihilating the Black Profound Emperor's physical body. His divine soul manifested in shock and fear, leaving behind a harsh threat before escaping with Shen Miao method beyond your pursuit, leaving you sinking into contemplation, watching the direction he fled. Won? Victory with a single strike. Guan was filled with surprise and delight. Yang Xian was more formidable than Lu Han, Xiao Xingtian, and Chu Lu. However, it was regrettable that the Black Profound Emperor had escaped. From this life, it was clear that the Black Profound Emperor had been relentlessly pursuing his reincarnation. Why was that so? What grievance did they have that warranted the Black Profound Emperor to persistently hunt down his reincarnation body? Guan couldn't figure out why, but he began to look forward to Yang Xian encountering the Black Profound Emperor again. After surviving the attack of the Black Profound Emperor, surely Yang Xian should be able to reach an even higher realm? After the Black Profound Emperor fled, Yang Xian reflected on the path enlightenment for 1,000 years, And then he ventured deep into the cosmos, entering the silent destruction domain, and made the acquaintance of people whose mere titles were extraordinary. There were still female cultivators at the Tao fruit realm who wished to become his Taoist friend, and Guan still helped him refuse. At 300,000 years old, Yang Xian achieved the status of Shen Yuan free immortal. He continued to uphold the chivalrous spirit of relieving suffering in the cosmos, spreading his name even further, and he gained a new title. Sword Dao Saint Ancestor. At 332, 71-34 years old, while you were teaching Sword Dao to the juniors of various dojos in the universe, the Black Profound Emperor suddenly attacked, wishing to annihilate your entire dojo. You used the stars as your sword, with a sword intent of billions of stars converging into a Sword Dao holy net that enveloped the Black Profound Emperor and fiercely vanquished him. However, you did not receive a prompt about seizing lifespan. Hence you concluded the Black Profound Emperor was still alive. This bastard was really hard to kill. Guan began to grind his teeth. The prompt continued. After 350,000 years, Yang Xian wanted to see just how vast the universe was and continued his travels. In the end, he arrived at the boundary gate. Guan inwardly cursed his luck, but had no choice in the matter. At 350,008 years old, upon arriving at the boundary gate, as you were immersed in the profound Tao of the boundary gate, a figure stepped out from within the gate and attacked you, causing your physical body to perish. Your sword intent barely protected your divine soul, but the assailant struck again, annihilating your divine soul. You died at the hands of the heavenly spirit god. Reincarnation cycle has ended. Guan's face darkened. He knew it would be this way. Previously, the Black Profound Emperor was an insurmountable barrier he had finally overcome, and now the heavenly spirit god had become his new obstacle. How foolish, Yang Xian, why did you have to be curious? If you hadn't gone, wouldn't you have avoided death? Guan vanished into thin air from the chair and arrived in the midst of the cosmos, settling on a meteorite. He activated the lifespan barrier and then received Yang Xian's life memories. Feeling Yang Xian's life truly was even more poignant. During his life, he had never used lifespan evolution, and although he could not see Yang Xian's prompts directly, Yang Xian's Sword Dao and cultivation level didn't skyrocket within a single ancient hour, except for the time he received the heavenly Dao merit. Moreover, throughout his life, Yang Xian had slain fewer than 100 living beings. What a terrifying will! The death of Feng Meng grieved Yang Xian deeply, and Guan felt the same sorrow. The obliteration of the Purple Micro-Immortal Mansion and the fall of the Wan Sword Immortal Ancestor also caused Guan distress but did not dampen his spirits. Guan focused on understanding Yang Xian's two encounters with the Black Profound Emperor. The Black Profound Emperor was very mysterious, each appearance shrouded in black mist around his body, preventing any glimpse of his true face. From the battles, it was evident that the Black Profound Emperor was no match for Yang Xian. But Yang Xian was no match for the heavenly spirit god either. It's worth noting that, moments before his death, Yang Xian left behind some items, sparking some expectation within Guan. He wondered if he would ever come into contact with those remnants. Chapter 437, Holy Heart Sword Dao, the change in Guan. After inheriting the memories of Yang Xian, Guan had received Yang Xian's Sword Dao inheritance, which was the essence of his life's cultivation. Holy Heart Sword Dao. This Sword Dao uses the heart as its foundation. Whatever the heart conceives can be transformed into one's own sword. Flowers, grass, trees and woods can become swords, mountains, rivers, seas can become swords, all living beings can become swords, the sun, the moon, and the stars can become swords. Yang Xian even wanted to turn the 3,000 Great Dao into his swords, but his Sword Dao had not yet truly reached the level of the Great Dao, so it was only a conceptual idea for now. By the time Guan had fully accepted Yang Xian's memories, he opened his eyes, and a day had gone by. It seemed like only a day, but he had experienced a reincarnation. Those memories were so intense that they felt as if he had lived them firsthand. He was Yang Xian, but he was not entirely Yang Xian. To put it precisely, Yang Xian was just a part of him, Guan, and this feeling was very mystical. Yang Xian brought Guan not only the Holy Heart Sword Dao, but also a profound understanding of the many great Dao. Even Guan was amazed by Yang Xian's perceptiveness. Without utilizing the evolution of lifespan, Yang Xian's understanding of the Great Dao was deep, stronger than other reincarnation bodies. Guan checked the lifespan consumed by the lifespan barrier, which wasn't too much, stood up, and in one step, returned to the hidden spirit palace. Deep-sea dragon carp was cultivating, Upon hearing footsteps, he opened his eyes, saw Guan return, and was pleasantly surprised, promptly rising to ask, "Master, why have you returned?" Guan looked at him and said, "Didn't you want some combat techniques? How about I pass on a set of swordsmanship to you?" "Of course, thank you, master." Deep-sea dragon carp immediately thanked Guan and excitedly approached him, full of expectation. Guan didn't say much and began to impart the swordsmanship to him, guiding him to practice the Holy Heart Sword Dao from some simple techniques. Deep-sea dragon carp felt a change in Guan's aura, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what had changed, instead feeling an even greater respect for Guan. This was the influence of Yang Xian's memories on Guan. Yang Xian, often referred to as the Sword Dao Saint Ancestor, who regularly lectured, couldn't hide the refined dignity about him, and it had already begun to affect Guan. Integrating reincarnation memories inevitably affected Guan to some extent. An ancient hour later, Guan returned to the Third Medicine Valley and, after stepping off the transmission array platform, was greeted by disciples. "Do you feel any changes in our teacher? You all noticed too? Indeed, there is a change. Has the old man made another breakthrough? Our teacher's understanding of the Tao is beyond our imagination. Remember who's backing him." The disciples watched Guan's retreating figure, whispering among themselves. Some even deliberately flattered him, guessing he could overhear. When Guan arrived in front of the pavilion, Blood Prison Great Saint was also startled by the change in his aura. Had his master's cultivation level improved? He admired Guan, and the stronger Guan became, the happier he was, because he had decided to follow Guan for life. It doesn't necessarily have to be a millennium, be prepared. Guan stopped and said that to Blood Prison Great Saint. Upon hearing this, Blood Prison Great Saint was taken aback, his bovine fur fluttering as if blood flame was burning. Guan continued upstairs, returned to his room, sat at his desk, took out paper and ink, and began writing down the sword techniques and cultivation techniques from Yang Xian's memories. He wasn't afraid of forgetting them. He just wanted to write them down to spread fortune in the future. He could even create a pavilion in the future dedicated to these secret books. Not for profit but to display. Cough cough. To show off. Half an ancient hour later, there was a knock on the door. Guan responded, and an Xian pushed the door open and entered. She closed the door behind her, then came to the desk, not saying anything, but simply observed Guan. Guan did not stop writing, and without lifting his head, he asked, "Is something the matter?" An Xian giggled. "I heard that Master's temperament has undergone some changes, and everyone is speculating that you've had a breakthrough, so I came to see for myself." "Indeed, you've changed, seeming even more like a great power than before." Guan smiled but did not respond. Suddenly, he thought of Yang Xian's experiences and asked, "Do you ever harbor affection?" An Xian paused, puzzled. She asked, "Harbor what affection? There is no one in Medicine Valley who could stir mundane desires in me, and I will never fall into a calamity of emotions in my life. My senior brother once told me that his biggest regret was getting emotionally involved with someone, which hindered his progress, yet it would pain him to abandon it. I will never allow myself to fall into that situation." And Shangtian and the later generations of the An family were still harboring grievances against An Hao, making An Xian even less inclined to marry and have children. Moreover, she was cultivating immortality and would not be swayed by the instincts of flesh and blood. She was happy as she was and truly did not crave love. Guan looked up at her and seeing that she was not just giving lip service, he smiled. "Is that so? Affection is not as simple as you think. When fate arrives, you might forget your words today." An Xian tilted her chin defiantly. "I won't forget. Master, you aren't trying to send me away, are you? How could that be?" "I've just been reading a book these past 2 days and felt some emotions about the love story within," Guan explained while once again feeling that complex emotion well up within him. Yang Xian's biggest regret in life was rejecting Feng Meng. He had never had a woman because the memory of Feng Meng's feelings for him was satisfaction enough. Hearing this, An Xian breathed a sigh of relief and reminded him, "Master, you should read fewer miscellaneous and idle books." Guan couldn't help but glare at her. "Get out, get out, get out. You have no respect for your elders." An Xian grinned triumphantly, bowed, and then left. Guan continued writing the secret book as the sun outside the window gradually set. Time kept flowing by. 3 years later, all who knew Guan had grown accustomed to the changes in his temperament. Through integrating the Holy Heart Sword Dao, his sword intent had also improved. making swordsmanship once again his strongest technique. On this day, Guan stood on the cliffs at the edge of the third Medicine Valley, gazing up at the sky. He saw in the depths of the universe, near the silent destruction domain, a massive city appeared, pitch black in color, as big as the sun above the great heavenly spirit land. The Annihilation God Emperor was hiding within that black city. Holy courts, immortal dynasties, Shenyu divine dynasty, and the Sky Demon Great Sect from the great heavenly spirit land had all sent people to investigate, but anyone who came close to Black City would turn to stone. Looking around, the void was suspended with hundreds of stone statues, the strongest among them reaching the Tao Void mysterious immortal realm, which was a pity. What exactly are you planning to use to attract Long Qing? Guan wondered to himself, noting that the Annihilation God Emperor was shrouded in a causal force stronger than even the free immortal, indecipherable, surely the true body of the Annihilation God Emperor. Just then, a figure descended from the sky and landed beside Guan. It was Wu Ju. In recent years, Wu Ju had just broken through to the Mahayana realm, making a name for himself in the Supreme Sect, and had drunk day and night with Guan. Guan looked at him and smiled, asking, "What brings you here?" Wu Ju, with excitement, said, "I have news about and how. He has now attained nirvana and has arranged a time for a decisive battle at sea. The Supreme Sect plans to send a group of cultivators to the array platform to support him, and I will go too." "And how?" This was the most talented genius in the history of the Supreme Sect, still a legend to this day, constantly spoken of by many disciples. Guan pretended to be surprised, raising his eyebrows. "He's advanced so quickly? Is his opponent formidable?" "The opponent is a loose immortal. He's challenging a loose immortal beyond his realm, so this has caused quite a stir overseas. Your disciple and Xian has a good relationship with him. Do you want me to pass on a message?" Wu Ju said with a smile, unable to wait to watch the battle. After a moment's thought, Guan said, "Never mind, don't tell her so she doesn't worry." "That makes sense," Wu Ju nodded and continued. "You know, just how powerful is and how now. He dares to challenge a loose immortal at the Nirvana realm. It's said that it gets increasingly difficult to surpass others in the higher realms of the immortal path, and even within the same realm, defeating one another is as hard as reaching the heavens." And Hao was younger than Wu Ju, who had just reached the Mahayana realm. Yet and Hao was already challenging loose immortals. How could he not admire and Hao? For a long time, he had been the #1 talent of the Supreme Sect, but both he and everyone in the sect felt he was not the strongest talent in the sect's history, because someone else was firmly holding that position. Guan pointed to his own face, feigning astonishment. "You're asking me?" Wu Ju laughed. "Aren't you the self-proclaimed sword venerable Fu Dao? After all, and how is your disciple? Do you want me to tell him about this?" Guan gave him a sidelong glance. "You don't believe me anyway. Say what you want. I'm not afraid." Wu Ju got excited. "Since you're not afraid, I'll tell him. I'm looking forward to the scene when you two meet." Chapter 438. Dahong Sword Heaven. Wu Ju argued with Guan for a while before leaving in a hurry. Today the Supreme Sect had just received news, and because the journey was long, he had to leave immediately. The Hall of Elders of the Supreme Sect was also anticipating in Hao's strength, so the arrangements were made urgently. In the following 3 days, the news of an Hao challenging a loose immortal spread to the Third Medicine Valley, sparking discussions among the disciples. As an Hao's junior sister, an Xian naturally received a lot of attention. Guan went downstairs and looked afar, seeing an Xian surrounded by dozens of female disciples chirping incessantly, their voices merging into a noisy chorus. He had just descended the stairs when Ji Xiaoyu stepped out of the door. Guan initially thought she was looking for him, but she merely glanced at him before leaping up and swiftly flying out of the Third Medicine Valley. Guan subconsciously deduced Ji Xiaoyu's fate, and knowing what she was about to do next, he felt relieved. He walked towards the dojo. This time, he was not interested in playing chess. Upon reaching the dojo, Guan did not step in but instead watched from the periphery as disciples and cultivators played chess. It was unusual not to see the Nine-Finger Divine Lord, and Guan felt somewhat unaccustomed. Long Qing approached from the entrance of the valley. Spotting Guan, his eyes lit up, and he hurried over. He came beside Guan and curiously asked, "Master, would you like to play chess? Shall I keep you company?" Guan glanced at him and said, "You, a lousy chess player, play with me? Didn't I ask you to cultivate your Taoist heart? Why are you fooling around with the white spirit rat again?" Hearing this, Long Qing scratched his head awkwardly and said, "It claimed it had found a treasure and wanted me to accompany it." Guan asked, "And then?" Long Qing clenched his fists in frustration and gritted his teeth. "It tricked me into a cave and then filled the entrance with dung. It infuriated me. I must settle the score later, master. It's really despicable." Upon hearing this, Guan silently stepped back. Long Qing continued to curse the white spirit rat. In the entire Third Medicine Valley, except for an Xin, everyone detested the white spirit rat. Though it was merely mischievous without truly harming anyone, and occasionally even gifted treasures to the disciples it had bullied, they could only endure its antics. Listening to Long Qing's complaints, Guan just listened without comment. Although the white spirit rat was nasty to others, it was very submissive to him, often trying to please him. How could he punish it? After Long Qing had finished venting, Guan suddenly asked, "In planning to establish a sword mountain, where do you think it should be located?" "Sword Mountain." Long Qing was stunned, his face showing surprise. "Wait, the master is Sword Venerable Fudao. Could this sword mountain, like the heavenly repair platform, contain his sword intent?" "It must be so." Long Qing immediately became excited, turning his head to select an appropriate location. The reason for creating Sword Mountain was to commemorate the ancestor of the 10,000 swords. The 10,000 sword peaks of the ancestor left a vivid memory. Hillsides covered in swords, each of exceptional grade and rank, each containing different sword intents. All the sword intents together were like the heaven and earth rules converging, forming a unique realm of their own, a realm of the Sword Dao, and it was the 10,000 sword peaks that had inspired Yongxian to create the Holy Heart Sword Dao. Long Qing eagerly began to suggest ideas, and Guan had him follow to look around. Having the rare opportunity to roam the hills alone with Guan, Long Qing felt delighted, and the master and disciple walked toward the edges of the Medicine Valley. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Nzin's face surrounded by people. Long Qing was someone she had watched grow up, always considering him like her own child. Over the years, Long Qing often confided in her privately. He felt that his master could help him but insisted on tempering his Taoist heart. He suspected that his master did not like him. Naturally, an Xin hoped that there would be no rift between Guan and Long Qing. Seeing Guan willing to spend time alone with Long Qing, she thought Guan wanted to help Long Qing. An hour later, Guan and Long Qing reached the top of the mountain. Side by side, they looked out over the forests outside the Medicine Valley, a sight so magnificent it was breathtaking. "Do you still think I'm singling you out?" Guan suddenly asked, his gaze following up to the sky. The reincarnation vortex was fluctuating again. A massive amount of spiritual energy was emanating from it, clearly indicating that a force was arriving on the scene, likely with hostile intentions. Long Qing quickly waved his hands, saying, "How could that be? Master, why would you single me out? If not for you bringing me back to the Medicine Valley, I would probably have been devoured by demon beasts." He had indeed once thought that his master disliked him, but after Guan had made it clear last time that he carried significant karma and revealing it would invite catastrophe, he no longer indulged in wild thoughts. Now, he was more eager for Guan to teach him cultivation. Master is Sword Venerable Fudao. Even teaching him just a couple of moves is enough for him. Guan heard Long Qing's words and smiled with satisfaction. "If you truly think that way, I'm relieved. Rest assured, I do look forward to nurturing you, but not now. Do you know who the Bull Demon King is?" "The Bull Demon King? He has a background." Long Qing was astonished. To him, the Blood Prison Great Saint was the second most lowly existence in the Third Medicine Valley, only inferior to the White Spirit Rat. Such a guy has a background? Guan proceeded to tell the origin of the Blood Prison Great Saint, leaving Long Qing dumbstruck. The Blood Prison Great Saint is this formidable? And he's an ascender from the lower realm? The most crucial thing was that the Blood Prison Great Saint was actually a human, who only turned into a bull after devouring divine beast True Blood. Long Qing felt as if the sky had fallen. It was one thing for his master to hide his cultivation level, but even the Bull Demon King had an extraordinary background? He then thought of an Xin, Yu Yingying, and other acquaintances in the valley. Could they all have backgrounds or hidden strengths? The Blood Prison Great Saint has to be a bull for 1,000 years, and he has already endured most of that time, Guan said profoundly. Long Qing's expression kept changing. After pondering for a while, he took a deep breath and said, "Master, I understand now. I am indeed very lucky. I really should settle down. I've been too impatient. Your second master treats you well. When you have time, you can sit in meditation with him to calm your mind, Guan continued, his gaze shifting towards outer heaven. Along with a large number of figures flying out of the reincarnation vortex, both the Holy Court and the Immortal Dynasty could no longer sit idly by and began to join forces to block them. Over the years, they had been fighting the Xianyu Divine Dynasty and the Sky Demon Great Sect. The Xianyu Divine Dynasty and the Sky Demon Great Sect had become increasingly strong, making it difficult for the Holy Court and the Immortal Dynasty to defeat them. This made the world's situation more chaotic. Although the world is difficult, it is only the lowly beings who suffer. Yet for prodigies like An Hao, it is actually a rare opportunity to rise. They could gain fame and fortune more easily. Master, what are you looking at? Is there another movement in outer heaven? Long Qing suddenly asked curiously. Although he had never left the Taitsong continent, he knew that outer heaven was much bigger and even had heavenly demons descending to the mortal world. With his master's ability, he must be able to see what's happening in outer heaven. Guan replied, the reincarnation opened by Yuanshu ancestor is connected to many places similar to the great heavenly spirit land. Now, forces from other lands have arrived, and the Holy Court and the Immortal Dynasty are blocking them. A great battle is likely to erupt. Upon hearing this, Long Qing's eyes widened. There are many places like the great heavenly spirit land? Why do they have to come here? Who knows? Guan casually answered. His eyes showed a slight change. This mysterious force from the reincarnation vortex actually had a connection with him. More precisely, it was connected to Yang Xian. Because he felt the sword intent of the Holy Heart Sword Dao in many people of this force, although it was nowhere close to Yang Xian's, it indeed originated from the Holy Heart Sword Dao. Before Yang Xian perished, he entrusted his sword intent to the Sword Dao River. The sword intent lived on, hence, anyone who practiced the Holy Heart Sword Dao would strengthen this sword intent, helping Yang Xian's sword intent to become a great Dao. Sword Dao Eternal. This was the terrifying aspect of Yang Xian. Even before he encountered the heavenly spirit god, he was considering his own death, so he left his sword intent in the Sword Dao River. His plan wasn't resurrection but to keep his sword Dao eternal, to prove he had lived. Guan couldn't help speculating if Yang Xian had guessed that he was a reincarnation body. Although he had Yang Xian's memories, he couldn't hear Yang Xian's thoughts at every moment. Guan began to deduce this force. Dahong Sword Heaven. Only one word differed from the Dahong Dao Heaven that was annihilated by Yang Xian and his disciples. But it was certain that Dahong Sword Heaven came from the Dahong realm. Master, have you been to other worlds? Is our world considered powerful in outer heaven? Long Qing kept asking. Just then, a vast sword intent suddenly burst forth from the horizon, shooting up to the sky, startling Long Qing to turn and look. He saw a sword light rising in the sky, as if wanting to split the heavens in two, rapidly stretching to the zenith. What is that? Long Qing asked in astonishment, feeling the sword intent, which made him want to submit. Guan did not respond, but he had already seen the master of the sword intent. From the Immortal Dynasty, it was a divine thought true immortal. Chapter 439 Ju Luo Sword Monarch Sword Cultivators of the divine thought true immortal realm were formidable, their sword intent stirring the entire world, but to harbor illusions to obstruct Dahong Sword Heaven was undeniably a fool's dream. Gu An's gaze returned to Dahong Sword Heaven, where continuous figures flew out of the reincarnation vortex, each emitting a formidable sword intent, led by two free immortals. These people's faces were unfamiliar to Guan, never having been seen in Yang Xian's memories. However, he was certain that Dahong Sword Heaven was founded by Yang Xian's disciple, Yang Pingon. Previously, Dahong Sword Heaven had not appeared, but now it did. Could it be because its followers were being taught the Holy Heart Sword Dao? Guan felt this was only part of the reason. Their imposing manner suggested they harbored designs on the great heavenly spirit land. After a brief negotiation, the Holy Court and the Immortal Dynasty commenced their siege on Dahong Sword Heaven, the battle fierce. Long Qing could not view the fight from outer heaven, but he was lost in boundless imagination. The Supreme Sect, disturbed by the Immortal Dynasty's sword intent, debated where this sword intent originated. After watching for a while, Guan turned and left, with Long Qing quickly following, inquiring about the situation in outer heaven. Guan did not conceal the facts, briefly describing the battle in outer heaven. Long Qing listened excitedly, his longing for the immortal path realm intensifying. Upon returning to Medicine Valley, Long Qing hurried to his room to meditate, determined to make his master proud and to become a powerful figure who could stir the winds and clouds of the world. Guan returned to his room, untroubled by Dahong's sword heaven bringing calamity, as this group was not potent enough to threaten the great heavenly spirit land. Sitting at his desk, Guan turned to look out the window, his thoughts drifting to distant memories. There on that island, only Yang Pingon accompanied him, always challenging him. Thinking of it, he felt quite nostalgic. Seeing the robust chi fortune of Dahong's sword heaven, it was clear that a lengthy time had passed since Yang Pingon had established it. How strong was Yang Pingon now? Guan looked forward to finding out, though he also felt a sense of urgency. Times had changed, and it was essential to guard against others. Guessing Yang Pingon's intentions in seeking the Holy Heart Sword Dao was challenging. Setting aside Yang Pingon, he also had to consider the Annihilation God Emperor as a hypothetical enemy, striving to grow stronger. Moreover, the depths of the universe still had the Heavenly Spirit God as an obstacle. What a long and heavy responsibility. With these thoughts in mind, Guan took out the latest volume of the Supreme Secret Records and began to consolidate his Taoist heart. The Supreme Secret Records were still being written but were no longer sold in the market. Only Guan had access, as a form of repayment from Shenzhen. At dawn, the waves crashed against the shore. On the cliff, streams of sword chi appeared out of nowhere, circling and coiling to form a vortex that rapidly expanded, followed by a figure stepping out from it, landing on the cliff. Bathed in sunlight, this was a man in black armor and a white cloak. His long hair tied under a white jade crown, and a treasure sword hanging at his waist. His handsome face emanated a commanding arrogance. After landing, he looked around. The sword chi vortex behind him quickly contracted. After looking around, he smiled then raised his right hand, sword chi emerging in his palm to condense into a silver mirror, the mirror reflecting a gentle woman. Sword Lord, the fate of the great heavenly spirit land is in chaos. It is for this reason that I could help you infiltrate it, but this also implies unpredictable dangers. You must be very careful, the woman in the mirror spoke, her face filled with worry. The man with the mirror hailed from Dahong Sword Heaven, revered as Ju Luo Sword Monarch. Hearing the woman's words, Ju Luo Sword Monarch responded dismissively. The great heavenly spirit land is not what it used to be. After that great battle, it's just a fragment of the great heavenly spirit land now. No one can threaten me, rest assured. The woman in the mirror frowned, then asked, Can you tell me now why you want to infiltrate the great heavenly spirit land? Ju Luo Sword Monarch looked into the distance and said, The Holy Heart Sword Dao has reappeared. Those above wish to find the reincarnation or inheritor of the Sword Dao Saint Ancestor to serve him, but I disagree. I will defeat him and prove that Dahong Sword Heaven does not need to pursue the Holy Heart Sword Dao. I will create an even stronger Sword Dao. Upon hearing this, the woman in the mirror's expression drastically changed. Just about to speak when Ju Luo Sword Monarch crushed the silver mirror, dissipating it into sword chi. He then identified a direction, stepped forward, transforming into a streak of sword light soaring toward the end of heaven and sea, leaving behind a trail of sword chi mirages, like a mirage hanging above the vast ocean. At the same time, North Sea Mountain, Guan, wearing a mask, sat on the eaves reading a book, his divine thought locked onto Ju Luo Sword Monarch. The ninth layer of the free immortal realm was intensely replete with the cause and effect of reincarnation. It was estimated that the reincarnation tribulation was about to end, only half a step away from the Tao fruit realm. When the other party descended onto the great heavenly spirit land, Guan had detected him immediately and also heard what he had said. He didn't consider Ju Luo Sword Monarch a threat. Rather, the implications behind the words of the Sword Monarch gave him pause. Did Dahong Sword Heaven intend to serve the inheritor of the Holy Heart Sword Dao? Guan remembered that although Yang Xian had imparted the Holy Heart Sword Dao to Yang Pingon at the time showed no surprise but instead smiled, saying his own Sword Dao was not inferior to the Holy Heart Sword Dao. At that time, Yang Xian's Holy Heart Sword Dao was merely rudimentary, nowhere near as strong as it was when contending with the heavenly spirit god, and countless years had passed since then, with the Holy Heart Sword Dao having reached unimaginable levels through the Sword Dao River. Could it be that Yang Pingon had faced setbacks in his Sword Dao and come to believe his own was inferior to the Holy Heart Sword Dao? Guan speculated about what might have transpired after Yang Xian's death to make Dahong Sword Heaven so highly esteem the Holy Heart Sword Dao. As for Ju Luo Sword Monarch seeking to trouble him, he wasn't too concerned. What waves could a mere free immortal stir up? If he dared to act against him, Guan wouldn't hesitate due to past feelings. He would kill if necessary. He wasn't Yang Xian. He didn't confine his actions within so many strictures. In the courtyard, Sage Xian Miao, holding a secret book, looked up at Guan and anxiously said, "Mountain God, this secret book is too profound. I can't understand it at all." Back at Three Pure Ones Mountain, he had been considered a prodigy, able to grasp any Taoist sorcery with just a glance. Yet, when faced with the secret book bestowed by the mountain god, he couldn't comprehend it at all. Guan nonchalantly replied, "If it were that easy to fathom, becoming an immortal wouldn't be so difficult." Centuries had passed, and Sage Xian Miao had already achieved the Mystic Heart Realm cultivator status. His talent was not lacking. It was just that Guan hadn't prioritized nurturing him. Upon hearing this, Sage Xian Miao could only manage an awkward smile and continued to delve into the secret book in his hands. Boom! A deafening boom suddenly came from the sky, startling Sage Xian Miao to look up and see a huge ball of light appearing and rapidly expanding, with strong winds soon descending upon the mountains and forests. Sage Xian Miao quickly stood up, frowning deeply. With the mountain god still there, he was not panicked. Mountain god, a sword intent ascended to the heavens a few months ago, and now this bizarre phenomenon has occurred. What could be the reason? Sage Xian Miao asked, turning to Guan as the tempest tousled his long hair. Guan answered, "Obviously, someone is fighting." Hearing this, Sage Xian Miao fell into silence. Though he was secluded from the world, people still passed by this place, allowing him to keep abreast of the major happenings overseas, which was currently in the midst of rare chaos. He wanted to ask the mountain god why he didn't put an end to such turbulent times but feared it would be presumptuous. He always believed that the mountain god was a true immortal, different from those powerful cultivators and demons. But he figured that the mountain god had his own considerations. Perhaps everything had its own natural laws of evolution, and even immortals could not disrupt them. Guan stood up and tucked the book into his chest, looking down at Sage Xian Miao. "Cultivate well. These days are long, and when you are strong enough, I can let you leave the mountain to alleviate suffering." As his words fell, he vanished into thin air from the eaves. Sage Xian Miao, rather than being ecstatic, looked down at the secret book in his hands, his eyes revealing a glimmer of hope. Above the boundless mountains and rivers, dust swirled as an house stood proudly in the air. His knight's robe fluttered wildly. He looked downward, with 9 bright suns floating behind him tracing circular paths, the firelight illuminating his form, making him look like a deity. From all directions, cultivators and demons watched the battle. They stood outside the formation, each gaze towards an how filled with disbelief. Those from the supreme sect watched with surging emotions, excited beyond measure. Wu Ju watched an how from afar, his eyes unable to hide his stunned expression as he subconsciously looked at his own right fist. And how could overpower a loose immortal? But could his fist defeat a Nirvana realm cultivator? At this moment, he truly felt the vast disparity between himself and an how, as if it were the difference between an immortal and a mortal. Chapter 440 The Origin of Sword Venerable Fudao. It seems I have won. And Hao's voice resonated between heaven and earth, silencing all the noise, allowing sects from all directions to feel his pride. A Nirvana victor over a loose immortal. Such a record was a marvel and shock throughout ancient and modern times. Looking at the peerless An Hao, Wu Ju felt that he still shouldn't test him. If An Hao learned that Guan was impersonating his master, Guan would probably be in big trouble. Such a domineering divine flame, the flame primordial treasure body, is truly powerful. How do I feel that he is even stronger than the treasure body? Our vast energy Taoist sect also has geniuses with treasure bodies, but none as dominant as him. His divine skills just now were no small matter. He could actually mobilize the heaven and earth rules, which is also why he was able to defeat the loose immortal. No wonder the immortal dynasty could recruit him. Such talent truly surpasses the immortal spirit. Cultivators from all sects talked amongst themselves, but An Hao did not pay attention. He raised his right hand, threw an elixir, and it plummeted into the rolling dust below. Immediately after, he turned and flew in a certain direction. Great cultivators, led by the supreme sect, immediately ordered a pursuit of An Hao. Wu Ju, having no time to ponder, hurriedly caught up with the group. Half an hour later, in the mountains and fields, An Hao and the high-ranking members of the supreme sect stood beside a stream, talking and laughing heartily, while Wu Ju stood not far away, envying the scene before him. Without An Hao, he would be the one everyone looked up to, the future of the supreme sect, but with An Hao present, he was no different from the other ordinary disciples. No one paid him any attention anymore. Vice sect leader Ji Hantian looked at An Hao and said with a smile, "We are most comforted by your achievement today. You carry the hope for the rise of the supreme sect. Even when you're away, the disciples in the sect will inquire about your whereabouts. You have become the hope that the juniors chase." Hearing this, An Hao smiled even more, and faced with such words, he chose to be humble. He had quite a fondness for the supreme sect, as in the early stage of his immortal cultivation life, the supreme sect had given him considerable help. Most importantly, his master and junior sister were in the supreme sect, and just by that fact alone, it was impossible for him to leave the supreme sect. Just as they were exchanging pleasantries, an immense sword intent descended, making everyone feel as if their throats were being choked, cutting off all speech. And Hao looked up, his eyebrows furrowed, a wariness apparent in his eyes. A whooshing sound descended from the sky. Clang! A sword fell from the sky, landing in front of An Hao. Stones shattered and flew off, and the cultivators from the supreme sect retreated in shock, while An Hao remained as steady as Mount Tai, unmoved. The sword that was planted in the ground trembled non-stop, the blade vibrating to form after-images. Before the cultivators of the supreme sect could speak, a figure descended from the sky, landing precisely on the hilt of the sword. It was Zhu Luo Sword Monarch. An Hao looked up at Zhu Luo Sword Monarch before him, his eyes filled with confusion, but no fear. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch ignored everyone else, his gaze fixed on An Hao, burning with intensity as if he were looking at a rare treasure. "Who are you? What do you want?" The highest cultivation level elder of the supreme sect asked in a deep voice, clutching the Dharma treasure in his hand, clearly very nervous. Just one glance at Zhu Luo Sword Monarch was enough for everyone present to realize that they were no match for him. "Boy, what's your name?" Zhu Luo Sword Monarch stared at An Hao and coldly asked, the breeze blowing his robe as he stood on the hilt, emanating an overwhelming pressure. An Hao responded, "An Hao, do you have a matter to attend to, Taoist friend?" Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's mouth curved upwards. "I am Zhu Luo Sword Monarch. Your life grid is quite decent. No matter which part of the great heaven and earth you are in, you will rise. Serve me, and I can help you grow faster and raise your limits." Upon hearing this, An Hao wasn't surprised. On his journey, too many people had already said such things to him. An Hao remained composed. "Thank you for your kindness, Taoist friend. I have a master, a sect, and a power I serve. I cannot pledge allegiance to you." Zhu Luo Sword Monarch narrowed his eyes. "Do you know how high my cultivation level is?" An Hao shook his head slightly while the others were extremely nervous, sensing that the situation was far from over. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch raised his right hand, and sword chi surged from his palm. Even though it was just a thread, the implied sword intent left everyone feeling cold. "I am a free immortal, which is what you call the 9th level of the immortal path. The strongest of your great heaven and earth, the Shangtian, is also a free immortal, just stepping into the reincarnation tribulation, while I have reached the end of the reincarnation tribulation, just one step away from breaking through to a higher realm. At that time, with just a thought, I could obliterate the entire great heavenly spirit land." While declaring this, Zhu Luo Sword Monarch wore a defiant smile. He seemed eager to see An Hao's reaction upon knowing his power. An Hao's expression indeed changed unnaturally. He knew of the free immortal, that was the realm of the Yongxian Emperor, but from Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's words, the Yongxian Emperor had only entered the threshold of the free immortal realm, whereas Zhu Luo Sword Monarch had reached the pinnacle of the free immortal realm. The cultivators from Supreme Sect were all showing expressions of disbelief. How could they have come across a being more powerful than Shangtian? Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's arrogance was overflowing, making people feel that he wasn't spouting empty words. "What about it? Will you take back what you said just now?" Zhu Luo Sword Monarch stared at An Hao with a mocking smile. An Hao replied, "Senior is indeed formidable, but if I were to serve you just because you are stronger, and then tomorrow I meet someone stronger than you, wouldn't I have to betray you too?" Addressing the other as senior was already the limit of respect An Hao was willing to give. He was indeed shocked by Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's cultivation level, but did not believe that Zhu Luo Sword Monarch was the strongest in the world. The strongest person could only be his teacher. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, upon hearing An Hao's refusal, showed a displeased look, but he also felt that what An Hao said was reasonable, and his appreciation for An Hao grew stronger. "Who is your teacher? If I ask him to give you to me, will you no longer refuse?" Zhu Luo Sword Monarch asked. At these words, The expressions of the cultivators from Supreme Sect became strange. Although they were shocked by Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's power, they also believed in their hearts that Sword Venerable Fudao was the strongest. Otherwise, how could the Immortal Dynasty lay aside their hatred? And why would the Holy Court come forward with flattery to win over Sword Venerable Fudao? And Hao frowned. He did not believe that Zhu Luo Sword Monarch could threaten his teacher, but he feared causing trouble for his master. If you don't tell me, I can calculate it myself. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch huffed and then started to calculate by using his fingers. He can calculate it? And Hao's expression clearly changed, and the cultivators of Supreme Sect were also frightened by such means. Wu Ju had been silent, but hearing this, he suddenly grew worried for Guan. If that kid impersonates Sword Venerable Fudao, could he be found out by Zhu Luo Sword Monarch and bring trouble upon himself? Thinking this, Wu Ju grew anxious. All was silent in the great heaven and earth. Everyone was watching Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's calculation. However, after more than a dozen breaths of time had passed, Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's brows furrowed. Strange. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch was surprised in his heart but did not dare to show weakness. He could not calculate in Hao's teacher. He did manage to calculate LV Batian and in Hao's teachers from the Star Sea congregations and Immortal Dynasty, but these people's cultivation levels were too low, and the karmic ties of teacher and student with Hao were not strong, indicating that Hao didn't acknowledge them in his heart. He could feel there was a mysterious existence behind Hao, but no matter what, he could not figure it out. What's going on? Zhu Luo Sword Monarch was filled with vigilance. Was there still an existence in the great heavenly spirit land that he couldn't calculate? Even for Shengtian, who had entered the reincarnation tribulation, he could still calculate some traces left by Shengtian before his death. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's gaze flickered, looking at Hao with a somewhat odd look. Could it be that Hao's teacher was the inheritor of the Holy Heart Sword Dao, or a reincarnation of the Sword Dao Saint ancestor? The more Zhu Luo Sword Monarch thought about it, the more possible he felt it was. He had come to the great heavenly spirit land for some time now, but could not find anyone or anything related to the Holy Heart Sword Dao. He even doubted whether the Holy Heart Sword Dao had appeared in the great heavenly spirit land at all. With thoughts as swift as lightning, Zhu Luo Sword Monarch put on a smile and said, "And how about you take me to see your teacher? We can put aside your matters. I won't insist on them any longer." And Hao asked in confusion, "Why do you want to see my teacher?" Zhu Luo Sword Monarch smiled and said, "To be honest, I come from another world, and I am here to find your teacher. Your teacher is the existence our Taoist tradition has been searching for. As long as we find him, we will acknowledge him as our leader." Another world. Everyone was shocked. So Sword Venerable Fudao had such an origin? Upon further thought, they realized Sword Venerable Fudao's mysteriousness and unfathomable strength seemed to indicate that he could only come from another world. Any other origin would seem illogical. After hearing this, Hao furrowed his brows tighter, falling into hesitation. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's face turned solemn, while his heart stirred with excitement. "Holy Heart Sword Dao. Finally, I have found you. Do not let me down. My Sword Dao will certainly be stronger than yours." Chapter 441 10,000 Sword Mountain. In front of a mountain on the north side of the Third Medicine Valley, Guan stood shoulder to shoulder with an Xian, as they watched the disciples embed treasure swords into the mountain. This mountain bore no flora at all. It was barren with rocks of a red hue. The mountain was not naturally formed but was constructed from special stone materials Guan had acquired. Materials often used to build array platforms and magic artifacts. An Xian turned her head to look at Guan and asked with curiosity, "Master, are you creating this sword mountain to leave a legacy?" Guan smiled and said, "You will find out later." Seeing him speak so mysteriously, an Xian grew even more curious about the sword mountain before them. Guan raised his hand, and a steel flew out, landing in front of Sword Mountain and embedding itself into the soil. He followed by waving his hand in the air, using his finger as a brush to carve characters onto the steel. An Xian focused her gaze and could feel a force from Guan's strokes, a force she could not describe with words. For some reason, she felt a sense of loneliness. 10,000 Sword Mountain. Guan avoided inscribing the full 10,000 Sword Mountain ridge, for fear of directly impacting fate. Omitting one character seemed excessive, but it actually made a world of difference. There were many 10,000 Sword Mountain ridges, and 10,000 Sword Mountains, across different lands. As soon as the 3 characters for 10,000 Sword Mountain were carved, an Xian suddenly felt that this sword mountain possessed a spirit. Although many disciples were still embedding swords into the mountain, it somehow felt exceptionally distinct to her. Once they are done, disciples are not to set foot here in the future. With that, Guan turned and walked away. An Xian remained standing there, continuing to admire 10,000 Sword Mountain, always sensing that the mountain hid mysteries. In the following days, 10,000 Sword Mountain became a frequent topic among the valley's disciples and visiting cultivators. The very name 10,000 Sword Mountain carried immense force, and since Valley Master Guan was associated with Sword Venerable Fudao, they couldn't help but pay close attention. The news also spread to the Supreme Sect. Since Guan had claimed he was Sword Venerable Fudao, his fame had skyrocketed, and the major families had even investigated him. Pan An's true identity could no longer be concealed. Since Panan was him, it led the major families to encourage their disciples to study Investiture of the Gods, Journey to the West, and Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. They felt Sword Venerable Fudao must have wanted to convey something through Pan An. Even if they overthought it, being familiar with Pan An's books would give them something to talk about when facing Sword Venerable Fudao in the future. It could do no harm. One day at noon, outside the Supreme Sect, An Hao, accompanied by Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, emerged from the forest. He turned his head to Zhu Luo Sword Monarch and said, "I only know my master is in the Supreme Sect, but I don't know exactly who he is. If he wants to meet you, he will seek you out. Remember, do not harm the disciples within the sect." Zhu Luo Sword Monarch snorted, "As the Sword Lord of Dahong Sword Heaven, would I harm mortal spirits?" He transformed into a streak of sword light and soared towards the Supreme Sect. And Hao followed to catch up but had already lost track of Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's presence. Thus, An Hao decided to first visit an Xin at the 3rd Medicine Valley. Half a column of incense later, An Hao landed on a mountain peak, from where he could oversee the entire 3rd Medicine Valley. Compared to many years ago, the 3rd Medicine Valley had become more prosperous and impressive. Each surrounding mountain was equipped with formations, and he could see the figures of valley disciples laboring and practicing. Things truly change, but people pass away. And Hao murmured to himself, his tone filled with lamentation. He suddenly felt anxious, fearing that an Xian was no longer there. He was about to jump down when a noise from beside him caught his attention. Glancing over, he saw a man and a mouse running toward him. He remembered that mouse. It was Gu An's white spirit rat. The Supreme Sect had many, but he had never seen any as plump as Gu An's, which is why he remembered it. Behind the white spirit rat came a strapping young man. Upon seeing the newcomer, An Hao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This fellow looked a bit like Guan, which made him slightly bewildered. Most importantly, this youth had not a trace of spiritual power, but his physical prowess was astonishingly strong. An Hao even felt that the youth possessed the physical prowess of the Nirvana realm. An Hao became interested in Long Qing. He didn't mind the white spirit rat running past him, his gaze fixed on Long Qing. Suddenly, the white spirit rat stopped, turned its head to look at An Hao, its eyes filled with suspicion. It felt as if it had seen this person somewhere before. Notice taken of An Hao's gaze, Long Qing involuntarily slowed his steps. In the presence of others, he needed to maintain dignity and couldn't disgrace the 3rd Medicine Valley. When he reached An Hao, Long Qing bowed with a clasped fist and said with a smile, "I am Long Qing, a disciple of the 3rd Medicine Valley. May I know your respected name? And are you seeking entry into the 3rd Medicine Valley?" Nowadays, the 3rd Medicine Valley held a high reputation within the Supreme Sect, and even as a servant disciple, one could face anyone confidently. An Hao sized up Long Qing and asked, "What is your relationship with Guan?" Hearing the direct mention of his master's name and recognizing the extraordinary demeanor, Long Qing guessed that An Hao's relationship with his master was not shallow, so he replied, "He is my master." "Are you looking for him?" "He just left today and should be back by evening. Shall I lead you into the valley?" "Master? Why do I feel like you're his descendant?" An Hao chuckled. Upon hearing this, Long Qing wasn't angry, since many people had said the same, and he had doubted it himself. However, Guan had refuted any blood relation between them, and ultimately, Long Qing attributed it to being heavily influenced by his master in manner and temperament over time. Long Qing shook his head and said, "I am not, though I wish it were so." And Hao did not press further. nor did he mind the trace of melancholy in his tone. And Hao smiled and said, "Throw a punch at me. If you manage to hurt me, I will pass you divine skills that require no spiritual power to wield." "Is that really a good idea?" Long Qing frowned. "Divine skills? Do you take me for just another master?" He had already learned divine skills from Shen Xinzi, but in his opinion, they weren't all that impressive. And Hao raised a hand, his face challenging as he taunted, "Aren't you afraid? With such a strong physique but too scared to strike. Aren't you failing to appreciate the gift given to you by the heavens?" At these words, Long Qing's temper flared. He lifted his right hand, slowly clenched it into a fist, a visible force enveloping his fist, his robe billowing and hair dancing as his aura abruptly transformed. His expression turned stern, making Hao feel he resembled Guan even more. Long Qing said coldly, "If I end up crippling you, you'd better not regret it." And Hao proudly laughed. "Thinking of crippling me? Even if you trained for another 100,000 years, you couldn't." A cold glint flashed in Long Qing's eyes as he suddenly stepped forward. His right fist held back while his body poised as though drawing a bow, unleashing the punch from his waist with all his bodily strength channeled into his fist. He could sense Hao's strength. Not wanting to lose face, he naturally gave it his all. His punch sounded out like a rumble of thunder, startling the Medicine Valley disciples in the distance. Whether on the mountain or in the valley, they turned their heads towards the source of the noise. Also beneath the mystic pure tree, an Xian was practicing when she opened her eyes and looked towards the sound, her brows tightly furrowed. Chapter 442. The so-called fellow disciples on the mountaintop. The strong wind spilled over, causing flowers and grass to sway like green waves. Long Qing maintained his punching stance, his face showing disbelief. How could this be? His eyes widened, a tempest of shock surged within him. Following his gaze, he saw his right fist being blocked by a single finger from Hao. His fist, being resisted by Hao's index finger, gave him the sensation of pushing against a mountain. No, mountains aren't this hard. Hao's hair fluttered in the wind as he stared at Long Qing, his lips curling into a smile. Not a bad reaction, but it seems you haven't fully mastered your power, or rather, you don't really know the kind of power you possess at the moment. With a gentle push of his right index finger, Long Qing felt a force overwhelming like a mountain collapsing over him, throwing him backwards. His complexion drastically changed, and while he instinctively stabilized his body, he still staggered backwards several steps before stopping. He looked at Hao with fear in his eyes, swallowing hard before asking, "Who exactly are you?" "My name is Hao. Have you heard of me?" Hao asked with a smile, his dominance and pride momentarily receding. Now his smile seeming warm as a spring breeze. "Hao?" Long Qing's eyes widened excitedly asking, "Are you elder sister and Zin's senior brother?" Hearing this name, Hao's expression turned gentler as he asked, "Is your teacher sister doing well?" He hadn't used his divine sense to probe the third Medicine Valley, partly for fear of being rude and partly because he was somewhat nervous inside. Of course, she is the leading disciple of the third Medicine Valley. How could she not be doing well? Long Qing, knowing Hao's identity, suddenly felt a sense of closeness. Although Xian was his teacher sister, she was like a mother to him in his heart, since he had been raised by Xian and Yu Yingying since he was young. He often heard Xian mention Hao, naturally forming a close and curious impression of him. Hearing this, Hao completely relaxed and then asked Long Qing to take him to see Xian. Long Qing was very curious about him. As the two walked towards the valley, they chatted, mostly with Long Qing asking and Hao answering. Hao quite liked Long Qing. He couldn't quite say why. Perhaps it was Long Qing's strong physique that sparked anticipation. "Why does your Medicine Valley have so many great cultivators?" Hao suddenly asked. He even sensed the presence of those from the immortal path realm, which piqued his curiosity. Long Qing mysteriously said, "Haven't you heard? My master is Sword Venerable Fudao." Hearing this, Hao was taken aback, asking in surprise, "You have two masters?" "No, it's my master Guan. He is Sword Venerable Fudao." Long Qing hurriedly explained, knowing what he should say and what he shouldn't. Anything publicly said by Guan, he could repeat. "Guan is Sword Venerable Fudao? How is that possible?" Hao frowned. He couldn't forget his first encounter with Guan. Both were very young back then. How could Guan possibly be his master? His first reaction was that there must be some misunderstanding, given that no one in the Supreme Sect would dare impersonate Sword Venerable Fudao. My master admitted it himself, and Sword Venerable Fudao hasn't challenged him. So isn't he Sword Venerable Fudao? Long Qing explained. He was unaware of the relationship between An Hao and Sword Venerable Fudao. Too much time had passed, and only a few knew of their relationship. Long Qing, having spent years in the Third Medicine Valley and an Xian deliberately not mentioning it, those great cultivators had no interest in gossip, so he was also none the wiser. Admitted it himself? An Hao's brows furrowed tighter, feeling quite uneasy. What did Guan mean by this? Trying to take advantage of him? An Hao decided he needed to have a good talk with Guan, as some matters must not be carelessly touched. Half a stick of incense later, an Xian led An Hao into the house, shut the door, and asked him to have a seat. Then she began to brew tea. Elder brother, I thought you had forgotten about me, An Xian said jokingly as she walked to the table with the teapot. An Hao, who was looking around the room, replied awkwardly, How could I forget you? Whenever I have time, I come back to see you. An Xian laughed heartily. You can even forget your own wife and children. Forgetting me wouldn't be strange. Guan became more embarrassed. He coughed lightly and said, My aspiration is to travel the world. I cannot stay with them. If I maintain relations, it would only bring them trouble. An Xian did not speak of the An family's encounters, reasoning that if Guan cared, he would visit on his own, and if he did not, speaking of it held no meaning. Moreover, as long as Guan remained, the An family had already received his care, and they would no longer face significant troubles. Thinking of this, An Xian suddenly felt that although Guan was strong, there was still much he could learn about being a person from his master. Just like romantic attachments, the master would not decide lightly, but he would take care of those who had good relations with him. Guan didn't know what she was thinking. After expressing concern for a few moments, he asked the question he most wanted to ask. I heard that Guan calls himself Sword Venerable Fudao? What's that about? How dare he? An Xian heard this, widened her beautiful eyes and huffed. What? He's not worthy? It's not that. Sword Venerable Fudao is our master. Guan grew anxious, a side of him that only showed in front of An Xian. An Xian followed saying, He is my master too. I have two masters. It's not the same. Guan frowned, unsure how to explain. An Xian said, Perhaps Sword Venerable Fudao truly is him, and our original master isn't him. Has the master, as Sword Venerable Fudao, ever met you? Could it be he also received guidance from our first master? Or maybe they have a common master. That's why they both can perform the Demon Shadow Divine skill. Having been with Guan for a long time, she too had become crafty, thinking of continuing to confound Guan. So fun. Guan hesitated and said, You mean we might actually be fellow disciples? Who knows, he calls himself Sword Venerable Fudao and hasn't run into trouble, An Xian shrugged. More than that, she was curious about how strong Guan was. She felt a competitive spirit rising within her now. Guan, after hearing this, pondered thoughtfully. Thinking that Guan might truly be Sword Venerable Fudao, and his master hadn't clarified this matter, he felt uneasy. No way, he had to find Guan personally. If the master wasn't Sword Venerable Fudao, why wouldn't he explain? Could it be he was helping Sword Venerable Fudao pose? Could this mean that in the master's eyes, Guan was more important? Guan's thoughts were in turmoil. He hadn't felt so perturbed for a long time. Previously, no matter how tough the situation, he had never felt such anxiety because his master was his ultimate pursuit, and he was so determined to become stronger because he didn't want to disappoint his master. An Xian changed the subject, starting to ask about Guan's experiences over the years, and Guan didn't hide anything, beginning from the time he left the Star Sea congregations. Guan too wanted to impress his junior sister by sharing his legendary experiences, speaking emotionally, but unfortunately, An Xian hadn't yet learned Guan's emotional intelligence to provide timely emotional feedback to him. Time flew by quickly. As evening approached, Guan rode the Blood Prison Great Saint back to the valley leisurely. Although Zhu Luo Sword Monarch had arrived, he didn't pay much attention to it, going about his usual activities. Having spent the afternoon investigating, Zhu Luo Sword Monarch had already set his sights on Sword Venerable Fudao. He would soon arrive at the Third Medicine Valley. Guan could sense a strong intent to battle hidden within Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's sword intent, an indication that Zhu Luo Sword Monarch was harboring ill intentions. He was curious to see how strong this prodigy descendant of Dahong Sword Heaven was. Upon entering the valley, Guan dismounted and walked alone towards 10,000 Sword Mountain. Simultaneously, Zhu Luo Sword Monarch appeared out of nowhere in front of the stele at 10,000 Sword Mountain, gazing at the mountain, lost in thought. This mountain harbored a faint sword intent that was difficult to capture. Although he felt no threat, he couldn't see through this sword intent. It didn't resemble the Holy Heart Sword Dao. He had been to the Sword Dao River and knew what the Holy Heart Sword Dao was like. Some disciples passing by on the trail behind him cast surprised glances his way, but seeing he didn't step onto 10,000 Sword Mountain, they didn't come forward to stop him. From a distance, Guan spotted Zhu Luo Sword Monarch and conducted a lifespan detection on him. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, Free Immortal Realm 9 Layers 29, 769, 870/500, 000, 000/500, 000, 000. Could killing him yield 40 million years of lifespan? Guan thought to himself, his steps neither fast nor slow, leisurely as if wandering through a garden, occasionally greeting disciples he encountered along the way. Chapter 443. You dare challenge Holy Heart Sword Dao? Daoist friend. You seem unfamiliar. Is there something you need help with? Gu An's voice came from behind, interrupting Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's thoughts. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch half-turned, glancing at Guan with the corner of his eye. Looking at Guan, he felt a strange sensation in his heart. Logically, such a mortal shouldn't merit his attention, but somehow as soon as Guan spoke, he had turned around involuntarily, drawn to him. He had only ever felt this way in the presence of those stronger than himself. While sizing up Guan, he deduced that Guan had some karma within how, though not closely connected, it indeed existed. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch asked, "Are you the valley master of this medicine valley?" Guan smiled and replied, "I am Guan. May I know your esteemed name?" Zhu Luo Sword Monarch answered, "I am Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, from Dahong Sword Heaven." Dahong Sword Heaven? I have not heard of it, but it sounds grand and powerful. Certainly the force of a holy land, and it must be far from the Taitsong continent. Guan feigned surprise. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch was not in the mood for probes, and directly asked, "Are you a disciple of Sword Venerable Fu Dao? Call out your master." As he spoke, he also emitted a trace of sword intent, instantly enveloping the entire Third Medicine Valley. Ji Xiaoyu appeared out of nowhere in front of Guan, staring warily at Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, the Dao patterns on her forehead igniting into fierce flames. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor appeared as well, frowning at Zhu Luo Sword Monarch. And Hao, Nine-Finger Divine Lord, and Shen Xinzi also quickly appeared. Those great cultivators, who had been playing chess in the dojo, promptly arrived as well. Guan could feel that Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's sword intent was to isolate the Third Medicine Valley from the outside world. Was he intending to create a battlefield? And Hao stared at Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, asking in a deep voice, "Senior, what are you trying to do?" An Xian swiftly ran over, curiously looking at Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, her eyes filled only with anticipation. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch ignored Hao, his gaze settling on Ji Xiaoyu. He squinted and said, "Yin Yang 4 Emperors, long time no see, Reincarnation Path Emperor, I didn't expect you to undergo reincarnation tribulation here." Ji Xiaoyu with a composed expression replied, "Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, it seems Dahong Sword Heaven has no intentions of invading the great heavenly spirit land. Are you acting alone?" Zhu Luo Sword Monarch laughed. "Among the Yin Yang 4 Emperors, I only fear the 6th Tao Dust Emperor. Has his reincarnation tribulation ended?" Yin Yang 4 Emperors. Reincarnation Path Emperor. 6th Tao Dust Emperor. The surrounding cultivators listened in astonishment. These names sounded impressive. "You can go find him. He indeed mentioned you," Ji Xiaoyu coldly replied. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch shook his head with a rueful laugh, ignoring the stares of others. He said, "Enough of this, I'm here to find Sword Venerable Fu Dao and challenge him to a battle." Hearing the name Sword Venerable Fu Dao made everyone tense. Daring to challenge Sword Venerable Fu Dao, he must be extraordinary. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor couldn't help but ask, did Dahong Sword Heaven come for Sword Venerable Fu Dao? He had also witnessed the great battle outside of heaven before. Dahong Sword Heaven's might had alarmed him. They managed to fight simultaneously against the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court, and Zhu Luo Sword Monarch hadn't even participated in that battle. Just how many free immortals did Dahong Sword Heaven possess? Ju Luo Sword Monarch did not answer the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor. Despite being only a single great realm apart, he simply looked down on the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor. The scene suddenly quieted down, turning the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor's face an iron blue. Guan gave a cough and said, "So, it seems you want to challenge me?" At these words, everyone turned to look at him. Ju Luo Sword Monarch's expression changed. He stared intently at Guan and asked, "Are you Sword Venerable Fu Dao?" So that was it. No wonder he had such an unusual reaction. In his eyes, no matter how one looked at it, Guan seemed like a cultivator in the nascent soul realm with no trace of the immortal path realm. And Hao heard Guan's words and wanted to speak but stopped himself. He had a suspicion in his heart. Could it be that Martial Master was secretly watching, which is why Guan dared to be so reckless? He also hadn't noticed Guan concealing his cultivation level, so he didn't think Guan had the ability to fight. More and more disciples watched from a distance, not daring to get closer, only able to discuss from afar. Guan walked around Ji Xiaoyu and approached the Ju Luo Sword Monarch. Ji Xiaoyu grabbed his wrist, trying to persuade him, but Guan just smiled at her and gently pulled his hand away. "Well, I am. How do you want to challenge me?" Guan looked at the Ju Luo Sword Monarch and asked with a smile. He was giving the Ju Luo Sword Monarch a chance. If he answered poorly, he would perish along with his cultivation. After all, Dahong Sword Heaven was Yang Pingan's Taoist tradition, and by seniority, the Ju Luo Sword Monarch was also his disciple. As a martial master, how could he kill a fellow sect member upon meeting? The Ju Luo Sword Monarch raised his right hand, condensing sword intent in his palm, resembling a thread of lightning, neither dazzling nor enormous, yet it made everyone terrified. This thread of sword intent contained extremely terrifying power, making people shudder. Ji Xiaoyu, the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, the Nine-Finger Divine Lord, and others didn't even dare to move, feeling a terrifying sensation that any movement could lead to death. And Hao clenched his fists inside his sleeves, ready to make a move. Long Qing stood at a distance, on tiptoe, watching. He couldn't feel the sword intent of the Ju Luo Sword Monarch, but with so many people gathered, how could he not be curious? Naturally. Well, compare the Sword Dao to see whose Sword Dao is stronger. "Show your Holy Heart Sword Dao," the Ju Luo Sword Monarch coldly stated. Holy Heart Sword Dao. Ji Xiaoyu and the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor both drastically changed their expressions, looking at Guan in astonishment. They had heard of the great fame of the Holy Heart Sword Dao, a supreme inheritance of Dahong Sword Heaven, able to dominate across 3,000 worlds and be invincible. Guan had actually inherited the Holy Heart Sword Dao? No wonder Sword Venerable Fu Dao refused to show his true self. It turns out he was a great cultivator from Dahong Sword Heaven. In any great heaven and earth, there was no one who could silently reach the free immortal realm. Just the heavenly tribulation from divine thought true immortal to free immortal would shake the universe. How could one hide? Hearing the words of the Ju Luo Sword Monarch, Guan showed a faint smile. His smile, however, appeared as a provocation in the eyes of the Ju Luo Sword Monarch. Just then, Guan suddenly shifted, appearing instantly in front of the Ju Luo Sword Monarch. The gust of air lifted the Ju Luo Sword Monarch's cloak, and he widened his eyes. Challenge the Holy Heart Sword Dao? Guan slightly raised his chin, looking at the Ju Luo Sword Monarch with indifferent eyes, as if he were looking down on an ant. With his left hand, he then grabbed the Ju Luo Sword Monarch's wrist. The entire process went unchallenged by the Ju Luo Sword Monarch. It wasn't that he couldn't react, but he was unable to resist. With Guan holding him, the Ju Luo Sword Monarch's pupils dilated, and his heart was struck with shock. Guan looked at him and slowly said, "Let's not first discuss whether I possess the Holy Heart Sword Dao. To you all, what status does the Holy Heart Sword Dao even have? Are you even qualified to challenge the Holy Heart Sword Dao?" These words struck the Ju Luo Sword Monarch like a hammer, causing his body to tremble, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Everyone else could feel Guan's dominance, and what surprised them most was how the usually arrogant Ju Luo Sword Monarch had suddenly become mute. And Hao was the most shocked and unable to stay composed. He knew too well how strong the Ju Luo Sword Monarch was. A mere breath from him could annihilate a cultivator in the nascent soul realm. Although he hadn't felt Guan's aura now, he knew something must have happened that made the Ju Luo Sword Monarch dare not retaliate. Or rather, the Ju Luo Sword Monarch simply couldn't retaliate. Chapter 444 Master, I want to be the heavenly emperor under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch trembled all over, unable to speak. All gazes fell on Gu An's hand, which held the wrist of Zhu Luo Sword Monarch. At that moment, Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's aura was not a match for Guan, almost as if he was about to kneel at any moment. Gu An's face was so cold, and his gaze, falling into the eyes of Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, was terrifying. How can this be? The thought of utter disbelief crossed the mind of Zhu Luo Sword Monarch. Held by Gu An, his sword intent dissipated instantly, and the mana within him was suppressed, rendering him unable to mobilize it. He was like a mortal, incapable of resistance, let alone freeing himself of Gu An's grasp. Tao Fruit Realm. This person must have surpassed the free immortal realm and reached an even higher level. Despite Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's claim to have reached the end of the reincarnation tribulation, in reality, he had yet to find his breakthrough opportunity. This was also why he wanted to challenge the Holy Heart Sword Dao. He hoped to break his own limits through the swordsmanship exchange. The stronger the inheritor of the Holy Heart Sword Dao, the more he looked forward to it. Only tremendous pressure could break his shackles. Guan stared at him and asked, "Now tell me, do you still want to challenge me?" Zhu Luo Sword Monarch clenched his teeth, attempting to speak, but he lacked the courage to voice his words. For him to bow his head was harder than death. Damn it! Why was the gap so vast? Zhu Luo Sword Monarch harbored a secret hatred. Not towards Guan, but at his own weakness. With such a vast difference in strength, his challenge to Guan seemed absurd. He despised those who were weak yet acted arrogantly, and now he was the very person he loathed the most. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch was extremely frustrated. He roared inwardly, wanting his sword Dao to break free. But Gu An's power was like a wall of the Tao Fruit realm, crushing him mercilessly. No matter how furious, he couldn't shake it. For a moment, the atmosphere was tense. The pressure on everyone vanished, replaced by shock. Could it be that Guan was truly Sword Venerable Fu Dao? They couldn't sense how strong Gu An's aura was, still seeming like he was in the nascent soul realm. However, Guan was clearly suppressing Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, and Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's earlier arrogance and haughtiness could not have been an act. And Hao was shocked. He looked at Gu An's retreating figure with complex emotions. Astonishment, delight, apprehension. Just then, Guan suddenly let go, smiling and saying, "Since you're not speaking, I'll take it you've given up the challenge. Guests should be treated well. Stay at the Third Medicine Valley for a few days." Zhu Luo Sword Monarch felt the suffocating pressure lift instantly. His first instinct was to flee, but he resisted. If the other party didn't kill him, would fleeing not bring shame to the Dahong Sword Heaven? Looking at Gu An's gentle smile, Zhu Luo Sword Monarch didn't know how to respond and wished he could vanish into thin air. Guan turned around and beckoned to an Xian, who immediately ran over. "Accommodate this Taoist friend," said Guan, then turned and left. Ji Xiaoyu stared at Guan in a daze, once again astonished by his strength. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch was stronger than her true body, and such a being was completely suppressed by Guan to the point that he couldn't even speak. How high was his cultivation level, really? Others too were shocked by Gu An's cultivation level and conceived speculations about his realm. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch watched Gu An's departing figure, his face flushed with humiliation. When an Xian invited him into the valley, he could only nod and follow her. Although he was suppressed by Guan, no one dared to mock him. As he walked by, the great cultivators made way, fearing they might provoke his anger. And Hao kept pace with Gu An's steps without catching up immediately, maintaining a distance instead. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor stood by Ji Xiaoyu's side and pondered, "Who exactly is this deity?" Ji Xiaoyu did not answer him, and no one else could either. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord was relieved that he hadn't underestimated Guan due to his cultivation level. Shen Xinzi thought even further ahead. Faced with the provocation of Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, Guan had the power to kill him yet chose to give him a way out. Such magnanimity was beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. This was the very path Shen Xinzi himself should pursue. On another side, Long Qing ran over to Gu An's side, walking shoulder to shoulder with him, occasionally glancing back at An Hao. He could tell An Hao seemed to want to talk to Guan, and was adopting a very humble posture. "Master, what just happened?" Long Qing asked curiously. His gaze followed and fixed on Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, whose presence was so powerful. Just walking down the road, he exuded an air of invincibility, as if even the heavens couldn't contain him. Guan smiled and said, "Nothing much, just chatted with someone. You can go talk to him directly. He is a senior after all. Remember not to forget your manners." Hearing Gu An's words, Long Qing really did want to go meet with Zhu Luo Sword Monarch. After a while, Guan went upstairs alone, and Hao stayed at the bottom of the loft, hesitating for a moment before he also went upstairs. He had just reached the door when he heard Gu An's voice. "Remember to close the door behind you." Upon hearing this, Hao instantly felt calm. All his doubts were washed away. This was definitely his master. Suppressing his excitement, he closed the door. He strode to the table and then knelt down, kowtowing to Guan. Guan did not stop him, graciously accepting his gesture of respect. Hao looked up at Guan and exclaimed excitedly, "Master, you've kept me in the dark for so long. No wonder you took an Xian as a disciple. You've been looking after her all along. Hasn't she known all this time?" Guan smiled and replied, "She didn't know at the beginning. She was just as excited as you when she found out. Stand up and speak." Hao hurriedly stood up. He had too many things to tell his master. Guan invited him to sit down and then inquired about his experiences over the years. Hao did not dare to hide anything. He did not overly embellish his narrative, sharing both his hardships and achievements. After a long time, Guan asked, "What are your goals for the future?" Unlike an Xian, Hao had been wandering outside for years, and his ambition only grew higher and higher, so Guan had no intention of keeping him. Taking a deep breath, Hao said, "Master, I want to become the Heavenly Emperor, just like the Jade Emperor you've written about." Guan smiled and said, "Those two words should not be uttered carelessly because real immortals do exist. Indeed, to be besieged by immortals, real immortals are far more terrifying than mortals can imagine. If there is order, there must be a ruler, and the leader of the immortals might be known as the Heavenly Emperor." Upon hearing this, Hao was startled and cautiously asked, "Immortal dynasty?" "They are far from it." Gu An's response let Hao breathe a sigh of relief and also filled him with surprise. If the immortal dynasty was not considered a group of immortals, how powerful were the true immortals? Guan looked at Hao and also discerned his life grid. Life grid, the combination of fate and chi fortune, indicates that the stronger the life grid, the better the chi fortune and longer lifespan. Hao had a continuous stretch of chi fortune, and his life seemed to have no visible end, which Guan saw for the first time in such a life grid. Indeed, the limit of 9,999 years was simply the upper limit of mortal realm, not the limit for Hao. After reaching the Nirvana realm, Hao's lifespan limit became 6 nines, and Guan estimated that breaking through further great realms would continue to extend it. Chapter 445. Want to become a disciple? Do you aspire to be the Heavenly Emperor because you want power and influence? Guan asked curiously. The Jade Emperor in Journey to the West wasn't described as particularly strong, at least not the strongest, and Hao had always wanted to be the strongest. Could it be that his mindset had changed now that he was considering becoming the Heavenly Emperor? Hao answered, "I want strength, and I want power and influence. Along the way I've been to many places, left behind many people, but I feel that this path is not right. However, to become stronger, even if it's not right, I still have to continue on. By becoming the Heavenly Emperor, I can protect those I wish to protect and shelter all living beings from suffering." "I didn't expect you to still have such a benevolent heart," Guan remarked. Hao's face turned red and he said, "Master, what do you mean? Do you see me as someone ruthless, without bottom lines? After all, I have inherited the righteousness of the Supreme Sect. No matter where I go, when I encounter people in suffering, as long as I can help, I will take action." Guan smiled. He indeed had seen such behavior from Hao, though it wasn't frequent. Compared to Yang Xian, Hao still had a long way to go. However, Guan never had specific expectations for what Hao should become. He imparted the technique of immortal cultivation to Hao due to fate. As long as Hao didn't do evil, he was loath to nitpick. Guan continued to chat with Hao, which gave Hao a deeper understanding of his master. It seemed no different from their previous interactions, but Hao felt his master's vastness, like the Songhai Sea. With the ability to conquer the world yet able to recluse here, laughing and chatting with anyone. Every word Guan said seemed sincere in Hao's eyes. When Guan's image merged with the image of the master in his heart, it was both sincere and contained wisdom, as if every word from his master taught him and held expectations for his growth. Suddenly, Hao thought of something and asked, "Is Yang Jian your direct disciple?" Guan smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, he knows I am Sword Venerable Fudao. I even told him he has an impressive senior brother. Just didn't say it was you." Upon hearing this, Hao's face broke into a smile. He had a profound memory of Yang Jian, and they had even agreed to a duel at the Sky Ranking Tournament. He had never forgotten it. "Where did he go? Why haven't I seen him?" Hao asked curiously. Guan recounted Yang Jian's background and current whereabouts, leaving Hao silent. The Holy King of the Holy Court. He had visited the Holy Court, witnessed the demeanor of the Holy King, and suddenly felt pressure. Yang Jian's talent had already won his approval. Coupled with the background of the Holy King, he might indeed surpass him. Guan continued, "Besides Yang Jian, I have taught others, including demons. Don't underestimate them." His tone seemed joking, but his eyes were sharp. Hao felt his fighting spirit ignited after hearing this. Full of confidence, he said, "Master, rest assured, I will always be your most outstanding disciple." Guan smiled and nodded, but his heart disagreed. If that were the case, wouldn't it mean that my teaching ability is inferior to your talent? He had to cultivate a disciple stronger than Hao. Hao thought of the Annihilation God Emperor and began to say, "Master, previously I encountered—" "Don't speak." Guan interrupted him, causing him to look puzzled. Guan continued, "Your realm is still low. When you delve into the way of cause and effect, you'll understand that even when you speak of certain beings in secret, even without naming them, merely describing their likeness and deeds can alert them. I'll keep an eye on that existence." His help for you was casual, without any ulterior motives. You can rest assured. Longing was evident in Hao's eyes. What kind of realm must one reach to be so powerful? He adjusted his emotions and stopped thinking about the Annihilation God Emperor. Moonlight streamed through the window as the master and disciple continued their chat. The atmosphere was pleasant, with Hao occasionally standing up, using actions to describe the scene he was talking about, while Guan looked on with a smile, as if enjoying a storytelling session. Hao was excited because he could finally sit and talk with his master. Guan too was content. Watching the vigorous Hao, he thought of the resolute youth who, in order to protect his sister from the village, had boldly faced an invincible wolf demon. In the blink of an eye, over 800 years had passed. The young ones had begun to stand on their own, while many of Guan's contemporaries had passed away. Considering this, Guan was not sad. He still wore a smile on his face. The old friends had passed, but the younger generation was still there. Such was life. The moon set, and the sun rose. In the early morning, Hao stepped out the door, looking towards the vast ranks of disciples in the distance, watching them practice. His gaze drifted. Previously, he too had watched the Medicine Valley disciples' morning practice, but he had never felt quite like he did today. He realized that the movements of the Medicine Valley disciples carried a profound mystery, truly worthy of being the body-strengthening method created by his master, embodying the simplicity of the Great Path. Guan stepped out of the house, standing behind him and looking towards the distant spectacle of the practice. Over 4,000 people practicing together was stirring the spiritual energy in the valley, a magnificent sight. "Hurry up, what are you looking at?" Guan urged. Coming to his senses, Hao turned back with a smile and then started walking down the stairs. Reaching the corner of the staircase, he turned his head toward Guan and asked, "What kind of person do you hope I will become?" Guan glanced at him and then looked up to the east, saying, "I hope you become like that proud sun, radiant and shining. Even if you fall into the lowest valleys, you always rise up, climbing to a height that all living beings find unreachable." After hearing this, Hao unconsciously looked towards the rising sun on the horizon. His smile faded, his expression turning serious. Chapter 445. Want to become a disciple _2? I will, I definitely will. Hao said determinedly, then turned his head and continued down the stairs. Guan didn't see him off. Instead, he kept looking toward the east. The morning sun rose, streaking across the sky, only to be chased down by darkness again. When the world fell into darkness, new sunlight broke through the Earth's surface, illuminating all things and banishing the darkness. After daylight, Guan stepped out of his room again. He faced the blazing sun and stretched languidly. The first day after 1,000 years seems no different than the rest, Guan said with a smile, talking to himself. Today he turned 1,000 years old. In his eyes, this marked a brand new page in his life. He followed the stairs down, and just as he reached the bottom, Ji Xiaoyu walked out from inside the house. Will you intervene in Anhao's conflict with the Sky Demon Great Sect? Ji Xiaoyu looked at Guan and asked. 97 years had passed since Anhao left. While the world's events changed each year, Guan's life in the Third Medicine Valley remained the same, and he was content with that. Guan casually replied, Why intervene? I'm just an ordinary cultivator who loves to garden. I have no wish to get entangled in trouble. Having said that, he moved forward with his steps. Since Ji Xiaoyu had learned of his strength, she no longer behaved like a petulant girl, which actually made him find her rather dull. As Ji Xiaoyu watched him walk away, she followed up with, But as he continues like this, the Sky Demon Great Sect surely will not let him go. You will definitely save him. According to my investigation over these years, behind the Sky Demon Great Sect stands the Heavenly Demon, who is also at the peak of the free Immortals. Guan stopped his steps and turned his head to look at her, asking, What if you surpass the free Immortal in this life? What will you do? Ji Xiaoyu paused, then said, I am just a reincarnation body. It's impossible for me to reach the realm of my true self. With more of her memories reviving, her reluctance was fading. She was gradually becoming her true self, or rather, reverting to her original temperament. After listening, Guan appeared thoughtful, then continued on his way. Ji Xiaoyu started to ponder Guan's words. Must a reincarnation body truly not surpass the original self? Thinking it through, she didn't know how to reach a higher realm beyond the reincarnation tribulation. She had received no guidance. Ji Xiaoyu felt as though she had grasped at something, but it wasn't clear what it really was. She looked at Guan's retreating figure, feeling that somehow he was reminding her of something. Guan was also in deep thought. Within the lifespan samsara, Long Zhan had once surpassed him, and he believed that a reincarnation body could possibly surpass the original self. His curiosity aroused. If his reincarnation body continued to grow, what would happen? Guan was merely curious and felt no urge to experiment. For the time being, he had no desire to open another lifespan samsara because he was saving up his lifespan for the next breakthrough. Although no existence threatened him at the moment, he couldn't relax. He had to maintain his progression in strength, not wait for an unbeatable foe to arrive before starting to regret. With these thoughts in mind, he made his way towards 10,000 Sword Mountain. A meteor streaked across the sky, caught perfectly by his gaze. Another free immortal has descended. It seemed it wouldn't take many years for another earth-shattering war to erupt. But there had been many such wars in recent years, with high-level beings fighting outside of heaven, clearly all fearing they might shatter the great heavenly spirit land. Guan's gaze then shifted towards the depths of the cosmos. The Black City, created by the Annihilation God Emperor, was still devouring Tao's spiritual energy, and Guan could sense a faint power gathering inside it. The Annihilation God Emperor seemed to be refining some kind of supreme treasure, but it was unknown whether it was an immortal path supreme treasure. Was he trying to force Long Qing out by using this treasure? Guan pondered curiously in his heart. He wasn't in a hurry at all. As long as the true form of the Annihilation God Emperor didn't appear, he felt no fear. For Guan, time was even more important. He made his way to Sword Mountain, where treasure swords covered the mountain, reflecting sharp sword lights under the sunlight. Stepping up the mountain, he touched every sword hilt along his path, infusing each with a sword intent of different swordsmanship. The swords he touched would instantly lose their luster, seeming to lose their spirit, but in reality, they were being nurtured by the sword intent, with the underground spiritual energy altering the essence of the swords. After a while, Guan reached the mountain peak. Looking down upon all the swords, his figure was noticed by Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, who was under a distant tree. Since coming to Third Medicine Valley, Zhu Luo Sword Monarch had not left. He acted properly, no longer arrogant and imposing. He wanted to understand Guan. Although Guan didn't acknowledge that he had inherited the Holy Heart Sword Dao, instinct told the Sword Monarch that Guan must be connected to it. Perhaps it was because of the relationship between the Holy Heart Sword Dao and Ahong Sword Heaven that Guan had spared him. Putting himself in Guan's shoes, The way he had previously addressed Guan was enough to warrant death 10,000 times over. It was precisely because he understood this that he acted so properly, and would occasionally give pointers to the disciples in the valley. A figure rode a sword through the air, landing beside Zhu Luo's sword monarch. This was a man in blue attire, holding a treasure sword. He saluted Zhu Luo's sword monarch, saying, "Senior, I have learned the swordsmanship you taught me." The standoff between Guan and Zhu Luo's sword monarch had not spread. Firstly, because the sword monarch had isolated Third Medicine Valley with his sword intent at the time, and secondly, since the Supreme Sect saw that Guan didn't kill Zhu Luo's sword monarch, they thought to win him over. This was a being of the 9 heavens of the immortal path, and if they could successfully win him over, the Supreme Sect could leap to become a powerful force under heaven. The blue-attired man was Su Jie, the disciple with the strongest talent in the history of Third Medicine Valley. Su Jie had heard from LV Baitian that a powerful sword cultivator had appeared in Third Medicine Valley. He loved using swords, so he took the initiative to visit Zhu Luo's sword monarch. Considering Gu An's face, the sword monarch gave pointers to many valley disciples. Faced with Su Jie, he was not stingy. "Just learned it then," Zhu Luo's sword monarch said indifferently, his gaze fixed on the silhouette of Gu. And Su Jie indeed had exceptional talent, but he was not the strongest he had seen, certainly not compared to how he had met before. Thus, he had no intention of taking a disciple. He was now focused on becoming a disciple of Guan. How could he have the time to take on his own disciple? Su Jie followed Zhu Luo's sword monarch's gaze and saw Guan. His feelings towards Guan were complicated. He even felt a bit defiant. He believed his own talent was strong, even comparable to Hao, but during his time in Third Medicine Valley, he didn't receive special attention from Guan. He felt overlooked. Of course, he still had fond feelings for Third Medicine Valley. Although Guan hadn't given him special treatment, he was kind to him. He didn't dislike Guan. He just wanted to prove himself to Guan. More than 90 years ago, he had witnessed Hao's strength. This was why he was so eager to seek out Zhu Luo's sword monarch. Catching up to Hao was not going to be easy. Su Jie turned back to Zhu Luo's sword monarch, asking, "Senior, wouldn't you like to see my swordsmanship?" Zhu Luo's sword monarch replied impatiently, "Not interested." Upon hearing this, Su Jie's expression became unnatural. Suddenly, the sword monarch remembered the valley disciple's assessment of Su Jie. He was the pride of Third Medicine Valley. Guan must be paying attention to him too. No, he couldn't offend Guan. He still wished to become his disciple. Zhu Luo's sword monarch looked at Su Jie and began to scrutinize him. Chapter 446. Pure Land Under Heaven. Su Jie had been feeling quite stifled, but seeing the Zhu Luo sword monarch reassessing him, hope rekindled in his heart. "Do you want to learn the most superior swordsmanship?" the Zhu Luo sword monarch asked seriously. Upon hearing this, Su Jie quickly responded, "Of course I do. Would the senior be willing to teach me?" The Zhu Luo sword monarch raised his right hand, and a piece of silvery white jade appeared between his fingers. He tossed the jade to Su Jie, who caught it instinctively. "If you can comprehend the swordsmanship contained within this, I will pass on my sword Dao to you. After that, dominating the great heavenly spirit land will certainly not be difficult," the Zhu Luo sword monarch said calmly. Upon hearing these words, Su Jie immediately bent at the waist to bow and thank the Zhu Luo sword monarch. The Zhu Luo sword monarch waved his hand, indicating that Su Jie could leave. Su Jie didn't dare to linger and turned to leave. Yet, he couldn't help but glance toward Guan. He wasn't foolish. The Zhu Luo sword monarch had clearly been impatient just moments ago, but after looking at Guan his attitude changed completely, indicating that it was only because of Guan's face that he agreed to impart his swordsmanship to Su Jie. This made Su Jie's feelings even more complex. He was very grateful to Guan and even wanted to thank him, but he felt like there was an invisible wall between himself and Guan that was very difficult to cross. Meanwhile, Guan was still standing on 10,000 Sword Mountain, deducing fates and cause and effect. He saw many people coming and going at the foot of the mountain. These were visions of the future. Inheriting the memories of Yang Xian, his understanding of the sword Dao and fate was profound. Using the sword intent of 10,000 Sword Mountain to deduce the future, he could see the shadows of times far away. Suddenly, he spotted a figure standing still at the foot of the mountain, looking up at him. Guan slightly raised his eyebrows, focusing on the figure, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. He deduced that this figure and 10,000 Sword Mountain had the closest connection of fate. This individual would inherit all the sword intent of 10,000 Sword Mountain and even boost its chi fortune. He could even deduce the person's name and identity. A talent like this in the new epoch, Guan thought to himself, feeling somewhat emotional. The talent of this individual in the Sword Dao was extremely terrifying, almost like he was seeing another Yang Xian. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this individual's talent was even stronger than An Hao's. Regrettably, he wasn't born in the same epoch as An Hao. By the time he came into this world, An Hao had already become the most dazzling sun in the heavens. Guan didn't keep his focus on this future talent, continuing to deduce the future, not to probe for something, but to increase his own understanding of cause and effect and the way of destiny. He stood there the entire day. Although the disciples in the valley were curious about what he was pondering, no one dared to disturb him. No matter how Guan was viewed by the outside world, within Medicine Valley, all the disciples believed he was formidable, and many had even concluded that he was Sword Venerable Fu Dao. This led to more and more disciples choosing to stay in Medicine Valley after their foundation establishment, and those who became masters often returned to visit. For this reason, Guan had established several positions within Medicine Valley to help manage the disciples. And in Xian also delineated several other positions, causing Third Medicine Valley to unavoidably form a hierarchy of power, much like a mini immortal cultivation world. The next morning, Guan rode the Blood Prison Great Saint to Tianya Valley. Over the years, Tianya Valley had expanded, providing a steady income to Guan's lifespan. The valley also fostered many talented individuals cultivated by Li Xiandao, who had established good relations with Guan. Guan loved to mingle with the talented, and no matter what they played, they would not give up easily after losing, always coming back to challenge Guan. While Guan's outward cultivation level was at the divinity transformation realm, the disciples of Tianya Valley all knew he was very strong. The change in demeanor and appearance enabled Guan to no longer deliberately conceal his strength, though at most he didn't appear overly strong. Currently, his undefeated record in the battles of combat at Tianya Valley made him want to laugh whenever he thought of that prince consort challenging him again. The Blood Prison Great Saint, too, was looking forward to the upcoming battle of Tianya Valley. He also wanted to see those arrogant individuals suffer setbacks. Guan, admiring the scenery along the way, said with a light laugh, "Next spring festival I will unseal you. Are you ready?" Blood Prison Great Saint didn't react with too much surprise, as he had long been prepared. In a low voice he said, "Master, I have been ready. Even if I regain my cultivation level, I will never betray you and will always follow you." He had already begun cultivating the primordial reincarnation skill, and once unsealed, his cultivation level would soar, perhaps achieving nirvana in one fell swoop. Guan laughed, "Cultivate well in the future. Your strength also represents my face." These words instantly excited Blood Prison Great Saint. He had been waiting for this. He wished to always be by Guan's side. He had come to realize that those who left, despite their wandering, could hardly compare to those who stayed with Guan. An Hao was an exception. If An Hao had stayed by Guan's side, his achievements would have only been greater. And he felt that, in the future, there would definitely be individuals who would appear with even greater talent than An Hao. "Master, rest assured, I will cultivate hard. I'll first set An Hao as my goal." Blood Prison Great Saint said excitedly, trembling all over. Guan said no more, letting him continue on. In the following journey, Blood Prison Great Saint felt as if he was floating, his thoughts lost in boundless imagination. Autumn arrived. At the Supreme Sex subsect, within Yi Mansion, Guan sat at a table sipping tea, watching Yi Lan instruct a young girl in the ways of spellcraft. The autumn breeze blew into the courtyard, making everything seem perfect. Yi Lan turned to Guan and asked, "Senior brother, do you have anything to say?" The practicing girl cast a doubtful glance at Guan. She had always been skeptical about this senior uncle. Her master said that her senior uncle was very strong, but she couldn't help feeling that he only seemed handsome rather than formidable. Guan responded with a smile, "You're teaching quite well. I've nothing to say. I'm nowhere near your level. The constant emergence of geniuses from the Third Medicine Valley is widely known. Your ability to instruct disciples is incomparable to ordinary people," Yilan said, shaking her head. She was sincere. There was no need for her to flatter given the relationship she had with Guan. Guan replied, "It's all due to the disciples' hard work. It doesn't have much to do with me." He wasn't interested in the disciple Yilan had recently taken on. The girl's maximum lifespan was around 3,000 years, considered a prodigy indeed. But now, a true talent was approaching the supreme sex subsect. Zhuxi. That ultra-talented individual with the Tai Chu swallowing yuan body. Guan had been keeping an eye on her, witnessing her crossing the ocean to reach the Taitsong continent. She came to the Taitsong continent because she had heard it was one of the few pure lands left in the world, and she wanted to cultivate in peace under the protection of Sword Venerable Fudao. She had previously received the stepping path of Age's Step from Guan, and now she had made some progress, being able to use it in battle. Although in Guan's view, her stepping path of Age's Step was rather unrefined, this divine skill was difficult to cultivate. To be able to master it and employ it in combat at less than 600 years of age, her aptitude was definitely terrifying. Hearing Guan's words, Yilan couldn't help but pout. She could see that Guan was not interested in her disciple, Yi Qingxue. Indeed, compared with a talent like Su Jia, Yi Qingxue did indeed seem mediocre. Chapter 447 Immortal Creation. Yi Qingxue felt quite disgruntled as she listened to her master heap praise upon Guan. Despite having only met Guan a few times, she spent all day and night with her master. In her eyes, her master was strict and decisive, wielding tremendous power, the strongest woman she had ever seen. She too wanted to become a female cultivator like Yilan. It was precisely because of this that it was particularly unpleasant for her to watch Yilan ingratiate herself with Guan, but she dared not show her anger in front of her master. Yi Qingxue feels hostility towards you and wants to beat you up. Do you wish to perform a lifespan detection on her? A notification appeared before Guan's eyes, causing him to pause. He couldn't help but glance at Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue was staring at Guan, but as soon as she met his gaze, she quickly turned her head away. Her face and even her ear tips flushed red as though they were about to bleed. Guan shook his head with a smile, not taking her seriously. What would be the point of taking issue with a 14-year-old child? If it wasn't murderous intent, he was too lazy to care about it. He dealt with people daily. Naturally, some would be dissatisfied with him. It didn't mean he should kill anyone who harbored dissatisfaction towards him. Yilan had no idea what Yi Qingxue was thinking. After giving her a few words of advice, she walked over to Guan. Considering it was rare for Guan to visit, Yilan was preoccupied with him, even thinking that Yi Qingxue was somewhat in the way. Seeing her come over, Guan stopped paying attention to Zhuxi and focused on chatting with Yilan. An hour later, Yi Qingxue took her leave. Once her presence had faded, Yilan could no longer contain herself and pounced on Guan. Be careful about the impression you're making. What if your disciple comes back? What about it? I'm not afraid of anyone knowing. You're a law enforcement elder now. You should be mindful of the impact. If it means losing my position as a law enforcement elder, then so be it. I miss you so much, elder brother. You can't touch there. Elder brother, you smell so good. The autumn wind swept away the dead leaves from the trees. The leaves, once they fell to the ground, seemed unwilling to give up and fluttered in the air, struggling for a long time before finally landing helplessly in the corner of the wall. In a dimly lit grand hall, countless figures were scattered around, humans and demons alike, all wrapped in demonic qi, making for a terrifying sight. All their gazes were fixed forward. On a stone platform suspended a red and purple orb of light, displaying a silhouette. This figure seemed to sit lazily on a throne made of bones, as if in another world. He too was surrounded by demonic qi, covered in thick armor, and at his feet lay a black lion with a ferocious face, 3 tails, each tail ending in a snake's head, hissing with tongues flickering. He was the Heavenly Demon Great Emperor, the ruler of the Heavenly Demon Clan, and the mastermind behind the Sky Demon Great Sect. So you're saying, you're also unclear about who's pulling the strings behind the Xianyu Divine Dynasty? The voice of the Heavenly Demon Great Emperor emanated from within the orb. His tone was icy cold, quieting every heavenly demon in the hall. The black-robed elder at the forefront spoke up. Your Majesty, the opponent hails from Xianyu, the reincarnation land, and indeed we cannot discern any concrete information from the mortal world. The others concurred. Over the years, they had sent many spies and even turned some people from the Xianyu Divine Dynasty, yet they were constantly unable to gather useful intelligence. The Heavenly Demon Great Emperor fell silent for a while before speaking. What is the stance of the Xianyu Divine Dynasty then? A woman in red responded. They wish to gather the souls of the dead. They want all beings in the great heavenly spirit land to perish, which, in a sense, aligns with our intentions because we too wish to destroy the great heavenly spirit land. The fingers of the heavenly demon Great Emperor began to tap on the armrest, adorned with skulls, the tapping sounds chilling everyone in the hall into silence. After a long while, the heavenly demon Great Emperor finally spoke. If that's the case, then let us fully unleash the great calamity upon the world, and let the great heavenly spirit land feel despair ahead of time. As his words fell, the three-tailed black lion at his feet howled upwards, its roar deafening. The heavenly demons in the hall kneeled, silent, all staring fervently at the heavenly demon Great Emperor. As the year came to a close, with snow covering the great heaven and earth, soon to melt, the Supreme Sect began preparations for the Spring Festival. The Third Medicine Valley was also in the midst of preparing for the Spring Festival. Unlike previous years, it was said that Guan was planning a grand celebration, much to the anticipation of the disciples. "Come on, tell me, what are you up to?" Shen Zhen urged Guan, looking quite beautiful today in a white dress and a silver jade phoenix crown, embodying elegance and nobility. As Guan was writing, he casually responded, "You'll know when the time comes." This made Shen Zhen even more curious, but no matter how much she pressed him, Guan simply wouldn't spill the beans. Feeling it futile, Shen Zhen stood up to leave. It wasn't long after her departure that Wu Ju arrived, also inquiring about Guan's preparations. Now that Guan was linked with Sword Venerable Fudao, every word and action of his was the center of attention. Rumors of his preparing a grand celebration had the higher echelons of the sect abuzz. More and more of the upper-level members were convinced that Guan was Sword Venerable Fudao. If Sword Venerable Fudao was planning a celebration, how could they not be concerned? Nevertheless, Guan still did not reveal the truth, leaving Wu Ju to depart in frustration. In the following time, a stream of visitors came to see Guan down at the pavilion. Long Qing, holding a wooden stick, looked up at the second floor and asked Blood Prison Great Saint, "You're guarding master every day, do you have any insider news?" Blood Prison Great Saint lay on the ground and glanced at him, ignoring the question. Long Qing squatted down, pulling out a white jade bottle from his storage bag, whispering in a mysterious tone, "This is heart-cleansing jade honey, exceedingly rare. I have only 2 bottles, and am sharing one with you." The Blood Prison Great Saint opened his eyes and revealed a smile, saying, "You've put in some thought, kid, so we'll give you a hint. The master wants to create an immortal realm existence, right here in the valley, in the Third Medicine Valley." Upon hearing this, Long Qing's eyes widened, and his heartbeat quickened. He carefully asked, "Master, whom will you choose?" "I have no idea," replied the Blood Prison Great Saint. Using his divine sense to open the bottle, the Blood Prison Great Saint drew out the liquid and swallowed it in one gulp. His bovine eyes then bent into a smile, clearly pleased. Long Qing stood up and turned to look towards the second floor, his imagination beginning to run wild. As the Spring Festival drew near, the grapevine buzzed with news that Sword Venerable Fudao of the Supreme Sect was about to create an immortal path realm existence. The higher ranks of the Supreme Sect kept the news from the ears of the disciples of various departments within the sect, suppressing the information. Once they had finished arranging the Spring Festival affairs for the Supreme Sect, they hurried over, eager to join the excitement. As noon approached, Vice Sect leader Ji Hantian entered the valley and was taken aback by the bustling scene. So many people. He even noticed that the big shots from the families had arrived faster than him. While pondering this, he went up to greet them. Even as Vice Sect leader, he still needed to greet those great cultivators proactively. At the entrance of the valley, several cultivators arrived, including Zhu Shi. Dressed in azure garments, Zhu Shi was curiously looking over the Third Medicine Valley. Having first visited the Supreme Sect subsect to learn about the relationship between the Supreme Sect and Sword Venerable Fudao, she wanted to establish herself there. Thus, she came to the main sect. After some inquiries, the Third Medicine Valley became her first choice. To be precise, it was the first choice for most new disciples entering the sect. However, entering the Third Medicine Valley wasn't so easy now. Zhu Shi had barely managed to get the opportunity to visit the Third Medicine Valley for the festival by giving gifts. Walking ahead of her was an elder from the book collection hall, brimming with excitement as if he were introducing his own domain. He was introducing the Third Medicine Valley. He was on good terms with Guan, making him feel sort of at home here. Zhu Shi was curious about the Valley Master Guan. She had heard that this Valley Master was a disciple of Sword Venerable Fudao, who didn't compete or fight over matters, was amiable with others, and was more than willing to train disciples. Inside the Supreme Sect, Guan had an excellent reputation, Zhu Shi hadn't heard a bad word about him. Traveling the world for hundreds of years, it was the first time she heard of such a remarkable person. Coupled with the earth-shattering exploits of Sword Venerable Fu Dao, she was looking forward to meeting Gu and Zhu. She looked around, curious about everything inside the Third Medicine Valley. As they approached the dojo, an Xian suddenly approached. The elder from the book collection hall greeted an Xian warmly. Guan had introduced an Xian to all his contacts within the Supreme Sect, and they were all aware of Guan's attitude towards an Xian, so everyone treated an Xian warmly. Today, Elder Li, we must have a good drink, not returning until we're drunk. My master often talks about you, said an Xian with a bow and a hearty laugh. These words made Elder Li feel quite comfortable, his spine straightening up. He pinched his beard and glanced at the disciples beside him, who looked up to him in admiration. An Xian turned her gaze to Zhu Shi and asked with a smile, "May I ask if you are Zhu Shi, Miss Zhu?" Stunned, Zhu Shi and the others, including Elder Li, looked at her in surprise. "I am, what about it?" Zhu Shi asked cautiously. While she was a cultivator of the void-crossing realm and hid even greater strength, she was very cautious within the Supreme Sect. It was her survival instinct. "Don't be nervous," an Xian said with a smile. "My master told me to take good care of you. He knew you would come." "Your master?" Zhu Shi grew even more nervous. She had encountered many great cultivators who could divine destiny, and she always kept her distance from such entities to avoid trouble. An Xian nodded and said, "My master is the Valley Master. Come on, it'll take you to settle in." After saying this, she bowed to Elder Li, excusing herself. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Zhu Shi didn't dare to flee and had no choice but to follow an Xian reluctantly. Elder Li and his disciples were astonished. Zhu Shi had such a connection? Suddenly, Elder Li felt the medicinal herbs he had collected for Gu and were a bit hot to handle. But thinking of Guan's smiling face, he calmed down again. Guan wasn't a petty person. At worst, he would return the herbs. Yes, that's it. He could also prepare a gift for Zhu Shi and take the opportunity to apologize to Guan, thereby increasing his chances for more interaction. A smile spread across Elder Li's face as he suddenly found Zhu Shi rather agreeable. On the other side, Zhu Shi couldn't help but ask why Guan was looking for her. But an Xian said she didn't know either. "You don't have to worry. If my master has noticed you, it must mean he has a good impression of you. Maybe he will even take you as his disciple. Just settle in comfortably as if it was your own home. And if you encounter any problems in the future, you can come to me. I forgot to tell you, I am the head disciple of the valley and in charge of everything," an Xian said, turning her head towards Zhu Shi with a gentle smile. Zhu Shi was touched by her smile, warming up to her and feeling her stress dissipate. With such a kind personality, the Valley Master might indeed be a rare good person. Zhu Shi thought to herself. Although Nzin's cultivation level was only at the nascent soul realm, she didn't look down on her. Instead, Zhu Shi wanted to deepen their friendship. An Xian thought to herself, "She doesn't seem to recognize my master. Could she be the offspring of one of my master's old friends?" She did not think of Zhu Shi as a genius. When she said Guan might take Zhu Shi as a disciple, it was just a habit of making big promises, something she learned from Guan. A few kind words didn't cost anything, and maybe she could forge a closer relationship. The two women chatted warmly as they proceeded. Underneath an old tree, Zhu Luo Sword Monarch stood up, looking at the commotion in the distance, and muttered, "Such clamor!" Suddenly, he caught sight of someone, causing him to exclaim in surprise. It was a white-haired old man, leaning on a cane in one hand and resting the other on his waist, just entering the valley and looking around. The free immortal. Reincarnation tribulation. This aura feels so familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch pondered to himself, his eyes fixed on the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man seemed to sense something, turned his head to look, and when he saw Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, his white eyebrows furrowed. Chapter 448. The Strongest Sword Dao, De Hong Sword Heaven Sword Intent. The white-robed elder gazed at Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, contemplating with astonishment. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch also fixed his eyes on him, their gazes locked, and both could see the wariness in each other's eyes. The white-robed elder quickly shifted his gaze away and continued onward. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch had no intention of picking a fight either. After all, they bore no grudges against each other. During the reincarnation tribulation, he would often encounter other free immortals. If he were to confront each one, even De Hong's sword heaven might not be able to protect him. Zhu Luo's sword monarch headed toward 10,000 Sword Mountain. The number of visitors to the Third Medicine Valley was increasing, and 10,000 Sword Mountain had also become a spectacle that many people came to observe. An Xian had already arranged for hundreds of disciples to guard the perimeter of 10,000 Sword Mountain, to prevent outsiders from trespassing. There can be no mistake about the sword intent on this mountain. It's definitely Sword Venerable Fudeo's. With such an abundance of sword intent and each one distinct upon careful observation, what could the old Sword Venerable be trying to do? Perhaps he's creating a land of inheritance. This mountain is too lowly for someone like him. The sect leader should assist in building a taller one. That makes sense. Sword Venerable Fudeo's sword Dao deserves the tallest mountain in the world. Zhu Luo's sword monarch arrived and heard the discussions, his lips twitching involuntarily. He wasn't angry that people said Sword Venerable Fudeo's sword Dao was the strongest. He was merely amazed at the shamelessness of these mortals. Trying to attract the attention of Sword Venerable Fudao with such tactics? Ridiculous. Zhu Luo's sword monarch came to the back of the crowd and spoke up. It's not about the height of the mountain. Sword Venerable Fudeo's sword Dao is indeed the strongest. But precisely because he is so powerful, even if he were to place just one sword anywhere, it would suppress all sword Dao in the world and command respect from all beings. Upon these words, everybody looked his way, while those who had just been flattering Sword Venerable Fudao inwardly gasped in surprise. Another expert? Zhu Luo's sword monarch stood tall and proud, continuing to describe just how powerful Sword Venerable Fudeo's sword Dao was. Inside the house, Guan couldn't help but smirk, finding the man's words quite pleasing to the ear. He also understood Zhu Luo's sword monarch's intentions, but he would not take him as a disciple. It would mess up the seniority. However, giving pointers on Zhu Luo's sword monarch's sword Dao was an option. Guan put down his pen, stood up, and prepared to meet people. With so many important figures present, he couldn't stay cooped up and risk being impolite. Of course, the most important thing was he couldn't miss such an excellent opportunity to make a grand appearance. Guan quickly tidied up the desk and then descended the stairs. He threw a glance at Blood Prison Great Saint, who immediately rose and scuttled after him. Along the way, numerous cultivators and disciples greeted Guan, and he responded with a smile to each one. Elsewhere, Zhu Shi stepped out of the courtyard arranged for her by an Xian, wanting to stroll around. Even from a great distance, she could see the star-like crowd around Guan, extremely conspicuous. When she recognized his true face, she was taken aback. How could it be him? Zhu Shi couldn't forget the enigmatic senior she had met on Mortal World Peak, initially thinking he had been toying with her. However, after she began cultivating the stepping path of Age's step, she came to understand the formidable power of this divine skill. Even after hundreds of years, she had not encountered a more potent skill than the stepping path of Age's step. At that moment, she suddenly relaxed. If it were this senior, perhaps he truly intended to take her as a disciple. Previously, she thought that Guan wanted to scheme against her, but now that she knew he was Sword Venerable Fudao, her worries evaporated like smoke and clouds. She saw Guan nodding to her with a smile, which flattered and startled her, so she hurriedly lifted her hand in salute. Guan did not approach but was escorted by the crowd toward the dojo, which made Zhu Shi breathe a sigh of relief. Facing Guan in public still put a lot of pressure on her. Now, she began to look forward to the upcoming life in Medicine Valley, and the grand ceremony mentioned by the disciples of the valley. Guan, up to this point, are you still unwilling to reveal who you are making an immortal? LV Baitian asked with a smile as he walked beside Guan. The others followed with teasing comments. Although they were jesting with Guan, they all maintained proper decorum, not daring to offend him. Guan pretended to be astonished and asked, "How did you all find out? The news has already spread. Come on, tell me, who are you helping to become an immortal? Is it your disciple?" LV Baitian urged. Even the current supreme sect, when faced with the immortal path realm, must make every effort to win them over. The most crucial point was that Guan was creating an immortal, which holds a fatal attraction for a sect. If they could create one immortal, they could create a second and third. Moreover, they all felt that Guan was about to elevate someone to immortality in one go, not just giving them an opportunity to grow gradually. Guan laughed and said, "The ancient hour is nearly upon us, don't worry." LV Baitian was not content, but alas, no matter how much he pressed, Guan refused to give an answer. A figure flew from the horizon and swiftly landed in front of Guan. It was none other than LV Xian. Wearing a vestment robe crafted by Li Xiandao, LV Xian had an impressive demeanor, like an immortal lord descending to the mortal world, causing the surrounding cultivators to subconsciously make way. When LV Batian saw him, his eyes lit up, wondering if Guan was about to elevate his son. That would be fantastic. Guan, come with me. Let's talk. What's there to discuss with these old geezers? LV Xian spoke disrespectfully, immediately causing quite a few people to frown. LV Batian frowned and said sternly, "Presumptuous. Have you not learned any manners following Li Xiandao?" As the crowd used sound transmission to communicate, their displeasure dissipated upon learning that LV Xian was LV Batian's son. LV Xian's fame was no small matter, and he was among the top talents of the supreme sect. LV Xian, who had already reached the Mahayana realm, had a presence even stronger than that of an ordinary Mahayana cultivator. LV Xian ignored LV Batian, grabbed Guan, and started walking outside. Guan could only apologize to the others before following LV Xian away. After they left, the crowd began to congratulate LV Batian. Although he gestured for them not to speculate wildly, the smile on his face could hardly be concealed. An ancient hour later, everyone gathered in the bustling loft area of the Third Medicine Valley. Guan stood on a hastily built platform, addressing the crowd. Looking down from the platform, the place was bursting with people. Zhu Shi, Su Jia, Wu Ju, Shen Zhan, and others were also among the crowd, curious to see how Guan would create an immortal. "I have prepared a grand ceremony for this spring festival. I thought I had hidden it well, but the news somehow spread. Yes, I am creating an immortal," Guan said with a smile, followed by good-natured laughter from below. Long Qing maintained a solemn face, pretending not to know who leaked the news. "Today, I want you all to witness the process of transcendence and hope it helps with your future cultivation," Guan stated earnestly as he scanned the crowd. He saw Ji Xiaoyu staring at him and even deliberately winked at her. Unfortunately, she did not respond. At this moment, Ji Xiaoyu was simply curious about how Guan was going to create an immortal. She even wished he would just start and spare them the idle chat. Guan spoke at length before finally getting to the point. He simply said, "Bull Demon King." As soon as his words ended, the Blood Prison Great Saint immediately leaped onto the stage from the side, proudly stepping towards Guan, enjoying everyone's gaze. The crowd below paid no attention to the Blood Prison Great Saint, assuming Guan had called him up for something unrelated to immortal creation. After all, what did a core formation realm demon creature have to do with becoming an immortal? Chapter 449. Is there a second person in the world? Blood Prison Great Saint arrived before Guan and reverently knelt down, as if he were about to prostrate himself. Seeing him maintaining such an attitude at this time warmed Guan's heart. His efforts in raising him had not been in vain. "His name is Bull Demon King, huh? Don't tell me there's also a son Wukong? Ha! Don't underestimate him. He's quite cunning. Indeed, when I first touched his horns, he wanted to retaliate against me." "Shush, you can't speak about such things. Why would you send a bull to do it, to kill him as a part of the celebration for immortal creation?" The cultivators and disciples below spectated and speculated, some comments stirring the Blood Prison Great Saint's fur to stand on end in anger. Guan didn't mind it, for the Blood Prison Great Saint's attitude was inseparable from his own harsh words. Aside from Guan, nobody liked them, much like the white spirit rat. It was time to begin. That's what Guan thought, his eyes turning fierce. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Guan took out the fate-determining pen, allowing it to spin in his hand before gripping it firmly, the tip pointed at Blood Prison Great Saint. Everyone's gaze followed suit, falling upon Blood Prison Great Saint, unsure of what Guan was about to do. "Today, I shall let my mount transform into the immortal realm. Everyone, watch closely." Guan's voice sounded, echoing through the Third Medicine Valley. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. He intends to elevate this demon bull to the immortal realm? Impossible. In that moment, even Zhu Luo Sword Monarch and the white-robed elder furrowed their brows. Ji Xiaoyu and Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor likewise found it unbelievable. Their higher realms of existence made them acutely aware of how difficult it was to leap from the core formation realm to the nirvana realm. Even with great powers pouring in their essence or imparting cultivation levels, It was impossible. No matter how they looked at it, Blood Prison Great Saint didn't seem like a great power reincarnated. There were no traces of reincarnation tribulations cause and effect, nor any signs of a hidden stronger cultivation level. LV Batian was stunned. Even found it ridiculous. Could this uncultured bull also achieve immortality? The crowd below fell silent, and before anyone could react, Guan wielded his pen, sprinkling ink onto the body of Blood Prison Great Saint. Instantly, the seal of path of returning primordial spirit within Blood Prison Great Saint dissipated, and he felt that long-lost power surge through him. His entire bovine body ignited. Primordial reincarnation skill. Release. Blood Prison Great Saint roared inwardly. As he just released his Mahayana realm aura, his cultivation level skyrocketed, causing his presence to burst forth like a flood breaking free, reaching the heavens. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from within him, forming a pillar of flames that shot into the clouds, dispersing the accumulating mists and spreading fiery waves across the sky, plunging the third Medicine Valley quickly into crimson. Everyone looked up, even Ju Luo Sword Monarch unable to remain composed. How is this possible? Ju Luo Sword Monarch's pupils quivered, a storm raging in his heart. Judging by Blood Prison Great Saint's surging aura, this demon was likely to surpass the Nirvana realm. From the core formation realm to a loose immortal in one go? How could this be? The path of cultivation could allow this? Ju Luo Sword Monarch glanced again at Blood Prison Great Saint atop the platform. Still, he detected no hint of reincarnation causality. Could this rascal have concealed his cultivation level? But that shouldn't be possible either. How could he not see even the slightest clue? Ju Luo Sword Monarch's mind was in turmoil. The white-robed elder still trapped within the reincarnation tribulation also watched Blood Prison Great Saint in astonishment. Your Majesty, this is... Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor turned to Ji Xiaoyu beside him, hoping she could provide an explanation. Ji Xiaoyu took a deep breath, slowly exhaling a phrase. Baffling indeed. Such fortuity is beyond our comprehension. Su Jia, who also had encountered Blood Prison Great Saint, stood dumbfounded. He, too, had dealt with Blood Prison Great Saint. Guan had wanted to prove himself because Blood Prison Great Saint scoffed at his genius demeanor, telling him that for all his talent, there were countless others far more formidable than him. So, Su Jie thought Guan looked down upon him and had Blood Prison Great Saint convey that attitude. Now as he looked at Blood Prison Great Saint again, it suddenly dawned on him that Blood Prison Great Saint hadn't lied. The Nirvana realm seemed an eternity away for him, no matter how talented he was. Guan had easily created an immortal realm entity, plunging him into a sea of boundless confusion. Was he truly not a genius? Was he just better than the disciples of the Supreme Sect, amounting to nothing in reality? Another genius remained stunned. Zhu Shi. She considered herself well-informed, yet she had never heard of such a feat. How did he do it? How profound was his Tao level? LV Xian, after a brief shock, became excited, clenching his fists as though he were the one making a breakthrough. He was amazed by Gu An's methods, but the thought of being the only talent Guan acknowledged made him glow with pride. Even with the capability to create immortals at will, Guan still recognized his talent. What did that mean? LV Xian's self-confidence soared. He puffed out his chest and began to look down on others with laughter. Could he truly be Sword Venerable Fu Dao? Wu Ju's eyes widened. His body stiffened to rigidity. He had worked so hard for his Tao level, only to have it surpassed by the Blood Prison Great Saint in an instant, which made him question his life. Shen Zhen's gaze shone brightly as she stared at Guan, her eyes filled with infatuation. She most admired the Sword Venerable Fu Dao, and her favorite peer and friend was Guan. Even without the identity of Sword Venerable Fu Dao, she sincerely admired Gu An's talent. When Gu An's identity coincided with that of Sword Venerable Fu Dao, Shen Zhen's admiration and fondness for Guan reached its peak. The imposing aura of the Blood Prison Great Saint whipped up a gale that fluttered Gu An's robe and hair. He turned his head to look at the Blood Prison Great Saint, the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. This scene, witnessed by the crowd below, made him seem so vigorous and high-spirited. Could there be a second person in the world capable of scribing immortals? Everyone was shocked by Gu An's methods, and the aura of the Blood Prison Great Saint disturbed the entire Supreme Sect, as more and more cultivators flew toward the Third Medicine Valley. Ji Han came back to his senses and immediately went to stop other disciples from coming. Gu An's methods were too unfathomable, and he felt they should not be exposed. Not only did he think this, but LV Batian and the other higher-ups shared the same view. If news of this were to spread, could the disciples continue to cultivate peacefully? Surely a large number of disciples would come seeking Guan's favor upon hearing the news, and other sects would go crazy trying to please Gu, and LV Batian also flew into the sky to take charge of the situation. He turned his head in the air and looked toward Guan standing on the platform, whose presence could not be overshadowed by the Blood Prison Great Saint's imposing aura. LV Batian suddenly felt a bit dazed. He felt that the supreme sect could not retain Guan, nor were they worthy of him. Without Sword Venerable Fudao, how many times would the supreme sect have been destroyed by now? Thinking this, LV Batian suddenly felt relieved. Why continue to suppress? Such an extraordinary event surely could not be hidden. Guan, do you disdain the position of sect leader because you will live longer than the supreme sect? LV Batian looked at Guan and sighed softly, his voice so low as if only he could hear it. Thunderous clouds rolled in from the horizon, gathering above his head, accumulating heavenly might, and casting a quick darkness over the land and sky. Amid the vast and mighty aura, the Blood Prison Great Saint slowly stood up. His fur bursting apart, his form changing, a blood-red robe appeared out of nowhere, wrapping around the bull's body before it had fully shape-shifted, aiding its transformation into human form. The bull's head shrank rapidly, revealing a handsome and unruly face. His arrogance even more pronounced than that of An Hao and LV Xian. The once invincible Blood Prison Great Saint, who had dominated his own great heaven and earth, had returned. Underneath the mystic pure tree, a plump white spirit rat held a fruit. Staring blankly at the figure of the Blood Prison Great Saint, the fruit fell to the ground unnoticed. An Exian stood at the edge of the platform, looking at the true form of the Blood Prison Great Saint and secretly marveled. So this is what he looks like? Or is he imitating Master? But no matter how I look at it, Master is more handsome. Even with that bull's head donning a handsome appearance, it still seems punchable. Feeling the quickly intensifying aura of the Blood Prison Great Saint, and Zin's competitive spirit was spurred. One day, she would become stronger than the Blood Prison Great Saint, and she would even surpass her senior brother, An Hao. The heavenly tribulation was about to arrive, and all the people in the valley were not frightened by its might. They all stared blankly at the Blood Prison Great Saint. It was unclear who spoke first, but the third Medicine Valley instantly became like a pot boiling over, the clamor bursting forth, threatening to overturn the heavens. How is that possible? Has the demon bull really become an immortal? He is not just a disciple of Sword Venerable Fudao, he is Sword Venerable Fudao. My heavens! How did he do it? Could it be that this bull was always an immortal? Immortal my ass, I've known the bull demon king for 500 years, watching him nap every day. Can an immortal do that? That's right, this bull has indeed been around for a long time, not just a recent appearance. Everyone was immensely excited, fervently discussing the Blood Prison Great Saint, and Guan's gaze turned towards the heavens, sensing a powerful presence rushing from the silent destruction domain. It was the aura of the heavenly demon, stronger than the Ju Luo Sword Monarch, truly half a step into the Tao Fruit realm. The heavenly demon emperor. Interesting. Guan's eyes sparkled, his thoughts playful. In the dim great hall, the sickly green candlelight flickered as if demons were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The Annihilation God Emperor sat cross-legged on a large cauldron, surrounded by a misty fog that faintly revealed swirling ghosts. His face remained pitch black as if a black hole, his true features unseen. Come in. The Annihilation God Emperor spoke, his tone indifferent. As his words fell, a surge of demonic chi bubbled from the darkness ahead, quickly approaching him. It was the Heavenly Demon Emperor. The Heavenly Demon Emperor stood in front of the cauldron, looking up at the Annihilation God Emperor perched above, and asked, Divine Emperor, are you waiting for a descendant of the Dragon Clan? The Annihilation God Emperor responded with a hum, his seated posture revealing nothing of his emotions. The Heavenly Demon Emperor asked, If you suspect that person is in the Great Heavenly Spirit Land, why not eradicate the Great Heaven and Earth directly? Wouldn't trading the lives of all its beings for the peace of the vast cosmos be worthwhile? The Annihilation God Emperor's head tilted slightly, as if he were looking at the Heavenly Demon Emperor. The Heavenly Demon Emperor was not afraid and continued, You are not a paragon of virtue, you have destroyed numerous great heavens and earth. Could it be that you do not actually wish to kill that person, perhaps even to protect him? It is said that the primordial ancestor of the Dragon Clan was not Emperor Long Xian but his father, who was known as the Emperor of Heavenly Dragon. He founded the battle court but swiftly fell. Emperor Long Xian was merely heir to his legacy. Moreover, I heard that Emperor Long Xian was your disciple. Is that so? The Annihilation God Emperor fixed his gaze on the Heavenly Demon Emperor and said, Heavenly Demon Emperor, though you have become an emperor, are you sure you want to provoke me? Chapter 450. Chaos Heavenly Tao, Demon God Xian Huang facing the threat of the Annihilation God Emperor. The Heavenly Demon Emperor showed a smile and said, Divine Emperor, you should understand my meaning. If not for your promotion, how could I have today? It is because of this kindness that I wish to remind you of the cost of doing this. The Annihilation God Emperor looked down at him and asked, Have you already defected to the battle court? The Heavenly Demon Emperor replied, The Disaster Demon Emperor did indeed seek me out, but the battle court cannot cross the boundary gate, and I have no need to defect. However, you are different. You don't belong to this universe and will leave sooner or later. The Annihilation God Emperor fell silent. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's eyes flickered as he said, Why don't I help you eliminate that person, so you won't be seen as having failed Emperor Long Xian? Boom! A terrifying aura burst forth from the Annihilation God Emperor's body, continuously impacting the Heavenly Demon Emperor and causing the demonic chi around him to disintegrate and reconvene. The Heavenly Demon Emperor slightly bowed his head, his face cast into darkness. It seems you are not sure you can eradicate the great Heavenly Spirit Land, and you want to rely on my strength, the Annihilation God Emperor's voice sounded. The Heavenly Demon Emperor took a deep breath and said, Our Sky Demon Clan's existence is to eradicate the great heaven and earth of the Heavenly Tao. It is our clan's mission. If I do not do it, sooner or later I will turn to dust, and my path will be in vain. Nowadays, the great Heavenly Spirit Land has the power of Xian Yu, the Sword Tao of Dahong Sword Heaven, and the unknown origin of the free immortal. I indeed do not have absolute confidence. Divine Emperor, although you have transcended, you still belong to the chaos. Such a stance destines you to be incompatible with the creatures of the Heavenly Tao. The descendants of the Dragon Clan, by leveraging reincarnation and entering the Heavenly Tao, have already stood against you. The Annihilation God Emperor retracted his aura, thought for a moment, and raised his right hand, gesturing slightly. A towering figure appeared from the darkness behind him, shrouded in flickering flames, its true face impossible to see. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's expression changed at the sight of this figure. He couldn't help but exclaim, Demon God Xianhuang, how is it possible? How did you bring him? The Annihilation God Emperor did not reply, but gently waved his hand. The Demon God Xianhuang opened a pair of eyes that resembled two suns of divine might, filled with an oppressing presence. In front of these eyes, the Heavenly Demon Emperor seemed as insignificant as dust. The Heavenly Demon Emperor took a deep breath, and a crazed and fierce expression spread across his face. With this power, the great Heavenly Spirit Land will surely be eradicated. The Supreme Sect was basking in the festive atmosphere of the Spring Festival, while the Third Medicine Valley had been isolated by a formation. Within the Great Formation, the Blood Prison Great Saint was undergoing his tribulation, with violent heavenly lightning incessantly striking him. He hovered high in the air, twisting his neck without feeling any pain. On the contrary, he felt quite comfortable. Guan stood on a high platform, using his own Taoist intent to accelerate the Blood Prison Great Saint's heavenly tribulation. At this moment, the Blood Prison Great Saint had already stepped into the loose immortal realm, adapting to the changes within his body. Everyone in the valley watched this scene, conversing among themselves. Invisibly, they each had their own realizations. This was because Gu An's Taoist intent enveloped the entire Medicine Valley, letting everyone enjoy it. A grand celebration naturally couldn't just be to watch the Blood Prison Great Saint's breakthrough. Those who came to Medicine Valley were either friends with him or honored guests of the sect, considering it a gift for the Spring Festival. Many people believed that the Supreme Sect relied on Sword Venerable Fudao, but Guan felt that the Supreme Sect also helped him cover up a lot and indeed respected him at the higher levels. Even if there were calculations, they were outside the Third Medicine Valley and did not disturb his quiet cultivation. Over 1,000 years, the Supreme Sect had experienced bumps and turbulence, but it had always been able to correct its mistakes. Overall, Guan was quite satisfied with the Supreme Sect, which was why he was willing to offer such a grand gift. The pursuit of immortal cultivation and enlightenment are equally important. Many of you are busy with qi absorption cultivation, focusing on becoming stronger, which may become an obsession and lead to inner demons. My mount has been sitting in meditation for years, perceiving the natural world, and that is why he has become an immortal. Guan's voice rose, his words clearly reaching every person's ears, sinking them into contemplation. Guan wasn't just talking. Although the blood prison great saint's strength had nothing to do with enlightening the path, perceiving the natural world was also a route, and its potential was higher than that of qi absorption cultivation. If one can attain the Tao, mana will come naturally. The majority of cultivators busied themselves with qi absorption cultivation, neglecting the comprehension of nature. Their utilitarian mindset also made them restless, leading to extreme paths. What Guan spoke of was not enlightenment like Wu Ju's, but rather the comprehension of the great Tao. The great Tao is omnipresent, and even a trace of realization is worth more than 1,000 years of arduous cultivation. Even without enlightenment, occasional meditation could soothe the restlessness in one's heart, making the journey ahead more stable. There is an old Chinese saying that haste makes waste, which also applies to the pursuit of immortality. Guan spoke gently, guiding all the guests with his Tao. Even the strong figures like Zhu Luo Sword Monarch and the man in white robe fell into deep thought. Su Jie stood among the crowd, feeling profoundly enlightened. In fact, over the years, he felt very impatient, with anger brewing in his heart. If not dispersed, it could become a heart demon in the future. Right now, listening to his master's voice, his heart fell into an unprecedented calm. It was a very comfortable sensation. Time flew swiftly. With Guan's help, the blood prison great saint's tribulation crossing process was extremely fast. As dusk arrived, the heavenly tribulation dissipated. The blood prison great saint successfully crossed the tribulation and became a loose immortal realm first layer being. He was able to leap directly over the nirvana realm, thanks in large part to the medicinal herbs and elixirs that Guan had invested in him over the years. Feeling the powerful cultivation level of the loose immortal realm, the blood prison great saint had an urge to let out a long howl, but he restrained himself. He descended from the sky and landed in front of Guan, knelt on one knee, and with a fist in palm saluted, "Thank you, Master, for your grace. I will forever serve by your side." His voice was loud and clear, causing many people to awaken. This public declaration also confirmed that his becoming an immortal was a gift from Guan. The thunderclouds in the sky hadn't yet dispersed, and the edges of the clouds were tinged with a reddish glow as nightfall approached. Guan helped the blood prison great saint up and then turned to look at the audience below. Seeing that most of them had already awakened, he raised his hand and smiled. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is the New Year festival, time to drink and be merry." As his words fell, an Xian gestured with a wave of her hand, and a large number of Medicine Valley disciples started to move. Boom, boom, boom. Fireworks rose from the mountains at the edge of Medicine Valley, their thunderous sounds awakening everyone still immersed in the contemplation of the heavens and the earth. Suddenly awakened, they felt a sense of loss and even wished to recapture their previous experience. They started to seriously consider Guan's words about comprehending nature. The New Year celebration at the Third Medicine Valley officially began, and Guan, accompanied by the blood prison great saint, stepped off the stage. He immediately found himself in the spotlight, while many surrounded the blood prison great saint, lavishing praises and asking him about his experience of becoming immortal. The blood prison great saint stood with hands on hips, full of vigor. He spoke openly about the power of a loose immortal. His gaze turned to the distance, where he fixed his eyes on the white spirit rat beneath the mystic pure tree, frightening it so much that it immediately burrowed underground, vanishing from sight. The blood prison great saint cracked a grin, his horned and blood-red hair making him look like an Azura in this world, his smile eerily thrilling. Chapter 451 Heavenly Tao Theory. The Spring Festival at the Third Medicine Valley was a great success, with everyone drinking through the night, sharing stories, and growing closer. Guan was quite busy that evening, and even though he appeared enthusiastic, he could sense that everyone was acting reserved around him, except for an Xian and Shen Zhen. Even Wu Ju had changed from before. Perhaps this was the downside of being too powerful. Guan stood by the window, watching his friends leave one after the other. The morning sunlight glowed, making his departing friends seem as if they were leaving wrapped in a rosy dawn. After a while, Guan turned back, went to his desk, and began to write about mind cultivation because last night, LV Batian had expressed a desire to establish a method of heart cultivation and disseminate it throughout the Supreme Sect to help its disciples have a firmer path ahead. Guan hence offered many suggestions, such as uniform teaching of cultivation by the master to avoid neglecting any disciples due to a lack of close relations. The supreme sect no longer needed to intentionally cultivate geniuses. A strong foundation was more important, which required the effort of all disciples. A sect with geniuses might not be strong, but a sect where most disciples are outstanding was surely not weak. Guan created a 100-year cultivation education plan for the supreme sect. Every disciple upon entry would unconditionally receive 100 years of cultivation techniques and spell guidance from the sect unless they violated the rules, ensuring each disciple would possess notable strength and become eligible cultivators. LV Batian was moved by the plan. Although the investment would be substantial, if successful, the supreme sect would undoubtedly become a true holy land. Of course, the most crucial aspect was that the suggestion came from Sword Venerable Fudao. He believed that no one would dare to obstruct it. If resources were lacking, those families would surely rush to donate, meaning the plan would certainly succeed if they desired it. I wonder how long the supreme sect will last, but taking care of the majority of the disciples' lives is also amassing good karma, Guan murmured to himself, feeling content. He now cared more about intangible things than benefits. Having inherited many reincarnation lives and gained many insights, he wanted to distill insights from his own life. The path to the Great Tao is long and full of obstacles, and understanding the Great Tao isn't something that can be directly enhanced by lifespan, but with the ability to evolve through life, he had more time to comprehend the Great Tao. A spring breeze blew in from the window, swaying a green flower on the small altar on the table. The green flower trembled, as if years were beckoning, reminding all living beings that youth, once gone, never returns. Time flies, and a century passed. One day, Guan strolled through the streets of the outer gate city, followed by the blood prison great saint, whose shape-shifted form was tall and imposing, his fierce gaze capturing attention. Yet, many people looked not at him, but at Guan. People greeted Guan warmly along the way, and he nodded in response, while the disciples who had never met him asked others about him. That's the Valley Master of the Third Medicine Valley, Guan. It's suspected that he's Sword's Venerable Fudao. What? He is the rumored Sword's Venerable Fudao? It's unclear, but I remember he is supposed to be the disciple of Sword's Venerable Fudao. Anyhow, he represents him. The 100-year mentorship was his proposal. You younger generations should thank him. Otherwise, entering the sect without talent would have made pursuing Taoist sorcery dependent on connections or fighting it out. The 100-year mentorship was his idea? Then he indeed deserves such treatment. We've all benefited from his grace. Wherever Guan went, nearby people discussed the 100-year mentorship. The Supreme Sect implemented this initiative swiftly, spreading it throughout the land and overseas. Even disciples from other sects praised the Supreme Sect for the great sect spirit, with some wanting to learn from it, but facing internal resistance. Within the same sect, not all those in power wanted their disciples to prosper, valuing their own interests more. The 100-year mentorship touched on these interests. How could they agree? For a time, the conflict between families and sects played out everywhere, some resulting in bloodshed, while others had undercurrents. The world was still in chaos, but Guan could not be concerned with the whole world. Managing the Supreme Sect was impressive enough. Name: Guan. Lifespan: 1, 100/3, 391, 514, 220. Physique: Mixed Yuan Dao Golden Body. Cultivation level: Perfect Shen Yuan Zi Zai Immortal Realm. 33 billion years of lifespan. Guan felt very satisfied. Time seemed to be passing faster for him. He did not go to develop or expand Medicine Valley, or to seize more lifespans. It had to be done by his original self. Puppets and avatars would not suffice. In the absence of hatred, there was no need for him to focus all his energy on seizing lifespans. Moreover, the bigger his movements, the more likely he would draw greater crises. At present, the increase in his lifespan satisfied him. He could steadily acquire lifespan and still have time to enjoy life. Such an immortal cultivation life could not be more wonderful. Since the blood prison great saint had recovered his cultivation level, he began to understand the pleasures Guan indulged in. A mundane life was not necessarily dull, and fighting and killing should not encompass all that immortal cultivation entailed. Seeing Guan enter the book collection hall, the blood prison great saint didn't follow him in but instead wandered around in front of the hall's entrance. With long horns on his head and draped in blood-colored hair, his presence attracted attention wherever he went. Though the Supreme Sect had many demon clan disciples, few demons possessed such an outstanding and sharp demeanor. He unabashedly displayed his loose immortal aura, leaving others curious about his cultivation level. Within the Supreme Sect, even if one encountered someone from the Immortal Path realm, disciples would not panic because they believed that no Immortal Path powerhouse would dare cause trouble at the Supreme Sect. They were protected by true Immortal Path Supremes. This time, Guan came to the book collection hall not to donate books, but to buy them. The book collection hall was helping him collect rare books from across the world, and he did not refuse. With his Dao level, he could predict outcomes, but he had not done so. He preferred the feeling of flipping through the pages of a book. Even with power surpassing that of great heavenly spirit land, he kept as many mundane habits as possible. Over the years, in addition to the growth of his lifespan, he had gained a deeper understanding of fate and karma. He could wield two kinds of heavenly Dao and great Dao divine skills with even greater might. This was also the benefit of remaining a part of the secular world. Compared to deduction, interacting and living among people allowed for a better understanding of others' emotions and the realization of life. When the elders from the book collection hall knew of Guan's arrival, they flocked to him, eagerly recommending the rare books each had found. Guan asked them to present their findings one by one without rush, as he planned to stay for an ancient hour. Hearing that Guan would stay for an ancient hour, everyone calmed down, and the smiles on their faces never faded. They began to recommend books in order of their seniority. Guan listened attentively, but the first few books did not attract him. "Brother Gu, this book I have is extraordinary. Its origin is unknown to anyone. It suddenly appeared overseas and has been praised by many. Some say this book can predict the future," said an elder while presenting a blue-covered book mysteriously. Guan looked at the book's cover and saw 3 words. Heavenly Dao Theory. Guan raised his hand and drew the book into his grasp. The elder was not surprised, accustomed to his methods, and continued to introduce the commotion that Heavenly Dao Theory had caused. Guan was captivated from the first page. Heavenly Dao. All living beings perish for the Heavenly Dao. The Great Dao perishes for the Heavenly Dao. Was this a book criticizing the Heavenly Dao? Guan grew even more curious and continued to flip through, wanting to see how this book could predict the future. More than one elder had heard of Heavenly Dao Theory, and according to them, there were only 9 true copies of Heavenly Dao Theory. The rest were imitations. To possess Heavenly Dao Theory was to gain extraordinary power, but it could also bring misfortune, leading to death and the annihilation of one's Dao, an unpredictable revival. After a long time, Guan closed the book and smiled. "This book is good. I'll take it. In the future, if there is more Heavenly Dao Theory, you can keep it for me." The elder beamed upon hearing this, patting his chest and readily agreeing. He did not request any compensation. To be on good terms with Guan was the greatest reward. To call oneself a friend of Guan, within the Supreme Sect, who would dare to disrespect him? If someone dared to impersonate, cultivators would come knocking on their door. It was said that the Supreme Sect had established a dark hall, which included oversight of such matters to prevent anyone from tarnishing the reputations of Guan or Sword Venerable Fudao. Guan asked them to bring out all the books they had prepared for him. He couldn't waste their kindness. Finally, Guan left the book collection hall with everyone accompanying him. Seeing Guan emerge, the Blood Prison Great Saint immediately hurried over. Guan glanced at him and said, "You are already a loose immortal. Don't bother with him." The Blood Prison Great Saint, who had just purchased a curious treasure, gave an awkward smile and coughed. "I was just playing with him. I see him as a kid. Why would I bully him?" The child he referred to was the White Spirit Rat. Chapter 452. Surpassing the 9 heavens of Immortal Path. After Guan spoke up, the Blood Prison Great Saint abandoned his plan to scare the White Spirit Rat. He wasn't upset. If Guan cared so much for the White Spirit Rat, he would naturally do the same for him. Guan continued wandering around the outer gate city until dusk, and before leaving, the Blood Prison Great Saint voluntarily transformed into a bull demon to carry him away. The Blood Prison Great Saint had not forgotten his duty as a mount, and although Guan told him it wasn't necessary, he insisted on doing it. He wasn't foolish. If Guan said he didn't need him to be a bull, and he actually believed it, Guan could easily find another bull to replace him the next day. Guan was very pleased with the Blood Prison Great Saint's attitude. He could guess what the Blood Prison Great Saint was thinking. Indeed, with Guan's current capabilities, finding a mount was easy, and he wouldn't even have to look for one himself. People would rush to offer one if they saw he needed it. Guan wouldn't force the Blood Prison Great Saint, but if the Blood Prison Great Saint wanted to stick by him, he wouldn't reject him either. At least by following him, his efforts wouldn't be in vain. Sitting on the back of the bull, with a breeze on his face, Guan took out the Heavenly Tao Theory again and continued to read. Although the book was a copy, through its words, Guan could feel a special Taoist intent. If it possessed Taoist intent, it likely meant its creator was in the Tao fruit realm. There were many great heaven and earth realms beyond the outer heaven, and Guan had even sensed the presence of the Taoist hidden immortal, though it was deeply hidden and fleeting. He hadn't yet encountered the Xian Yuan Zizai Xian. The Heavenly Tao Theory didn't just appear by chance. After deducing, Guan found that it descended around the world in the same year, indicating that some powerful entity had set its sights on the great heavenly spirit land. Now there were more than 10 free immortals within the great heavenly spirit land. They fought subtly in the shadows, and though they occasionally met, they moved their combat to the outer heaven without disturbing the world situation. The emergence of another Taoist hidden immortal didn't worry Guan. It posed no threat. Besides, he had already started planning his next breakthrough. The Blood Prison Great Saint wasn't flying fast. By the time they reached the third Medicine Valley, the moon had already risen. Upon landing, Guan didn't go inside. Instead, he walked towards a distant courtyard. The number of disciples in the third Medicine Valley exceeding 5,000 had forced an Xin to establish a set of criteria for those who wished to stay. Thus nowadays, the real challenge wasn't finishing one's training but managing to remain. Of course, this set of rules was for new disciples after its implementation, although the older disciples could choose to stay as well, and Guan still treated them the same as before. Along the way, Guan continuously responded to the disciples' salutations. He arrived at that quiet courtyard, sensing Zhu Shi was cultivating inside. He surveyed the courtyard, then walked to the door and raised his hand. The door was knocked, and soon Zhu Shi opened it. Seeing Guan, she immediately bowed. "May I come in to chat with you?" Guan asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shi hurriedly stepped aside, inviting Guan inside. Having known him for 100 years, she respected Guan deeply and wasn't worried he might harm her. She thought that if Guan were hypocritical, he couldn't possibly maintain it for so long, especially not a great power cultivator interacting with others daily. Could he continue to behave with such equality? Moreover, from Guan's perspective, there was no need to pretend. He could now make the whole world submit to him. Who could stop him? Compared to reckless strongmen, Zhu Shi admired Guan more, a man who could restrain his emotions and desires. Guan entered the room and noticed Zhu Zai's room was clean and simple, with no excessive furnishings, and a refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, refreshing the senses. Guan took a seat at the table, and Zhu Shi closed the door and began to pour him tea. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Zhu Shi sat opposite Guan and asked, "Master, is there something you need?" She was now a disciple of the Third Medicine Valley, and it was only proper to address Guan as her master. Guan smiled and asked, "Did you recently acquire a book?" Zhu Shi, puzzled, inquired, "What book?" "Heavenly Tao Theory." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zai's expression changed slightly. She immediately took out a copied version of the Heavenly Tao Theory and asked, "Is it this book? Master, do you want it?" Previously, when Guan was calculating the Heavenly Tao Theory, he deduced that one of the true copies was in Zhu Zai's possession, which she had found by chance during an outing several months ago. But such coincidences were too many. Guan did not take the Heavenly Tao Theory from her hands but rather said slowly, "Zhu Shi, I have actually known what kind of person you are for a long time. I noticed you back when you were still at the Moonfall Divine Lake. You like to steal medicinal herbs." Zhu Shi widened her eyes and instinctively stood up and stepped back. Guan stared at her and said, "You are wary of everyone, so I did not expose you. The reasons I accepted you as a disciple were firstly because of your talent, secondly because you had not committed grave evils and there was still hope for you, and I can provide you with endless medicinal herbs. However, I also need you to trust me. The reason I focused on you early on was only because of your unique physique. Have you always wanted to know the origins of your bloodline?" Hearing this, most of Zhu Zai's panic dissipated. She cautiously approached the table and said, "Master, I have not stolen any medicinal herbs within the Third Medicine Valley." What she said was true because the treatments in the Third Medicine Valley were good. The words an Xin had previously spoken to her alone had spread, and many families were trying to win her over, thinking she might become the direct disciple of Sword Venerable Fu Dao. Guan said, "I know, so I never questioned you. Today, I sought you out because this book, Heavenly Tao Theory, is extraordinary and could bring trouble to both you and the Third Medicine Valley." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xi immediately took the Heavenly Tao Theory out. The real Heavenly Tao Theory was a red-covered book, almost as if it was stained with blood, emanating a sinister aura upon its appearance. Guan flicked his finger and the Heavenly Tao Theory in Zhu Zai's hands flew out, landing on the table close to Gu An's arm. Zhu Xi thought to herself, what an impressive skill. Her cultivation level wasn't low as she had only concealed her true strength, but in front of Guan, she felt her spiritual power was fragile and couldn't react in time. Guan said, "This book probably comes from beyond the outer heaven, and is the work of someone who surpassed the 9 heavens of the immortal path. It will continuously integrate with your causation and chi fortune. The more you use it, the more dependent you become, eventually becoming manipulated by it. To be unaffected, you need to surpass the free immortal, even surpass its creator." Surpass the 9 heavens of the immortal path? Zhu Xi, frightened to pallor, cautiously asked, "Master, what should I do?" Guan smiled and asked, "Do you like this book?" "I do, no, I just like its power," Zhu Xi honestly replied. She had mistakenly thought it was an immortal path supreme treasure, which is why she had hidden it so carefully. Guan smiled and said, "I can let you keep it, but you mustn't use it. I'll teach you how to control its power, and if any entity tries to contact you, you must tell me." Zhu Xi agreed without hesitation. She had no reason to side with the entity behind the Heavenly Tao Theory. Chapter 453. Demon God descends to the world. Guan saw that Zhu Xi agreed, then pushed the Heavenly Tao Theory towards her. She did not pick it up immediately but instead looked at Guan and asked, "Master, do you truly know my lineage?" Guan replied, "Actually, your background is quite ordinary, and there are no karmic entanglements entwined with you. Your talent is exceptional and occurs once in an era, blessed by heaven and earth, known as the Tai Chu Swallowing Yuan Body." Tai Chu Swallowing Yuan Body. Upon hearing these 5 words, Zhu Xi fell into a daze, inexplicably accepting this name as though awakening distant memories. Guan encouraged, "Cultivate diligently. One day, you will stand at the pinnacle of the immortal path and become the person you currently admire, or even surpass them." Hearing this, Zhu Xi wanted to ask, "Can I surpass you?" She was not ignorant of decorum to such an extent. She only dared to think it in her heart. Guan began to inquire about Zhu Zai's cultivation struggles. Lowering her guard, she started to discuss her cultivation woes. Meanwhile, Guan was deducing the karma and truth of the Heavenly Tao Theory. The Heavenly Tao Theory possessed the ability to toggle between reality and illusion. In battle, it could make the injuries Zhu Xi received turn unreal, as if she were unharmed, delaying the damage, while also being able to wield non-existent spells and divine skills to attack the enemy, making the enemy believe they sustained severe injuries when, in reality, they had not. This effect would persist for a while before disappearing. This power was different from karma. It was a very special power of the Tao. Currently, Guan had not yet researched this type of Tao, and he was quite intrigued by it. An hour later, Guan stood up to leave. "Master, keep the Heavenly Tao Theory for now. I will ask you for it when I need it. How does that sound?" Zhu Xi handed the Heavenly Tao Theory to Guan, speaking seriously. She was also reluctant to part with it, but after knowing the origin of the Heavenly Tao Theory, she felt apprehensive about the book, as if it burned to the touch. Most crucially, could Gu An's ability to discern the book's origin suggest that he might be stronger than the entity behind the book? Moreover, she could sense Gu An's interest in the Heavenly Tao Theory. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally come to seek her out, and since Guan said he would cultivate her, why shouldn't she be generous? Guan smiled as he accepted the Heavenly Tao Theory, considering her quite sensible. After Guan had left, Zhu Xi closed her room door and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not just due to her cautious nature. Anyone would feel frightened knowing such a mighty figure was watching over them. She went over their conversation in her mind, ensuring that she had not misspoken before she could fully relax. She resettled into meditation on her bed, her eyes drifting toward the window, pondering deeply with a distant look in her eyes. Why was she always afraid? She felt that her nature wasn't necessarily good, but she instinctively stayed alert around everyone, and her first reaction to potential troubles was to evade. But such is human nature. Even knowing one's flaws doesn't make them easy to amend. After a while, she redirected her focus, continuing her cultivation. After chatting with Zhu Xi, Guan would guide her in practicing the stepping path of Age's step every few days, spending other times either picking flowers and herbs or studying the powers of Tao in the heavenly Tao theory. He didn't absorb this power directly but perceived its existence, seeking similar ones within the universe's unobservable Tao rules for enlightenment. By doing so, he could sense a purer power of the Tao, preventing any schemes from the entity behind the heavenly Tao theory. The universe was vast, with countless colorless and intangible types of Tao rules acting as its foundation, birthing the universe and all within it. Each Tao rule was vast and boundless. Although Guan had studied the Karma Tao and the Fate Tao, compared to one of these rules, they were vastly inferior. He could hardly imagine what realm would be potent enough to rival the Tao. When Guan began to comprehend the great Tao and reduced his idle play, time began to flow more swiftly. In the blink of an eye, another 45 years had passed. In the summer of this year, Guan arrived at the outer world cave of Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. The three demons, Tian Yaoer, had already moved to the outer world cave, and the medicinal herbs from Yanchu cave had also been transferred there. As the minor heaven and earth that Guan had opened up, the heaven and earth rules of the outer world cave had become more complete. The grotto heaven was rich in spiritual energy, which steadily increased the cultivation level of Tian Yaoer and the others. Now, Tian Yaoer had reached the 9th layer of the Mahayana realm and was ready to break through at any moment. Guan prepared to take her out for the tribulation crossing to prevent any harm to the outer world cave. Upon hearing that they could go out, Tian Yaoer was thrilled. Tian Qing and Tian Bai also clamored to join, clinging to Guan's arms and acting coquettishly. Tian Qing was charming and full of grace, her mature demeanor making her seem like an older sister, while Tian Bai was more innocent but loved to act spoiled, always speaking in a whiny tone. The two sisters coordinated well, and Guan, with a softened heart, could only agree to take them out. Seeing their wishes fulfilled, Tian Yaoer sent them away and alone clutched Guan's arm and asked, "Master, once I break through successfully, can I always stay with you?" She had been cultivating underground for nearly 1,000 years, having been only 17 when she arrived. Now she was 989 years old. How could she not be curious about the vast world outside? Guan replied, "That's not possible. If you leave, who will help me guard this grotto heaven? I cannot trust Tian Qing and Tian Bai with that." Hearing this, Tian Yaoer's face fell immediately, clearly disheartened. Guan changed his tone. "However, occasionally taking you out for a stroll isn't out of the question." "Thank you, master." Tian Yaoer's face lit up with a smile, promptly expressing her gratitude to Guan. Guan glanced at her. Despite her nearly 1,000 years of age, she still looked like a young girl. Perhaps she should experience the mundane world sooner or later. Otherwise, reaching a higher realm without life's insights might make her journey arduous. He continued walking forward, Tian Yaoer by his side, while Tian Qing and Tian Bai leapt around, retaining their cat-like nature. As Guan chatted with Tian Yaoer, listening to her joyful laughter, his mood brightened as well. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the ground trembled. The spiritual energy of the outer world cave began to surge chaotically, as if the apocalypse was upon them. Horrified, Tian Qing and Tian Bai quickly stopped, and Tian Yaoer frowned. She could sense an awful pressure coming from beyond the grotto heaven. This pressure was not fleeting but continuous and increasingly terrifying. "Master, what's happening?" Tian Qing looked at Guan, asking anxiously. Guan looked up at the sky, saying, "A demon god has arrived. The true calamity of the great heavenly spirit land is about to commence." Guan had already seen the demon god standing before the black city of the outer heaven, a city crafted by the annihilation god emperor. Demon god Shen Huang. Guan recognized the origin of this demon god at a glance. Indeed, in the inherited memories of Long Zhan, there were legends of the demon god Shen Huang, exceedingly ancient. Long Zhan had only seen skeletal remains that emitted an endlessly vast aura. Beside the demon god Shen Huang stood a demon with an extremely powerful aura. The Heavenly Demon Emperor. Chapter 454. The extreme lifespan of heaven and earth. Guan remembered the Sky Demon Great Emperor because of Ji Xiaoyu. The Sky Demon Great Emperor had a grudge with Ji Xiaoyu, and Ji Xiaoyu's original self had lost to him several times. When the Sky Demon Great Emperor descended near the great heavenly spirit land, Guan had divined the future and knew what would happen next. If he did not act, the Sky Demon Great Emperor would bring catastrophic disaster to the great heavenly spirit land. If he did act, more calamities would emerge in the future, possibly hastening the demise of the great heavenly spirit land. The fate of the great heavenly spirit land was due to the fortunes of great heaven and earth, which is to say, determined by Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao influences the will of all living beings, incites them towards aggression, and creates an environment for escalating conflict. Unless Guan could manipulate the will of all living beings, only then could he truly save the people of the great heavenly spirit land. But to do so would turn the people into puppets, resulting in a fate worse than death. Moreover, what Heavenly Tao annihilated was the people of this era, not leaving the great heavenly spirit land devoid of life. Over the years, Guan's prophecies had steadily improved, and he could even foresee the outcomes of his actions. Of course, he could not predict entities more powerful than himself. A demon god? What demon god? Is it an adversary of yours, master? Tianbai instinctively asked upon hearing Guan's words. Outer World Cave was still trembling. Here, isolated by the powers of heaven and earth, it was still so much so. One could imagine the greater commotion in the mortal world outside. Guan replied, I have the power to protect myself, but not the whole world. Invisible and intangible forces beyond our grasp manipulate everything. Immortal cultivation is about breaking free from such powers. Upon hearing this, the three demons fell into contemplation. Tian Yaoer cautiously asked, Then, can I still go out to break through? Guan smiled. Of course you can. In a few days, I'll take you there. Worry vanished from Tian Yaoer's face, replaced by excitement. She was too eager for her breakthrough into the Nirvana realm. Tian Qing and Tian Bai were equally anticipating the Nirvana realm, yet with lesser talent than Tian Yaoer, their breakthrough would require hundreds more years of waiting. Boom, the earth shook, and even the supreme sect was seized with panic. Ji Xiaoyu stepped out of her house and looked up at the sky. Billows of black qi cascaded down from the zenith, sweeping across the sky with overwhelming oppressiveness, as if the demon world had descended. She sensed a presence and frowned. Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor appeared at her side, his expression solemn, and said, He has come. He did not need to name the one he referred to. Ji Xiaoyu already knew. Inside Medicine Valley, everyone was discussing the strange phenomena in the sky. Disciples who had been meditating indoors came out, and chess players in the dojo lost interest in their game. Taking advantage of the situation, Nine-Finger Divine Lord altered the chessboard, then frowned at the sky. The surging black qi rolled tumultuously, like a sea pouring down from the sky, stunning all observers. The sound of a dragon's chant rose sharply and incessantly. Before any could see the dragon's shadow, other roars and piercing cries followed. In outer heaven, massive divine beasts had been battling for the great heavenly spirit land for 7 days, supported by the Holy Court and the Immortal Dynasty in a vast effort. Above the great heavenly spirit land, giant black whirlpools appeared one after another, with ceaseless heavenly demons flying out. In the distant beyond, a colossal and terrifying figure approached, wreathed in waves of fire akin to dragons coiling around him, each step capable of shaking the cosmos into void. He seemed like the most ancient demon god from the dawn of the universe, exuding an endless and vast aura. The tremors beneath his feet were visible to the naked eye, as if the Tao itself was being shaken. His appearance immediately brought to mind obliteration, striking extreme dread in all. Whether it was cultivators of the Holy Court or immortal spirits of the Immortal Dynasty, looking at his arrival, they all instinctively felt terror. He was the demon god Shen Huang. On his shoulder was yet another figure, appearing tiny as dust, indeed the Sky Demon Great Emperor. The Sky Demon Great Emperor stood with his arms folded across his chest, looking mockingly toward the great heavenly spirit land. A beam of golden light burst from within the great heavenly spirit land and came to a stop, revealing a figure. It was Yongxian Emperor, with a golden wool floating behind him, emanating rays of brilliant golden light, more dazzling than the sun. Yongxian Emperor looked towards the distant demon god Shen Huang, his eyes filled with wariness. He felt immense pressure. The Holy Minister, another free immortal, also made his appearance among the Holy Court's ranks. He was rapidly calculating, and the more he inferred, the grimmer his expression became. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a while. Why do I not see Shengtian? The voice of Sky Demon Great Emperor echoed through the void, reaching the ears of the great cultivators of the Holy Court and Immortal Dynasty, free immortals and divine thought true immortals, all showing a sudden change in expression, making it clear they all knew of the Sky Demon Great Emperor. Sky Demon Great Emperor. A holy god ground his teeth and spoke, his expression unsightly to the extreme. Boom! Another thunderous roar erupted, deafening, startling the cultivators of the Holy Court and immortal spirits of the Immortal Dynasty to turn their heads. In the boundless and spectacular great heavenly spirit land, an explosion devastated a continent, scattering the sea of clouds, and terrible demonic chi surged like a fountain towards outer heaven. An immortal spirit of the Immortal Dynasty contorted his face hideously and gritted his teeth as he cursed. Sky Demon Great Sect! I've said it before, we should have joined forces with the Holy Court back then to wipe them out. With Demon God Xianhuang and the Sky Demon Great Emperor pressing in from the outside and the Sky Demon Great Sect ravaging all living beings at the opportune moment, the Holy Court and the Immortal Dynasty both felt immense pressure. The countenance of Yang Xian Emperor also turned icy as his gaze fell upon the Holy Minister. The Holy Minister likewise looked at him. Their eyes met, and then both turned their attention to Demon God Xianhuang. Guan returned to the third Medicine Valley, walking towards the mouth of the valley. Looking up, it seemed as though dusk had arrived. Dark clouds churned and crimson glows spread, countless meteors trailing fire as they smashed into the distance, a poignant yet spectacular scene. The Supreme Sect had already activated the protective formation of the sect, and at the edges of the Taitsong continent, a grand formation rose from the ground, a formation purchased from overseas by the Taitsong dynasty. It took 200 years to succeed in its deployment, but once complete, it could protect the entire Taitsong continent. Thanks to this action, Li Xiandao won the hearts of the people. No sooner had Guan entered Medicine Valley than he was surrounded by numerous disciples. Master, what's going on? Could it be that the conflicts between the great sects have reached our Taitsong continent? Foolishness, this commotion is clearly coming from outer heaven. It must be the heavenly demons attacking. Nothing like this has happened for hundreds of years. This time, the Supreme Sect might be affected. Master, your Tao level is high, tell us. Faced with the disciples' barrage of questions, Guan replied, Indeed, it's a great tribulation of heaven and earth. What came before were just minor scuffles. This is the real calamity. But the Supreme Sect shouldn't be threatened in the short term. You should continue your cultivation. Marveling here is in vain. Hearing his words, the disciples all felt awkward and dispersed. Guan continued onwards, when Zhu Luo Sword Monarch approached him and asked, Senior, do you know the origin of the demon god from outer heaven? Guan stopped in his tracks and looked at him, asking, Do you know? Then tell me. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch took a deep breath and said, That is the demon god Xianhuang. It is said that long ago, all the great heaven and earth in the universe belonged to the same great heaven and earth. Countless powerful beings existed back then. Treasure bodies emerged one after another. There was a race known as the Divine Race, and merely reaching adulthood granted them the power to destroy heaven and earth. The demon god Xianhuang was a notable figure among the Divine Race. He is also one of the few whose corpse remained intact. From what I know, he fell under the control of the prohibited existence within the silent destruction domain, which means there is even a stronger being behind the Sky Demon Great Emperor. After finishing, he looked at Guan but did not see any change in his expression. As expected. This senior knows everything. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's worries dissipated. He was not afraid of the Sky Demon Great Emperor, but after realizing the identity of the demon god Xianhuang, he became afraid. No matter how confident he was, he did not consider himself an invincible being. Guan sighed and said, Heaven and earth have welcomed a calamity. Some seek to fulfill their mission, others seek to profit from the chaos. Tell me, when will such cycles of reincarnation ever end? After hearing this, Zhu Luo Sword Monarch was stunned. He pondered deeply over Guan's words. Guan was lamenting over the heavenly Tao. Humans have a limit to their lifespan, and it seemed, so did heaven and earth. He had seen millions of scenarios of destruction for the great heavenly spirit land, with the outcome still rapidly increasing. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch had not considered the heavenly Tao. He thought that Guan was expressing dissatisfaction with the beings behind the demon god Xianhuang. Beyond the game of chess, each chess player is also a chess piece. If your sword Tao wishes to ascend to a higher level, you must forge your own path, independent of any Tao. Guan left those words behind and continued towards his loft. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch furrowed his brows, considering how difficult it was to forge one's own path. Not everyone was the Sword Saint ancestor. His Holy Heart Sword Tao did indeed count as his own path. He had once visited the Sword Tao River, where the Holy Heart Sword Tao existed eternally, coexisting with the Great Tao. Despite his constant claims of wanting to surpass the Holy Heart Sword Tao, He knew in his heart how far he was from it. He merely wanted to use the Holy Heart Sword Dao to break the shackles on his path of cultivation. He looked towards the retreating figure of Guan, his eyes brimming with curiosity. The great heavenly spirit land was about to turn to dust. What would this being, who had surpassed the free immortal, do? Would he intervene to protect, or would he distance himself from the strife? Turning his head to look at the disciples in the valley, a premonition told him that Guan would not forsake everything here. This was his observation from staying in the Third Medicine Valley for so many years. Guan arrived at the base of the building, noticing Ji Xiaoyu and Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor still engaged in observation. He raised his hand to greet them. Ji Xiaoyu looked at Guan and said, "It seems this life of mine is coming to an end." Guan stopped and asked with surprise, "Why? You're not from the great heavenly spirit land, so you shouldn't feel such a great sense of responsibility, right?" Ji Xiaoyu replied, "The Sky Demon Great Emperor is a sworn enemy of my original self. When he appears, the power of the primordial Taoist talisman also stirs, eager for a confrontation." The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor stood by, silent. He had long hoped for Ji Xiaoyu to end this life, but the differences in seniority kept him from acting rashly. Guan narrowed his eyes, asking, "Do you have any regrets or wishes then?" There was no sadness in Ji Xiaoyu's eyes, only calm. She looked at Guan and asked, "In this life and the previous one, am I different to you?" Chapter 455. Saving the world, of course, there are. Although it's the same person, when interacting with him, I feel like they are two completely different people. Guan seriously responded, which was indeed what he thought. However, each Ji Xiaoyu had the same soul. It was only due to the discrepancies caused by lost memories and new experiential memories that different emotions emerged, yet he couldn't divide Ji Xiaoyu's soul in two. Reincarnation Path Emperor would reincarnate with his own soul, rather than splitting his soul or reincarnating through an avatar. What Guan spoke of were his feelings at the moment, his true feelings. Once Ji Xiaoyu's memories fully merged, he would no longer be so conflicted, but the interactions during this time would occupy a place in Guan's memories, one that even the true Ji Xiaoyu couldn't completely replace. Everyone, when existing in the world, definitely places great importance on their own feelings. The same person may induce different feelings during different periods, and many even reminisce about their former selves. When Ji Xiaoyu heard what Guan said, a smile appeared on his face, and said, "If that's the case, then I have no regrets in this life." Just as Guan was about to reply, Ji Xiaoyu stared at him with a smile curving his lips, and asked, "Have you ever thought that from the beginning, I was always myself?" Guan raised his eyebrows, not waiting for him to answer. Ji Xiaoyu turned around and went back inside. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor's expression drastically changed, and he looked at her excitedly. Even his body couldn't help but tremble. "Netherworld Emperor, fight against the Sky Demon Clan while I restore my cultivation level." Ji Xiaoyu spoke without turning his head. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor was overjoyed and immediately gave a fist and palm salute and then vanished on the spot. Guan watched Ji Xiaoyu's retreating figure, his eyes filled with surprise. He suddenly recalled what Ji Xiaoyu had said to him in the Seven Stars Spirit Realm after using the power of the innate Taoist talisman. "I didn't expect that I still underestimated you, Sword Venerable. I look forward to meeting you again." Could it be that Ji Xiaoyu chose to be reincarnated in the Ji family again this life? Continuing to use the name Ji Xiaoyu, was it to meet him? On further thought, it's indeed probable. Ji Xiaoyu understood all her karmic ties, and when she was in peril, Sword Venerable Fudao appeared. It could not be coincidental. The strength Guan had displayed should have been capable of annihilating the Seven-Star Spirit Realm at any moment in Ji Xiaoyu's eyes. Possessing such power yet only intervening during her moments of crisis was indeed suspicious. Guan thought of Ji Xiaoyu's attitude towards him in this life. He couldn't clearly tell if she was just acting superbly or if her feelings were genuine. He didn't ponder further and turned towards the stairs. The sky continuously streaked with shooting stars, strong winds consistently approached from afar, and the whole Third Medicine Valley was inundated with noise, the atmosphere filled with a tense and frightening aura. Although the Taitsong continent had temporarily not been affected, the territories overseas were already enveloped in turmoil. The Sky Demon Great Sect swept across all lands, numerous transport barriers emerging, and hordes of sky demons directly descended upon the earth, killing every living spirit they encountered, be it human or demon. From above outer heaven observing the great heavenly spirit land, It was akin to a magnificent scroll upon which ink spots continuously emerged and expanded. Simultaneously, demon god Xian Huang had already arrived near the great heavenly spirit land, and up ahead, 7 free immortals appeared. Yang Xian Emperor, Holy Minister, Ancient Immortal Emperor, Saint Ancestor, and 3 free immortals who had returned from outer heaven. Even though they were all in the same great realm, the 7 free immortals felt immense pressure. The oppressive aura of demon god Xian Huang was simply too strong, so strong it made them feel as though they faced a being from a higher realm. Demon god Xian Huang truly is a rarity across the ages. To die at his hand is not a meaningless cultivation life, Saint Ancestor exclaimed, stroking his beard and laughing heartily, fearless. But not all free immortals could sport such nonchalance. Many were tense, each summoning their own immortal path supreme treasures with grand and shocking auras. Behind them, the cultivators of Holy Court and Immortal Dynasty were locked in battle with the heavenly demons, now fully united against the foreign enemy after countless years of strife. Some fled, but many chose to fight to the death, defending the great heavenly spirit land. 2 days later. At midday, the sky remained dark and the black clouds rolled heavily. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch meditated under a tree, gazing into the distance, deep in thought. Su Jie, dressed in blue, approached Zhu Luo Sword Monarch, bowed respectfully, and said, "Senior, thank you for your guidance all these years. I am prepared to join my sect in the campaign, unsure if I will return. I have not yet repaid you for your teachings. I can only come to pay my respects beforehand." "Indeed, go. A world in chaos is a golden age for true talents. With the natural order upturned, as long as you survive, you will be able to seize more opportunities for cultivation," replied Zhu Luo Sword Monarch. Su Jie smiled, thanked him once more, and without any fake sentiment, turned and left. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch was indifferent to his life or death. The words spoken were out of respect for Gu En. Su Jie was just one example. Although the Taitsong continent was far from the turmoils, leading the righteous path sects like the Supreme Sect agreed in short order to launch an expedition overseas to battle demons and contribute to protecting the world. When LV Batian issued the recruitment edict, all members of the sect were excited, proud to be part of the Supreme Sect. Which disciple of the righteous path wouldn't wish to save the world? Facing such a catastrophe, the Supreme Sect's readiness to strike was enough to inspire 9/10 of the disciples, even sparking in some the fervor to fight to the death for the cause. The Third Medicine Valley was not conscripted since it primarily cultivated medicinal herbs. Nevertheless, Guan also offered his disciples the choice. They could join if they wished but must think it through themselves. He, for one, would not intervene unless the enemy reached the Taitsong continent. After Guan spoke, more than 500 disciples expressed their desire to join the Supreme Sect in the campaign. Many others were observant, and only a few had no interest in leaving. That day, Guan left the Third Medicine Valley alone, refusing to let Blood Prison Great Saint accompany him. He arrived at the Outer World Cave, took the 3 girls Tian Yaoer and in a single step crossed overseas to a remote island far from the Taitsong continent. Standing on the island, Tian Yaoer and the 2 other girls could see the sky in all directions churning with demonic qi, as if they were in the middle of the demon world. Having not come out for nearly 1,000 years, they found everything novel. "In half an hour the tribulation will begin. You may roam the island," said Guan, his gaze then shifting toward the distant sky. It wasn't demon god Xian Huang who had made a move yet, but the Sky Demon Emperor, who, with his strength alone, was suppressing 7 major free immortals, showing overwhelming power. It was deliberate of the Sky Demon Emperor. Guan could feel the morale of the demon side continually rising, while the Holy Court and Immortal Dynasty, after 2 days of bloody combat, were losing their will to fight and now struggled out of instinct. Guan noticed that the layer of heavenly Dao light in the outer sky was weakening, sparking his interest. Will the aura of the silent destruction domain devour the heavenly Dao destiny? Could it be that the battle between the great heaven and earth is a struggle between the silent destruction domain and the heavenly Dao? His gaze traveled through the boundless battlefield and landed on the remote universe's Black City, curious about what the Annihilation God Emperor intended to do. Chapter 456. The most reliable existence. An hour quickly passed, and Tian Yaoer came back to Gu An's side with her 2 companions. "Master, how should I go through my tribulation? I feel nothing right now," Tian Yaoer said coyly, not even daring to meet Gu An's gaze. The master brought her here to break through, but she hadn't caught the feeling of breakthrough. How embarrassing. The fact she hadn't spoken earlier was that she wanted to take this opportunity to see the world outside. Guan smiled and said, No worries, just find a place to stand. Upon hearing this, Tian Yaoer was overjoyed, quickly thanked him, and then walked toward the empty ground in front. Tian Qing and Tian Bai stood behind Gu En, not daring to disturb him, whispering quietly among themselves about Tian Yaoer's impending breakthrough. Soon, Tian Yaoer chose her spot. She stood on the empty ground, looking at Gu En with nervousness and anticipation. Immediately, Gu En waved his sleeve, and a breeze rushed towards Tian Yaoer, making her skirt flutter, outlining her perfect body curves. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth surged abruptly, almost drowning Tian Yaoer. In that instant, Tian Yaoer felt a choking sensation, but it vanished in a flash. Right after, the demonic power within her started to flow into her demon core. Boom! A thunderbolt suddenly appeared, its booming sound tearing through all clamor in the world, startling Tian Qing and Tian Bai, who looked up. The thunderbolt left an afterimage in the sky, with thunderclouds beginning to form around it. The clouds of the heavenly tribulation were denser and more oppressive than demonic clouds. Tian Yaoer looked up, her eyes revealing a trace of fear. This heavenly tribulation was clearly different from the one she had crossed before, but she instinctively looked at Gu, and seeing him standing in the distance, her heart immediately settled. The heavenly tribulation was about to begin. She must reach the Nirvana realm and not disappoint her master. She looked at the sky again, her eyes no longer showing fear, only excitement. Once upon a time, the Heaven Phoenix Demon Mother of the Unification Realm had been the most terrifying being in her eyes, but now she had far surpassed her, continuing to chase higher realms. All this was bestowed by her master. For nearly 1,000 years, the master had not mistreated her. She only needed to take care of medicinal herbs, which the master himself had collected. She had always wanted to repay Gu En, but her strength was not enough. Maybe when she reached the Nirvana realm, she would be qualified to help her master. Over an endless ocean, waves crashed against a lone mountain, on top of which stood a figure in black clothes. It was Li Ya. Li Ya looked up at the sky. Although he couldn't see beyond it, he could feel a tremendous pressure descending from above, even oppressing him. When will I be able to achieve the Nirvana realm? Without entering the immortal path, I am merely an ant, Li Ya murmured, furrowing his brows. Recently, he heard the name Hao. And Hao had entered the Nirvana realm and even defeated loose Immortals, now becoming a celebrated figure throughout the world. Li Ya, although at the Mahayana cultivation level, was still far from the Nirvana realm. He increasingly felt the struggle. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up with Hao, a sentiment that distressed him deeply. He then thought of Zhang Buku. If Zhang Buku had stayed in the great heavenly spirit land, he might have also become famous worldwide. Li Ya's thoughts drifted, his gaze becoming distant. Standing on his shoulder, divine exotic immortal spirit laughed and said, "You're so young, what's there to worry about?" Having been together so long, they had formed a bond, so divine exotic immortal spirit communicated with Gu En through her heart's voice, revealing Li Ya's desires. However, Gu En did not respond to it, and it felt it wasn't appropriate to say more. After all, its master was Gu En, and Li Ya was just a junior it took care of. Li Ya took a deep breath and said, "Are you telling the truth? Can divine exotic city really transform a heavenly demon into a divine ghost with a strange soul?" The power of divine exotic city was still too sinister, causing him to hesitate to kill more people, but if it was a heavenly demon, then he would not feel burdened. Upon hearing this, the divine exotic immortal spirit quickly nodded and said, "Of course, by turning them into divine ghosts with strange souls, you are actually saving all living beings." After listening, Li Ya's lips curled into a smile and he laughed. "Since that is the case, I must go then. You're right, I'm still young. Being slightly behind temporarily means nothing. Who will be stronger or weaker after 1,000 years or 10,000 years? Who can tell?" He leaped up, transforming into a streak of sword light speeding towards the distance. The divine exotic immortal spirit stood on Li Ya's shoulder, gazing at his profile, and suddenly felt he had an extraordinary aura. His talent did not seem dazzling, but there was a tenacity about him that made him appear remarkable. Perhaps after 10,000 years, this young man could truly become a renowned figure throughout the world. Thinking so, the divine exotic immortal spirit turned its thoughts to its own master. Where would the master be in 10,000 years? No. By that time, it must stay with the master, lest the master really does give it away to this young man. The divine exotic immortal spirit shuddered, shook its head, and looked forward again, its little fist clenched, brimming with fighting spirit, yet appearing somewhat naive. Violent winds surged within the universe, an anomaly created by the rampant spiritual energy. The heavenly demon Great Emperor landed back on the shoulder of demon god Xianhuang, just like the divine exotic immortal spirit on Li Ya's shoulder. He looked ahead at the 7 free immortals and laughed. "Gentlemen, enough of the chaos, are you ready to die?" Upon hearing this, Yongxian Emperor and the others prepared for battle, not daring to take it lightly. They had fought until now and could see no chance of victory, but they could not retreat. They could only keep defending, even if it was just for a moment longer. "Your Majesty, where exactly are you?" Holy Minister gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with unwillingness. At this moment, not only the people of the Holy Court were thinking of Shangtian, but also Yongxian Emperor was thinking of Shangtian. Yongxian Emperor had to admit that in defending against foreign enemies, Shangtian was the most reliable. He also thought of Guan, but he knew Guan would not intervene unless the enemy confronted Guan directly. In his view, Guan had come from outer heaven, was an otherworldly great power that had secluded himself here, and had no obligation to guard the great heavenly spirit land. Just then, the aura of demon god Xianhuang changed, and he opened his mouth, a scorching breath emerging from it, his surrounding black aura dispersing, gradually revealing his true form. He was bare-chested, his body human-like, but his chest bore a mouthful of sharp teeth, his mouth's darkness acting like a gateway to the abyss, chilling to the bone. His face ferocious, eyes pitch-black with occasional glimmers of blood-red pupils. His skin appearing scorched, his hair flowing, and upon a closer look, each hair strand resembled a dragon snake with black dragon heads at the tips, relentlessly emitting a fiery aura. His waist encircled by a bone dragon, his legs sturdy as pillars that could not be shaken, wrapped in flowing demonic qi till the knee, his feet unseen. When demon god Xianhuang opened his mouth, the pressure on the 7 free immortals doubled. "Gentlemen, let's all out fight." Saint Ancestor spoke, his tone grave. The other free immortals could also feel the terrifying power accumulating in demon god Xianhuang. Demon god Xianhuang was facing the great heavenly spirit land. If they moved aside, the beings of great heavenly spirit land would face annihilation. Chapter 457. Beyond the free immortal realm. Boom. 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 Thunderstorms constantly struck down, assaulting Tian Yaoer, who countered with her demonic power, her body trembling, barely holding on. "Give it your all, and if you can't bear it, I'll step in." Gu An's voice reached her, slightly calming Tian Yaoer's heart. After all, Tian Yaoer had accompanied him for 1,000 years. He couldn't bear to test her and thus spoke to comfort her directly. It would be different for an Hao and Yang Jian. Cough cough. Am I, as her master, somewhat biased? Guan thought so, feeling a bit guilty. He instinctively looked toward the distant An Hao, who was battling fiercely with the warriors of the Sky Demon Great Sect, moving through the battlefield with awe-inspiring valor. Yes, that's how a male disciple should be tempered. Guan, noticing that the tribulation was still in its early stages, began to survey the world with his divine thought. He didn't want to interfere too much with this catastrophe. He just wanted to wait for the tribulation to end, protect those he cared about, and then step into a new epoch. Because even if he interfered, new calamities would arise, and continuous meddling would only lead to more brutal outcomes. However, seeing the suffering mortals in the world, Guan felt somewhat reluctant. He was indifferent to the deaths of cultivators and demons, as those beings at least possessed the power to resist fate and simply failed. However, the common folk, those without cultivation levels, lacked even the power to resist. He saw 2 Nirvana realm great cultivators in combat, their residual power too strong, a blazing fire falling to the mortal world, directly burning alive hundreds of thousands in a town, their screams turning the area into a hell on earth. Guan sighed, resigning himself. His gaze hardened, and the sea of fire instantly dispersed. The unburned survivors quickly freed from their burns. Guan didn't seek revenge for them. Saving them was already fortunate. Maybe it's a good chance to grab some lifespan. Guan thought, not out of saintly compassion but to take the heavenly demons' lifespans amidst the chaos. Yes, that was the plan. Gu An's divine thought directly enveloped the great heavenly spirit land, and as those heavenly demons were about to be slain, his divine thought would immediately strike, severing their last thread of life. Various prompts appeared before his eyes. If he encountered mortals attacked by heavenly demons, he would also directly eliminate those demons, regardless of whether there were cultivators around. As the tribulation progressed to a certain stage, Tian Yaoer's aura began to rise, and Gu An's lifespan also rapidly increased. Every second, more mortals were saved by him, and even more heavenly demons died beneath his divine thought. In the midst of crossing the tribulation, Tian Yaoer suddenly sensed something, looked up, and her eyes widened in shock. Not just her, but Tianqing and Tianbai felt the same. They saw a wave of fire piercing through the rolling thunderclouds, unstoppable, descending with the power to annihilate, causing all three women to tremble with fear, feeling as if the sky were collapsing. Guan suddenly swung his sleeve, dispersing the fire wave in the sky, then said, "Focus on breaking through and feel the transformation brought by nirvana." Tian Yaoer came back to her senses and immediately closed her eyes to sense the changes in her body. Tianbai muttered, "How strong was that flame just now?" "I'm not sure, but it was definitely beyond our imagination," Tianqing responded, her gaze fixed on Gu An's back, her eyes filled with admiration. At the same time, outer heaven. Demon god Xian Huang strode toward the great heavenly spirit land, unstoppable, flames continuously erupting from his mouth, his lower half enshrouded in rolling black mist, making him appear even more terrifying. In front of him, there was no longer any sign of the free immortals, and the cultivators of the Holy Court and immortals of the Immortal Dynasty were completely despairing, undergoing a massacre. The great heavenly spirit land seemed as if its fate had run out, the heavenly light layer that enveloped the world fluctuating between brightness and darkness. Only 3 out of the 7 divine beasts from the sun remaining, their presence barely detectable, clearly on their last legs. The heavenly demon emperor's lips curved upwards, and he said, "Descend upon the mortal world." As his words fell, demon god Xian Huang suddenly leapt up, like Mount Tai bearing down, plunging toward the great heavenly spirit land, scattering the sea of clouds along his path, forming an expansive ring of shockwaves. A thunderous roar resounded across heaven and earth. Demon god Xian Huang crashed onto a continent, the earth instantly shattering, fierce winds sweeping rocks and trees in all directions. From high above, the expansive continent showed spider-web-like cracks, with firelight appearing within the depths of the cracks, as if magma was about to burst forth. Standing on the continent, demon god Xian Huang appeared as though standing on a small island, his towering figure visible from any corner of the continent. The heavenly demon emperor stood on demon god Xuanhuang's shoulder, twisted his neck, soared away, and flew towards the distance, meanwhile commanding demon god Xian Huang, "Exterminate the creatures of this great heaven and earth, try to preserve the world itself." Demon god Xian Huang immediately looked up, emitting a sky-shaking roar. Roar. This roar intensified the fear for beings trapped in dire straits. Even the disciples far in the third medicine valley of the supreme sect were startled, all turning their heads to see where the sound came from, and what kind of entity had made it. An Xian, who was meditating under the mystic pure tree, furrowed her brows, wondering if her master who had gone out today might be going to battle such a demon. The roar of demon god Xian Huang instilled fear in everyone. An Xian felt as though she were in a cold cellar, her whole body chilled, as if she were about to face the most terrifying existence in the world. The declaration of war from demon god Xian Huang unsettled all the powers in the great heavenly spirit land. After leaving demon god Xian Huang, the heavenly demon emperor flew in the high sky, holding a black mirror as if searching for something, his gaze sweeping across heaven and earth. Suddenly, he noticed something and turned his head, then vanished from the spot. The next second, he arrived on an island, following his gaze, which was fixed on Tian Yaoer, who was enveloped by intense thunder. Further away were 3 figures: Gu En, Tianqing, and Tianbai. "Nirvana tribulation, this cultivation technique is not simple," murmured the heavenly demon emperor as he stood on a rock, quietly observing Tian Yaoer. Tianqing's gaze suddenly caught sight of him. Her beautiful eyes widened at the sight of the heavenly demon emperor. He looked menacing, exuding an extreme sense of danger. She instinctively grabbed Guan's arm and whispered, "Master, someone has come." Guan glanced at the heavenly demon emperor. Heavenly demon emperor, free immortal realm 9 layers 239,709, 201/500, 000, 000/999, 999, 999. Pure ages, all 9s. It seemed this being truly was a rare fortunate existence blessed by heaven and earth. Feeling Gu An's gaze, the heavenly demon emperor's lips curled into a smile. In an instant, he moved 100 yards to appear right beside Guan, startling Tianqing and Tianbai, who instinctively shrank back. Just as the heavenly demon emperor was about to speak, Guan suddenly swung his sleeve. Boom! In an instant, the heavenly demon emperor was reduced to ash, and a gust swept back, lifting a dust dragon into the air. The sound of thunder continued to echo, while Tianqing and Tianbai stood stunned. Tian Yaoer, hearing the commotion, opened her eyes and looked toward the trio facing one side. She couldn't help but ask, "Master, what happened?" Guan turned to her and said, "Nothing much, just a mosquito trying to bite me." "A mosquito?" Tian Yaoer looked skeptical, feeling that Guan was joking. At that moment, a prompt appeared in front of Guan. "You have successfully seized 26,708,213 years of lifespan from the Heavenly Demon Emperor. Free Immortal Realm 9 layers. Over 20 million years of lifespan. Not bad. Worthy of a free immortal." Guan smiled satisfactorily. Eradicating the Heavenly Demon Emperor had little impact on the progression of heaven and earth. The real threat was Demon God Xianhuang. Demon God Xianhuang had already begun a massive slaughter. Guan seized this opportunity to accelerate his harvesting of demons, making way for the forces of heaven and earth to combat Demon God Xianhuang. Since Demon God Xianhuang was not a living spirit, killing him would not release a lifespan, thus Guan had no interest in him. Boom! A golden thunderbolt struck down, resembling a golden dragon, its majestic power formidable. Guan's gaze locked onto Tian Yaoer as a faint golden light burst from her, resisting the attack of the golden thunder. Tian Yaoer felt her heart skip a beat and looked up instinctively, not seeing the golden thunder anymore. "Master, about that guy just now." Tianqing began cautiously. She didn't know how to express it. The sudden appearance of the Heavenly Demon Emperor had almost scared her to death. Unexpectedly, with a wave of their master's sleeve, the Heavenly Demon Emperor was obliterated. Tianbai, more daring, directly asked, "Master, what realm was that man from?" Guan responded nonchalantly, "Free Immortal." "What realm is Free Immortal? How many levels higher than Nirvana?" Tianbai's eyes shone with excitement as she asked. Guan glanced at her and snorted, "You'll have to figure that out yourself." Tianbai was lost in infinite possibilities. She aspired to reach the Free Immortal realm in the future, no, to surpass it, otherwise, she would seem insignificant before her master. Chapter 458. An even more terrifying existence. The words, Free Immortal, deeply embedded themselves in the hearts of Tianqing and Tianbai, who both aspired to reach this goal. It was only many years later that they realized how unattainable the Free Immortal truly was. Although Tian Yaoer was curious about what had just happened, her current priority was to make a breakthrough. She closed her eyes, adjusted her mindset, and re-entered a state of enlightenment. The heavenly tribulation continued. The heavenly demon Great Emperor, who had suppressed the 7 free immortals, died silently without anyone noticing, as if he had never been to the great heavenly spirit land. As Guan watched Tian Yaoer undergo her tribulation crossing, he extended his divine thought throughout the world, continuing to expel demons and, incidentally, to save mortal spirits. The roar of demon god Xianhuang constantly resounded, killing countless beings with his power every moment. More and more sects began rushing to where demon god Xianhuang was located. Despite the terrifying aura of demon god Xianhuang, they had to confront him to protect the great heavenly spirit land. It was their home, and they had no choice. Guan noticed that the free immortals like the Yangxian Emperor were not dead but had all gathered in one place, apparently discussing something. In a valley, 7 free immortals were meditating on the grass, their auras weak, some even engulfed in flames, looking utterly bedraggled. The saint ancestor opened his eyes and looked at an elderly man in white robes standing with his back to them, and asked, "Who are you, sir, and why have you saved us? You likely do not belong to the great heavenly spirit land." He was the oldest among the 7 free immortals and had never seen this white-robed elder before, which led him to this conclusion. This white-robed elder was indeed the reincarnator who had once visited the 3rd Medicine Valley and had faced the Ju Luo Sword Monarch. Without turning around, the white-robed elder said leisurely, "The world is vast, and even free immortals cannot see everything clearly. I saved you because I have some connection with the great heavenly spirit land. I have deduced countless times and see no hope. Perhaps heavenly Tao intends to cleanse the mortal world, and the silent destruction domain seeks to exploit the weakness. You had better leave early and seek other paths." At these words, the free immortals' faces changed. The ancient immortal emperor spoke with a heavy tone, "Senior can save us from the hands of demon god Xianhuang. Your divine skills are surely beyond our imagination. If the great heavenly spirit land is destroyed, where can we go?" Although there are many realms, they are all guarded by great powers. Can you point out a path of survival for us? The other free immortals echoed his plea, as they were bound by the chief fortune of the Holy Court or the Immortal Dynasty. If the great heavenly spirit land were destroyed and chief fortune dissipated, their cultivation levels would severely drop, or worse, they would perish altogether. This was also why, despite the Holy Court's strength, they could not uproot the Immortal Dynasty as it was blessed by the heavenly chief fortune. The white-robed elder, with his back still turned to them, shook his head and said, "You do not understand what you are facing. Whether the Sky Demon clan or forces from Xianyu, they are not the main cause of the destruction of the great heavenly spirit land. They are merely opportunists." These words silenced the free immortals. Having lived for so many years, how could they not be aware of the existence of heavenly Tao and the similar trials recounted in ancient legends? When heavenly Tao wanted to reset the world, it would bring various calamities. After a long while, the Yongxian emperor stared at the white-robed elder, breaking the silence, and asked, "Then, senior, what are you plotting?" The white-robed elder turned around, looked at him, and said, "I am looking for someone." "Who?" "I cannot tell you." The white-robed elder's response made the Yongxian emperor furrow his brows. He thought of Sword Venerable Fudao, as there had been many powerful beings from outer heaven in recent years. Were they all searching for some specific entity? Roar! The roar of demon god Shenhuang echoed from afar again, this time more strained, clearly attacked by someone. A smile appeared on the face of the white-robed elder as he said, "Stop trying to challenge demon god Shenhuang. None of you are his match, and he is backed by an even more transcendent existence. Even if you somehow manage to eliminate him, it will only provoke an even more terrifying calamity, and then I can only flee." An even more terrifying existence? Upon hearing this, all the free immortals turned pale. If demon god Shenhuang alone was enough to drive them to despair, what kind of being could possibly be orchestrating behind him? Does Senior recognize Sword Venerable Fudao? One of the free immortals could not help but ask. Sword Venerable Fudao's name had long resonated across the world, but because he seldom acted recklessly, he was rarely mentioned. Yet, for higher-level cultivators, it was difficult to ignore his presence. Upon hearing the name Sword Venerable Fudao, the white-robed elder's expression subtly changed. He replied, "I do not know him, but I have once witnessed his elegance. He is also a being transcending the 9 heavens of immortal path. It is best for you to mention him less to avoid getting involved in great cause and effect. As for asking him to take action, that is even less advisable, as any adversary you face afterward would likely be almost as formidable as he is." The free immortals completely lost hope and looked up in bewilderment. The heavy black clouds in the sky were oppressive, obscuring the sun and leaving no hope in sight. Several ancient hours later, with the help of Guan, Tian Yaoer successfully crossed her tribulation. In her overwhelming excitement, her clothes burst open, startling Guan, who immediately used his mana to envelop her, preventing her true form from being exposed. Guan suddenly noticed that the corners of Tian Yaoer's mouth were slightly raised and thought to himself, could it be that she did this on purpose? He was a true gentleman and would not look more than necessary. Moreover, with his cultivation level, a single glance was unforgettable. Tian Qing and Tian Bai were also observing Guan's expression. Seeing that his face remained unchanged, the two women began to communicate through telepathy. "Do you think Master likes it?" "He probably doesn't like it. He didn't even react." "The less reaction he shows, the more it means he is moved." "Really? Should we do the same when we break through next time? Then our figures should be different, so Master will feel refreshed." Upon hearing their telepathic exchange, Guan sighed inwardly. What kind of person do they take me for? Guan couldn't understand them, including Zhang Qiong, who were always coveting his body. Even his junior sister did the same, but he could understand her. After all, they were childhood sweethearts who had come this far together from the mortal world. Their affection naturally developed. Each harboring their thoughts, they waited for Tian Yaoer to stabilize her cultivation level. It was also with Guan's help that Tian Yaoer managed to break through so quickly. Normally, crossing tribulation taking several days wasn't unusual. They waited until dusk before Tian Yaoer finally stabilized her aura. She stood up, wrapped in a loose white robe, and flung herself at Guan who, upon being hugged by her, could feel her body. "All right, from now on you are also a Nirvana realm powerhouse. Try to keep some dignity," Guan said sternly. Tian Yaoer looked up giggling. I just want to be like this, even if it means hanging on to my master forever, I am willing. Hanging on forever? Aren't you tired? Guan shook his head with a smile. Tian Yaoer blinked and asked, what about trying for 100 years? 100 years? Guan's face twitched, and he immediately pushed her away. Tian Qing and Tian Bai came over and asked her how she felt now. Tian Yaoer was very excited and began talking about the transformations of the Nirvana realm. Tian Qing and Tian Bai listened attentively, while Guan, not in a hurry to get back, continued to eliminate demons. During this half-day period, the lifespan he had harvested had almost reached 1 billion years. If he had to cultivate by conventional methods, it would take hundreds of years. With Guan operating covertly, the Sky Demon Great Sect was temporarily unable to overturn the world, and the slaughter methods of demon god Xian Huang, in order to preserve heaven and earth, were not too wild. As night fell, after sending Tian Yaoer and the 2 women back to the outer world cave, Guan finally returned to the 3rd Medicine Valley. Before going upstairs, he sensed Ji Xiaoyu's presence. Ji Xiaoyu's cultivation level had already climbed to the Immortal Path realm, and the power accumulated in the primordial Taoist talisman could burst forth at any moment. He did not linger, but went straight upstairs and into the house, sat down at the desk, and picked up a book to read. Having eradicated many heavenly demons and saved many mortal spirits today, he felt content and thus was in the mood to read. 30 minutes later, footsteps came from outside the door. Guan waved his hand, and the door opened, with Ji Xiaoyu walking in. She stood at the doorway, without moonlight shining on her, appearing like a shadow. Guan looked up at her and asked, "Are you ready?" Ji Xiaoyu's face was calm as she said, "The battle with the Sky Demon Emperor is a promise between him and me. I must defeat him to overcome the demons of defeat in my heart. But you are bound by the rules of reincarnation. You couldn't possibly be his match," Guan asked, feigning concern. He began calculating Ji Xiaoyu's fate. Indeed, the future had changed again. Chapter 459. Just want to test the edge of the Annihilation God Emperor. Guan calculated that Ji Xiaoyu, due to not encountering the heavenly demon Great Emperor, would end up battling against the demon god Xian Huang, and furthermore, there would be even stronger beings targeting her, wishing to forcefully drag her from the reincarnation rules. Indeed, troublesome. He had helped Ji Xiaoyu handle the heavenly demon Great Emperor, but in doing so, he had attracted the attention of an even more formidable existence. It's precisely because of the reincarnation rules that even if I'm not his match, there won't be any trouble. At worst, it'll just be expelled back to the Yin-Yang domain, Ji Xiaoyu calmly replied. Guan couldn't directly reveal the future, so he asked, "Aren't you afraid there are other beings behind the heavenly demon Great Emperor?" Ji Xiaoyu closed the door and then walked over to the table. She looked at Guan and said, "The appearance of the demon god Xian Huang indicates that there are stronger beings plotting from behind the scenes, but it's none of my concern. I'm not burdened with the mission of saving all living beings." She leaned forward, raising her right hand toward Guan. Guan could have avoided it, but sensing a farewell atmosphere, he chose not to. Ji Xiaoyu reached across the table and grabbed his collar. Her eyes were complex as she said, "It's strange. We haven't gone through any heart-wrenching story nor faced adversity together. The days we spent together were so mundane, yet why am I moved by you, feeling emotions I never had before?" Guan tilted his head and asked, "You're asking me? I'm curious too. Is it because I'm too handsome?" Usually, Ji Xiaoyu would have glared at him, but she was not in the mood to care about such trivial matters now. Her right hand suddenly pulled with force, drawing Guan toward her. In that moment, Guan had plenty of time to react, and countless thoughts raced through his head, but inexplicably, he chose not to resist. The two quickly drew closer, and eventually, their lips met. Guan's eyes widened, but seeing Ji Xiaoyu's somewhat resentful gaze, he lost the interest to pretend. The two just looked at each other, and the entire world seemed to fall silent. In their eyes, there was only each other. Guan understood what she was thinking. Ji Xiaoyu couldn't figure out what was on his mind, but she wasn't disappointed because she had already made her decision. After a while, Ji Xiaoyu let go, gently pushing Guan back. Looking at Ji Xiaoyu's expression returning to indifference, Guan couldn't help but sigh. "When I first saw you as a child, your gaze was just like it is now. I thought you were emotionless." Ji Xiaoyu stared at him and said, "You guessed right. After tonight, I will sever these feelings." Your cultivation level is higher than mine, so if we meet again later, let's pretend this past never existed. Guan asked. Why? Are you afraid it'll become your weakness? Ji Xiaoyu shook her head, speaking in a very calm tone. No, it's just that I want to become the strongest, and you are also that kind of person. How can there be two strongest in this world? With that, she turned and walked away. She walked to the door and glanced back at Guan, saying, You are the only man who has ever moved my heart, in all the reincarnations. Clang! Ji Xiaoyu opened the door and left, closing it behind her. Guan turned to look outside the window, where demonic qi obscured the moon. He raised his hand to touch his lips and let out a light chuckle. Love in this world, what is it really? It commands people to pledge their lives to each other. Guan murmured to himself, not feeling sad, his tone even slightly cheerful. This morning at dawn, Ji Xiaoyu departed with the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor. They had few close friends in Medicine Valley, so their departure went largely unnoticed. As Guan wandered through the valley, he found himself standing before 10,000 Sword Mountain, where Zhu Luo Sword Monarch stood before a stele, lost in contemplation of the mountain. The great heavenly spirit land is in peril. Why do you not leave? Guan approached him and asked curiously. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch came back to his senses, turned and gave Guan a respectful bow, saying, The seniors have not left, why should I? Moreover, this catastrophe is aimed at all living beings of great heaven and earth. As a free immortal such as myself, as long as I do not become their enemy, I should not encounter any trouble. Guan nodded, then followed with another question. Has your Dahong Sword Heaven ever experienced such a calamity? Zhu Luo Sword Monarch replied. Yes, a very long time ago. It is said that Dahong Sword Heaven was the only survivor of that era. Indeed, having endured such a calamity is what qualified Dahong Sword Heaven to traverse the myriad universes. As he spoke of Dahong Sword Heaven's past, his face showed a trace of pride. Who is the current ruler of Dahong Sword Heaven? Guan asked curiously. The Taoist tradition of Dahong Sword Heaven lay in the far-off Dahong realm, beyond his ability to deduce its causality. Yet he had an intuition that Yang Pingon might be an ancient figure in relation to today's Dahong Sword Heaven. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch answered, Currently, it is headed by the Supreme Sword Venerable, a descendant of Dahong Sword Heaven's ancestral master, and the inheritor of the Master's Sword Tao. Upon hearing this, Guan fell silent. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch observed Guan's expression, speculating in his heart. He had always felt that Guan possessed the Holy Heart Sword Tao. If Guan had been of low cultivation level, he might simply have been an inheritor. But Guan's cultivation level was profound and unfathomable, which made him suspect that Guan might very well be the Holy Heart Sword Tao itself. There was a legend within Dahong Sword Heaven that the master of their ancestral master, the saint ancestor of Sword Tao, did not fall, but that with the Holy Heart Sword Tao, he became eternal and indestructible. The saint ancestor of Sword Tao dispersed into the cycle of reincarnation, impossible to find, only potentially revealing himself when the Holy Heart Sword Tao reappeared in the mortal world. Over the years, some had come to understand the Holy Heart Sword Tao, but none were the true saint ancestor of Sword Tao. Nonetheless, Dahong Sword Heaven continued to search for the saint ancestor, fulfilling the ancestral master's will. As long as Dahong Sword Heaven exists, so must the search for the saint ancestor continue. Boom! A rumbling roar came from afar, and a tremendous oppressive force descended. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch turned his head, murmuring, The reincarnation path emperor truly is extraordinary, worthy of being one of the 4 emperors of Yin Yang. My master once said her talent was the strongest among the 4. It's just that she is the youngest. Guan also looked towards the distance. Ji Xiaoyu did not seek out the heavenly demon divine emperor, but instead chose to make a move against demon god Xian Huang. Speaking of which, she has a very good relationship with the saintly lands of the great heavenly spirit land. If she can find Shengtun, with Shengshen's abilities, perhaps he could preserve the holy court. In that way, at least some living beings would survive, and this era might not be completely annihilated, Zhu Luo Sword Monarch lamented. Guan asked, Have you ever heard of the Annihilation God Emperor? Upon hearing this, Zhu Luo Sword Monarch's face changed drastically, and he looked at Guan in astonishment. He struggled for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, The name of a God Emperor, I dare not utter casually. What do you wish to ask, senior? Guan looked up at the sky, speaking softly. I didn't mean to ask anything in particular. I merely wish to test the edge of the Annihilation God Emperor. At these words, Zhu Luo Sword Monarch trembled with fear. He wanted to flee the place immediately, yet he feared offending Gu En. Although he was unsure of the extent of Gu An's strength, the Annihilation God Emperor was certainly not someone he could provoke. Even if the Annihilation God Emperor was only a mythical legend, he held a deep wariness of him, a feeling common among cultivators who had ventured into the silent destruction domain. Chapter 460. Demon God approaches the sky, despair descends. Just wanted to test the mettle of the Annihilation God Emperor? Upon hearing these words, Zhu Luo Sword Monarch felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He couldn't imagine what kind of apocalyptic scenery would unfold if Gu En and the Annihilation God Emperor were to fight, fearing that even the Tao rules of the universe would shudder. Zhu Luo Sword Monarch dared not continue the conversation and could only stare blankly at Gu En. Gu En looked back at him and smiled. I was just talking nonsense, don't overthink it. Practicing the formless and invisible freedom body, he was not affected by karma. Even if he mentioned the Annihilation God Emperor's name, he wasn't afraid of being overheard by the Annihilation God Emperor, let alone, the Annihilation God Emperor of Outer Heaven was not the real body. Then, Gu En patted Zhu Luo Sword Monarch on the shoulder, turned around, and walked along the foot of 10,000 Sword Mountain, planning to wander around the valley. While it seemed he was inspecting Medicine Valley, his divine thought was constantly watching Ji Xiaoyu. Faced with the formidable demon god Xian Huang, Ji Xiaoyu completely unleashed the power of the primordial Taoist talisman. Although Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor did not join the battle, he was setting up a formation, channeling mysterious forces from other great heaven and earth to aid Ji Xiaoyu. Gu En saw 3 towering figures in that formation, which he estimated were the other 3 from the group of Yin Yang 4 emperors. The intense power of the Reincarnation Path Emperor erupted, alarming various sects around the world and attracting more great cultivators and great demons to support. Gu En saw that Yang Xian Emperor and others also chose to join the fight, continuing to fiercely battle with the demon god Xian Huang. At the same time, at the edge of the 3rd Medicine Valley, atop a mountain peak by the cliff, Long Qing sat, his brows furrowed as he gazed at the sky, lost in thought. Yu Yingying approached from behind, standing beside him, and asked, "Do you feel something?" Long Qing turned to look at Yu Yingying and said, "Yes, Aunt Yu, do you feel it too?" Yu Yingying had raised him since he was a child. In his heart, she was like his mother, and despite his age, he still respected Yu Yingying deeply. Yu Yingying's eyes were complex, she spoke softly. "Yes, I have recovered many memories and also felt the call of the origin, urging me to join that slaughter." Long Qing's frown deepened and he continued, "I haven't recovered my memories, but I too feel a voice urging me to go out and join the battle." Yu Yingying turned to look at him, having sensed the aura of the same origin from him years ago. She knew Long Qing was also a reincarnated heavenly demon, but she had never mentioned it to anyone else, believing that Gu En also knew this, and thus, had always refrained from teaching him cultivation. "Think more about your master's teachings. It might also be a tribulation for us," said Yu Yingying earnestly. Long Qing nodded. "Don't worry, my teacher has already warned me, I won't be reckless, and I know exactly who I am. I am Long Qing, and nothing from the past concerns me." He had lived for hundreds of years, cultivated for many years, and somewhat understood the matters of past life reincarnation. He speculated that if his past identity were revealed, it would bring great trouble, which was also why his master dared not teach him. The two turned their heads towards the horizon, continuing to share their feelings. They were just the tip of the iceberg. In various places around the world, reincarnated heavenly demons began to rampage and lose their senses until they reverted to their true demonic nature and started slaughtering all living beings. Gu En was not only focused on Ji Xiaoyu, his divine thought also covered various places around the world, continuing to exterminate heavenly demons and save the mortal spirits. He did not intend to change the larger situation in the world, but wished to make the remaining lives of many mortal spirits somewhat better. Dark clouds churned, demonic qi roamed the mortal world, and occasionally fierce winds roared across the land, shaking the mountains. And Hao and a group of cultivators stood on a mountain peak, staring at the battle ahead, all showing a look of shock. Even the conceited and Hao could not remain composed. At the edge of the earth, the figure of demon god Xian Huang, taller than mountains, stood. His long hair transformed into a mass of dragons twisting and continuously spewing flames. His arms, bigger than mountain ranges, swung ceaselessly, and several huge Immortal Path Supreme treasures surrounded him. Various divine skills burst forth, shaking heaven and earth. And Hao's gaze fixed on a figure, A female cultivator clad in a black robe with her face covered by a black and white mask resembling a taiji diagram. Her long hair fluttered, and behind her, a majestic golden wheel hovered, from which golden dragons surged forth, vying to attack the demon god Xian Huang. It was Ji Xiaoyu. The power of the primordial Taoist talisman had been fully unleashed, and now she, in her original form, was contending against demon god Xian Huang. Her figure was only 100 zhang tall, far smaller than demon god Xian Huang, but her aura was in no way inferior to demon god Xian Huang. At least from afar. And Hao and the others could not ignore her. And Hao even compared her to the Yongxian emperor and found that this woman was in no way inferior. Moreover, he felt as if he had seen her somewhere before. Roar! Demon god Xian Huang roared again, its voice strained to exhaustion, causing heaven and earth to tremble violently. Above its head, the dark clouds churned violently, forming a black vortex with thunder and lightning flashing inside, as if some terrifying being was about to be summoned. Boom! A fearsome figure descended from the black vortex, landing on the ground and raising a dust cloud 10,000 zhang high. Another demon god Xian Huang. Upon closer inspection, this demon god differed from demon god Xian Huang only slightly in skin tone, almost like an avatar, his aura not at all weaker than demon god Xuanhuang's. His appearance caused faces like the Yongxian emperors and others to change drastically. One demon god Xian Huang was enough to drive them to despair, let alone another one. How could they possibly stand against them? Transformed into the reincarnation path emperor, Ji Xiaoyu did not show much reaction. At least the mask covered her expression. Two demon god Xuanhuang stood side by side, like the highest peaks in the world, exuding an aura that disdainfully overlooked all living beings. In their presence, everything in the world seemed to diminish. For a moment, the great battle paused. The forces of great heavenly spirit land dared not make any rash moves, while the two demon god Xuanhuangs fell into a peculiar state of stillness. What's going on? A cultivator beside and Hao frowned and asked, the other cultivators also becoming even more tense. Such a scenario was truly ominous, as if a great disaster was about to befall them. Suddenly sensing something, and Hao abruptly looked up, his expression changing dramatically, he couldn't help but exclaim, "How is this possible?" The other cultivators also looked up, all of them turning pale with fright. In the sky, within the dark clouds, terrifying figures loomed, all immensely large, their forms identical to that of demon god Xian Huang. Yongxian emperor and holy minister also turned pale. In the distance, on the desolate land where the sun and moon netherworld emperor was forming formations, he too was dumbfounded, his body trembling, unable to believe his eyes. How can there be so many? The sun and moon netherworld emperor said tremblingly. Behind him, three huge shadowy figures constantly supplied power to the reincarnation path emperor. But these three figures seemed insignificant in front of the myriad demon god figures, like ants looking up to a god. As far as the eye could see, the figures of demon god Xian Huang filled the whole firmament, each one already monstrous in size, now numbering over 100, forming a scene that drove all beings to despair. Chapter 461. Defying the Heavens, a Battle in Outer Heaven. Supreme Sect. Third Medicine Valley. All the disciples outside the houses gazed up, their pupils dilating, reflecting the terrifying visage in the sky, fear creeping across everyone's faces. The black clouds in the sky surged endlessly, revealing only small parts of the horrific figures of the demon god Xian Huang, yet even the sight of their feet was enough to chill the spine. What in the world is that? So many. Could these really be heavenly demons? How can they be so massive? Are they coming for our Taicang continent? Don't panic, we have sword Venerable Fu Dao, what's there to fear? Disciples in the valley discussed among themselves, trying to dispel the fear in their hearts, while those inside the houses also came out. An Xian looked up at the terrifying scene in the sky, her eyebrows knitted tightly. She looked towards Gu An's loft, feeling the presence of her master, and her heart suddenly calmed. With the master here, even if the sky falls, there is no problem. Meanwhile, inside the house, Guan held a book in one hand and twirled the fate-determining pen in the other, raising his eyebrows slightly as he muttered to himself, "Have you sensed it yet?" Before Ji Xiaoyu left, Guan divined her future. She was meant to face a single demon god Xian Huang. After a fierce battle and securing victory, she would encounter the Annihilation God Emperor's intervention. Now the number of demon gods Xian Huang had surged to 120. Clearly the Annihilation God Emperor had foreseen something. His target was not Ji Xiaoyu, nor the free immortals of the great heavenly spirit land, but Guan had eradicated many heavenly demons. The Annihilation God Emperor could not be unaware. However, the Annihilation God Emperor could not foresee the hidden hand behind all this, so he dispatched more demon gods Shen Huang. If he knew it was Guan, he would have directly descended upon the Third Medicine Valley himself. Guan was proficient in various sorceries to isolate causal divination, making him inscrutable to the Annihilation God Emperor. As Guan looked at the lifespan notifications that kept popping up, a smile formed on his lips. In the last 2 days, by eliminating heavenly demons, he had already amassed 2 billion years of lifespan. Once this ordeal was over, he planned to prepare for his breakthrough, to reach higher realms sooner for peace of mind. At that moment, footsteps approached from outside the door. "Come in." Before Xinjun had even reached the door, Guan's voice had already reached her. The door was pushed open, and Xinjun stepped quickly inside, closing the door behind her, then walked over to Guan's desk and slammed a scroll onto the surface. "How is it? How well did I draw?" Xinjun asked proudly. Guan looked intently and saw the figure of a demon god Shen Huang rendered lifelike on the scroll. Guan raised an eyebrow surprised and asked, "How did you manage to draw this?" With Shen Zhan's cultivation level, even if she could approach a demon god Shen Huang, it was impossible for her to clearly see their complete form. Could someone have visited her in a dream again? Guan quietly divined, but did not sense anyone else's causality in Shen Zhan. The fact that Demon Shore chose Shen Zhan was no coincidence. It was because of her talent. Guan had thought it was his Taoist intent that influenced Shen Zhan, but now it seemed her own comprehension was also astonishing. Shen Zhan laughed proudly. "I listened to their roars and started imagining what kind of existence they really are, and then I figured it out. Moreover, after drawing them, I feel that my chi blood has also strengthened a lot. This feeling is too wonderful. I haven't had such a sensation in many years. It seems my talent has returned." Guan couldn't help but praise her, which made her even more elated. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, the battlefield was in extreme tension. Demon gods Shen Huang descended from the sky, causing the land to tremble. Many fell into the ocean, yet somehow they remained close to each other. A continent several times the size of Taicang continent could only accommodate 10 demon gods Shen Huang standing. And Hao and others were frightened into retreat, and it wasn't just them. All cultivators below the level of free immortal were evacuating. Yang Xian Emperor, Holy Minister, and others were surrounded by demon gods Shen Huang. They stood back to back, their faces grim as they surveyed the surroundings. As Ji Xiaoyu transformed into the reincarnation path emperor, she found herself encircled as well. Her 100-zhang stature seemed like a pebble at the foot of Mount Tai in front of over 100 demon gods Shen Huang. Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor stood in the middle of a formation, the 3 virtual shadows behind him dispersing with the wind, his body shaking continuously. He didn't gaze at the demon god Shen Huang but kept his head down, eyes wide open. An indescribable killing intent targeted him, rendering him immobile. How could this happen? With great difficulty, the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor uttered a word, unable to say more. He wanted to warn Ji Xiaoyu but found himself unable to speak. He could only mutter fearfully in his heart. At that moment, an immense pressure enveloped the entire world. "The fate of the great heavenly spirit land has expired. Your interference is against the heavens." It was the voice of the Annihilation God Emperor, resonant and echoing throughout the great heavenly spirit land, heard clearly by all beings. The phrase "fate has expired" filled most living beings with despair, but hearing someone was intervening, a spark of hope ignited in their hearts. The Holy Court, Shengtian. The Red Dust Immortal Emperor? Or perhaps the reincarnator that hides within the mortal world. No matter who it is, do you truly intend to withstand the grand heavenly might? The voice of the Annihilation God Emperor rose again, and as his words ended, 120 demon gods Shen Huang unleashed devastating auras, shattering their continent, stirring up oceans into colossal waves that soared into the sky. The overwhelming pressure caused even the free immortals to fall, including Ji Xiaoyu. Although Ji Xiaoyu wore a mask, concealing her eyes from her clenched jaw, it was clear she was unable to resist.